to those in Facebook. Sorry, Kuna, we're making a joke. Some of us in Clubhouse and some of us in again YouTube. I apologize. I'm coughing. YouTube and Facebook and other streaming uh, services that we are with them. We appreciate those who are here. Again, greeting to all. The main topic, of course, is about who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan. um because there's a lot of things, confusion, and some people do not define the correct term, what is nationalism and what is unionist or unionism. So we're going to elaborate a little bit on it, and hopefully we don't stay longer here today. We will do our best to stay as much as we can to put our point, and then from there we move on. I know sometimes some people want to say some things. We let them in to speak, and that might cause sometimes the timing to go even extended, or to go more. Like, I prefer if we can make it into like 2 hours, or even less. But unfortunately, of course, sometimes when we talk, some people want to add their own thoughts, and that's when it prolong the topic or prolong the discussion. But regardless, it's all good as long as beneficial and important. So the first thing about the topic of, as we say, it's going to be who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan, and we're going to define it in the best we can, because there's a lot of things that some people use it. Sometimes people just blabber it out without understanding, without thinking. Like, we hear some will say, they are nationalists, South Sudanese nationalists. Some people say, they call us, the Equatorian nationalists, as separatists. So there's a lot of confusion, and we call ourselves nationalists, while others will try to give us the title separatists. So these things must be clarified and put in clear point, and that's why we came up with this discussion today. And hopefully it will be enlightening to those who are not aware of these things, to be more clear and careful when they state something. They must be an accurate statement, not just something just blabbered out because somebody think the way how they assume. Because in English, sometimes there's some words, it does not mean the same thing. Like, some people believe that when you say compromise, some people mix it with you know uh comparison or what, but it's not. It's compromise is actually scrutiny, something to scrutinize, based on you giving you're giving a, what do you call, like, you're letting some things pass just for the sake of achieving something. We know it mostly used in politics and used in some other things. So they compromise for the sake of peace, compromise for the sake of this. So compromise is always letting things go for the sake of other, like, always what you call equivalent exchange in other side. But anyway, the main topic, as we said, is who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan. Of course, we call those people who want to be part of South Sudan, we call them unionists, because they are defining, they definitively stand on the unionist side. So before that, and then we're going to talk about what are the difference between the nationalists and unionists, of course, and then after that, we're going to say how can these two definitive contrasts fit within South Sudan. So today is Monday, for those in the US and other countries, Monday, January 30th. For other countries like Australia, I think it's the 31st, Tuesday, 31st, 2023. So without further ado, let me play a short clip of our countdown, and then music, and then from there we start our topic. And if you don't mind, for those in Facebook or whatever you are, please share it in your pages. It's important because we're trying to, our message here is for our people, and I'll tell you why later. Before that, let me play it first. I don't want to talk much. Let me just play the countdown. Okay, let me play the one music here. our favorite one, and then from there we start.
Geo, you records. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina iko tori. Na sawa. Anina iko tori. Beled wahid, anina iko tori. Anina iko tori. Oh yeah, kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina iko tori. Keresia sama gesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina guluwahi, ikotori ya biraba, ya bilwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibana bule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina ikotori, nasawa, anina ikotori. Belet wahid, anina ikotori. Nina iko tori. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina iko tori. Kelele na hivo nefusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, hasan belet na biraba, arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina iko tori. Nasawa, anina iko tori. Beled wahid, anina iko tori. Nina iko tori.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my pelfanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, kutika balanda bari, kakuwa kiliko kuku, lambo lumoya. Acholi kukosa mundo, nyangara morobe mali, mundare, nyangara, otumu pari makujudo, lubara bunga ya lobe, lolo nare,
mundo,
nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Maki hata bigesi manena, siasa ma bigesi manena, anina wahe.
Well, greetings to you all. Welcome, Mr. CJ. I'm inviting you up. Sorry, I did not add you there, but I invited you, so join in. Well, as we begin the topic, to all those who are listening from Clubhouse, Facebook, YouTube, and other streaming yards, I want to say greeting to you first. With you is Odysseus Ethica and Didi, and hopefully Mr. CJ will join us up. You just have to press approve or the invite so you can join in, so I can get you in there, Mr. CJ. My apology again, I didn't add you earlier. So the info, of course, in the topic, as we all know, who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan? And this is one of the main topic that we have to discuss today, and hopefully we will not take long. But I want to start with that we have three things we put here. One of them on who are the nationalists and who are the unionists, and then what are the differences between nationalists and unionists, and how can these two definitive contrasts fit within South Sudan? Of course, today is Monday, January 30th, for those who are in US and other countries that is already still 30th, and those who are already entered into the 31st January 2023, we say good morning to you. Good afternoon to those who are there. Welcome, Mr. CJ. Yes, sir. Welcome. So let me start with the definition to nationalism, because I know many people do not understand what is nationalism. A nationalist, or a person who called nationalist, is a person who strongly identify himself with or their own nation and vigorously support the interest, and especially the interest of his nation, to the exclusion or detriment of the interest of the nation. So a nationalist is someone that will always wholeheartedly believe in his nation, in his country, in his land, his people, his history, his culture. And these are the people you can give them the definition of nationalist. In Arabic, of course, بيسموهم القوميين. And these are the people who you know very well they will sacrifice their life for their land, for their people, for their country. And those are the definition. And then going to the unionists, unionists are people who are mostly supporting or advocating the unity with other groups who are not necessarily have to be their national citizens or their compatriots, but some other people who are different in different region or different country. For example, I can give you a similarity to Ireland. The Irish, there is the Irish Unionist and there is the Irish Nationalist, which is the Republic or the Republican Irish. And those people have a long history, and we will get into it sometime, other time, about the history of Ireland. Narrate the way how they really overcame and challenged what we call it the British Empire against the unity or against the forceful unity. If you look at it, England conquered them for centuries ago during the Christian, the time when Christianity began to roam around the land. And the Irish, there was two group was called the Normans and the Gaelian. And the Gael ones are the one who actually now we call them the Irish, who are mostly Catholic, and then the Norm are the ones who mostly have been assimilated with the British. Somehow the British really did break them down into dividing them into groups. And if we could see, there is similarity there, but I don't want to go deep into about history of Ireland and England and similarity with what is going on in South Sudan and Equatoria in particular. But what I want to mention here is that the nationalists, when they came, that was during the Renaissance, during that time where people began to identify themselves nationalists, and it was very much, if I'm not mistaken, people were looking at the identity. They were defining themselves with the land and the country and the culture and history. So for us as Equatorian, we always speak on the behalf of what we believe in, our land, our people, our history. And unfortunately, some of our Equatorians still don't get it. Some of our Equatorian mixing it. And that's why we want to correct things here. Who are the nationalists? Because so many times that we could hear some people say they are nationalists, South Sudanese nationalists, when we know in South Sudan even the question nationalism does not exist, because that is a country where you could even give it a definition of a tribal nationalists, mostly tribal nationalists, where they are only affiliating themselves with their tribe, especially in the regions of Upper Nile and Bahr al Ghazal. Those who are assimilated, some of them assimilated by Dinka majority, and they mostly are, tribal nationalists, if I could give them that definition. But in reality, it doesn't. They don't even get close to the nationalists, where like us, who in Equatoria as a region and as a people of many culture and history, who believe in their land. So right now, we Equatorian nationalists um, have gone to many challenges since we declared that we want to be a nation of our own. Equatorians have spoken many times, time and time again, about Equatorial independence, and we have advocated since we started talking on that matter to our people that we Equatorian people must not, relinquish our identity for the sake of South Sudan, because South Sudan is trying to bury this heritage, this history, this cultural knowledge of our people. And the people who now are opposing us as a nationalist are the Unionists, those who want to believe or assimilate us into the idea that we are South Sudanese. When, if you look at the Upper Nile in particular, the region of Upper Nile, it's a conflict zone, tribal conflicts happening around, tribal anarchy, where there is no stability, where there's no even unity among themselves, no even a cohesive national identity. Only they have this national, they have this tribal identity, where they believe in the identity of their tribe but more than they believe in the identity of the nation that they call themselves part of it. You know, the name South Sudan was given to us by the Sudanese, North Sudanese, when we have joined, when we were forcefully joined by the British Empire to join us to what's uh, so-called Sudan. You know, they joined us to Sudan. When we, before that, we were known as the, you know, the Equatorians of the Ladu Inclif people, and of course, we have many tribes within that area, and that's what you know now define our region. And as a region of Equatoria, we never, you know, forgot our identity. And during the conflicts that happened, or during those colonialist time when colonialists were coming into us, into our lands, trying to oppress us and suppress our people stood firm, unified themselves under the notion that they are, you know, an Equatorians, and they will fight together as one people, one group, you know, of one land. And they have committed themselves since that time, and they outgrew all the things that have challenged them. They outgrew the divisions that was the you know, invaders that were trying to implement in us. They outgrew the challenges of identity crisis that was happening when we became part of Khartoum. They were trying to call us Arab, but we refused to be part of the Arab nation. So it is a conflict, a continuous conflict that our people have been through it. And the one interesting thing that the one ancestors have learned, have taught us, is that during that time they have unified themselves very strongly, to the extent that they have created an identity to themselves, a national identity of unifying themselves as one people. Yes, you might say even they were unionists in the past, but they unified themselves as one group through intermarriages, through, you know, being part of a holy cause, if I could say, a noble cause of unifying themselves against those who are invaders, foreign invaders, and this what have created our people to unite among themselves. So our history as Equatoria, it started very much purely for the unity of all the tribe within the region of Equatoria, and then extended to the nationalism of Equatorians as we know today, the identity that now we carry and we hold it sacred to ourselves. Well, we Equatorian people, we are proud of our calling ourselves Equatorian nation or Equatorian people. And this is the power that gives us the strength, the confidence that we as people of Equatoria, we are able to achieve the things that some people say we cannot achieve. Comparison to the what so-called South Sudan, Upper Nile, and Bahr al-Ghazal, you will wonder what is the national standard. They have no national standard, only the tribal identity that they are holding. And when they hold that tribal, you know, identification, they're telling us that they are not still in the, you know, evolutionary process, or the evolutionary uh, thinking that they have overcome all these tribal conflict that they have been going through for centuries. Our people, through those centuries, when the Westerners and the Ottoman Empire coming into our territory, our people kept a strongly standing on their ground against so-called foreign invaders or the colonialists. While in Upper Nile, the conflict have been clearly divisive among them. They could not withstand together as one group to fight against those foreign invaders, including those of Al Mahdi, where because Al Mahdi also chased a lot of them from the north. So they have lost their real significant as people. So they kept to themselves as tribe, and they never had this maturity. And I'll be honest with you, this is something you have to look at it from even what we see, witnessing and analyzing of what you see as these communities are standing. They are not in that maturity mindset, or I would say evolutionary mindset, not mature, but evolutionary mindset of rising up into becoming a community of one group where they can form unity, and then from there they can base, from that formation of unity they can actually evolve into what they call it nationalist. Because to have a nationalist people, most of us, we, if we look at humanity, it started like, families, tribes, and so on. And then these tribes came together, formed unification among themselves, and then they created this so-called national identity. And this is what helps us as people of Equatoria to know that our ancestors, under the pressure, under the conflict, under the threat from outsiders, our people came together and unified themselves, and then they formed this national identity as what we call ourselves Equatorian today. And even though the name also was given to us by foreigners, we are the Equatorians because the tribe that fell in the equator, but we have loved it and we accepted it for the sake that it unifies us, because it's a name that has no particular group can say why this group have been named that from that group. It's all of us. It unifies us all together. All the 55 tribe plus within Equatoria have came together and became a power of unity. So in that extent, you could see Equatoria really have rose into potential to become an example of a united tribes, and then also a nationalistic. They begin to base their identity into the nationalist identity, which call themselves Equatorian. And this is what is different from what's going on between us and the two regions in the other opposite side, which we are facing and is struggling to even understand when it comes to this so-called false notion of South Sudan, because this South Sudan is a false name, because right now there is nothing in there like can prove that South Sudanese are all under this so-called national identity. They see it as a national identity, because we could see this South Sudan have become a stigma, especially to us as Equatorian, because Equatoria are the one who are now suffering under the oppression of South Sudan. South Sudan as a nation have never given us anything but oppression, occupation, and disaster. And then the tribal mindset that is happening from the two regions are now, begin to affect us, affect us into many ways, politically, socially, militarily, all these things, even to the point that our society now begin to be confused on the understanding that why are we united with such people who are not even willing to unite among themselves within their own region. And this is the question for these states, that, I mean, these regions that are not able to unify themselves among themselves as tribes within that region. You cannot even speak on that word nationalism or even unity, and yet they are extending their voices or their hand to the Equatorian, who have, you know from a long time ago, have evolved from so-called tribe, different tribes, into a community, into a society, into a nation, into a group, who are now very proud to identify themselves as Equatorian. They cannot understand that, they want to tell us that we need to come and unite with them, when they are not even able to bring security and peace within Equatoria. Their mindset is now even challenging some of Equatorians who are naive enough to know their history, because some Equatorians who are calling for unity with these guys are not even able yet to understand or comprehend why we Equatorian became Equatoria today. Instead, they're looking at this so-called South Sudan from the perspective of these so group who are coming from Upper Nile, who are not able yet to unify among themselves and accept that they are the people of Upper Nile. They want us to just now jump up on the picture or the image that says South Sudan, when South Sudan, even if you look at it, the capital city is in Equatoria. But is Equatoria South Sudan? No. Equatoria wasn't a region by itself, was forced to be part of Sudan. And the North Sudanese are the one who forced the name on us to be called South Sudanese. We never even wanted to be part of Sudan. We wanted to separate for centuries ago. But what happened is that because of the conflict and fight and identity also the challenge, because there was a fight even for identity, because these guys wanted to call us Arabs and we are not Arabs. So we had to stand up and fight back and raise our arm against such people. And that's why our people, great leaders and heroes of our elders, some of them have departed, some of them are still alive, rose up and start began to advocate for revolution, for a national revolution, and even they began to support the idea of the pan-african, because if you go back to the pan-african ideology, it's also a nationalistic belief that we all as Africans, we have to hold this identity of African as sacred as it could be, because we are facing a greater threat from the outside empires such as Europe and the Middle East Arab nations, who are anti-Africans and anti-Africanness. And you could see the slavery was the cause of why, you know, the people of Africa begin to have the conscience of their identity uh, come to reality. Like they begin to take it as a serious thing. So it's a conscious at that time. And thank God to people like Nkrumah and others. Of course, there's earlier people before him, like Du Bois from the American, those what do you call civil right move leaders, or and then you got Booker T, and you got also um, what's his name? The guy from Bahamas or Jamaica, sorry, Marcus Garvey, and then Malcolm X. Those are the leaders that you could say you could see the Pan African ideology in them so strongly, especially Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. Those people who are lived in America, and even he connected, he built the bridge between United States of America, the blacks in diaspora, the black people who have been stolen from their land back to America, to Africa, and say we are one people. We have to reunite under the notion that we are African, because we have a continent, we have a land, and we are the people, of on that continent that really, it is, it's an image of who we are as African. So there was a philosophy behind this thing. And our ancestors during the time when they came to with Anyanya and all these group like Sano, they had understood the significance of being an African in that matter, and they saw those so-called Arabs in Khartoum were challenging the groups, the native of the land, by calling them, no, you're going to be an Arab, and you have to also change your religion. That kind of caused a friction. Immediately people began to rise up, especially Equatorian, rose there, took their guns and fought back. But of course, they had to share ideas and thinking. That's what they do, because most revolution, it does not just come up. Yes, revolution is always, it's something when people are no longer going to wait and give any chance for anything to go past them anymore. They said enough is enough. That's what actually revolutionaries are. But in the same time, revolution start also with an idea, with the idea or the notion that we are a free people. We are people of this land. We are people. We have the right and all that. So even like you go back to the French Revolution, you go back to other nations who came up with those understanding of what revolution is, and they really stood up their ground and began to fight for their liberty. So our people stood up and kept that idea that they're pan African, and that was the first time that nationalism, the Southern nationalism was there. But it was not even built on facts, because the people in Upper Nile still did not really believed in it as Equatorian believed in it, and this is why we have an issue up to this moment. Our people naively somehow believe that everybody within the whole three region believe in the same kind of concept, that we are, Africans, and we are, South Sudanese. We are fighting for our liberty. But apparently, you could see a lot of the people in Upper Nile was cooperating or co-working with this group of Upper Nile. I mean, from sorry, North Sudan, into the point even Abali are one of them, and most of them, some of them, they begin to have a friction with Anyanya, which later caused some of them to divide, especially in Sano, not Anyanya exactly, but Sano, because I know there's some people who have known a lot. I'm just giving you a little bit uh, brief. I'm not talking in depth about how did they do that. But there is some leaders we have heard their names before. Those are the leaders who have what we call it, defected from the organization that they were first started as a pan-Africanist. Then they began to work with the Arabs in the side. Even some of them work with Jamal Abdel Nasser. Even Jamal Abdel Nasser claimed to be pan-Africanist. He deceived a lot of African leaders, including Malcolm X, but in reality, Jamal Abdel Nasser was a pan-Arab, not pan-Africanist. He was more pan-Arab, and those are the people who later kind of like infiltrated Pan-Africa in reality. But that's another story we don't want to talk about, because if you look at the Pan-Africa today, it just became it's under challenge. It's really now an extreme challenge. Like, there is no way you could believe that Pan-Africa, the one that those elders had in their own mind, could continue, because they had a real good idea. Even I love the idea of Pan African, but now we could see there is a crack within it. Like, you cannot just assume the Pan African will solve everything. So we have to go back to our origin. And this is now the new era. Our generation today, in the time where we are coming up as a nationalist, for our land, for our territory, our history and culture, we begin to say, okay, I'm an Equatorian nationalist. Like right now, you see some people in Nigeria, like the Yoruba, and these group of uh, uh, I forgot the other area territory in Nigeria, who are also calling secession. If you look at today, African countries, about I don't know how many countries, maybe more than 30 countries within the continent of Africa are demanding separation or demanding independence. And you wonder why? Because if Pan Africa was really a good idea, it would have helped. Yes, but there is something happen in the middle of these notion, because even the thinkers, those who thought about it, those who actually advocated, that were champion of it, later they even didn't see the Pan African dream that they wanted to happen, and they died. Most of them were murdered by the former colonialists. Because at that time there was a strong revolutionary movement going on, all of them embracing the Pan African movement as a way for them to call for independence of their nation. So they never even seen, some of them never seen their country came to independence. Some of them who saw it never even kept or progressed that Pan-African ideology. Instead, they created more obstacles. And that obstacle today we see in African countries, where a lot of these countries now having group or territories are now calling for secession, because even these independence of these countries were given by the blessing of the former colonialists. So now these countries who are now calling out to be independent, these are the new generation who see the oppression within within the countries that claim to be independent. Like example of us, Equatoria. Right now we got our independent, even though we got it peacefully by so-called how we say it, we got it to referendum. And this referendum was a helpful thing for us as people of Equatoria and the whole other two regions, to find some you know understanding that we are now able to govern ourselves. But unfortunately, this governing ourselves never even happened, because at the end we see a bunch of group of thuggish militia, which called themselves SPLM, came and hijacked the power from the people, and start, using our weak leaders. What's that again? What's that? Sorry. Oh yes, yes, yes. You're right. That's actually a good one. Thank you, Didi. And so in that, yeah, we got the closure, but and now the problem is, some of our so-called self-promoted, I would call them self-promoted leaders, who were affiliated actually with SPLM, allowed these things to happen in front of them without even fighting back or raising up the people to go against such atrocities. Because in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, it was groups who are forced themselves within SPLM. If you talk about the three groups like Nuer, Dinka, Shuluk, those are the people who had the power within that time in SPLM. Equatorian were only used as puppets and were collaborators. They were not even argumentative when it comes to the issues that they supposed to raise. Like example, the capital city. They even allowed this capital city to be within Equatoria. Add to it the burial of Jongereng within the capital city of Equatoria. This is not something they supposed to be just accepting it, but they allowed it to happen because they saw their own self-interest, not the interest of the people. And these are the things that caused us today, Equatorian, to suffer. You know, and so adding to it all, what happened? Equatorian went to the extent giving, being patient for the 5 years that started after the referendum, after the CPA, I mean, the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. Then later, when the referendum started, some Equatorians like us start objecting before even the independent happened. Say, you know what, we need to put some questions. We need to put some things because there got to be a guarantee. There got to be some things that we can understand where we are and where we're heading. Some people ignore this message, ignore these warnings, and neglect, and they refuse to hear it. And even there is some people who were publicly speaking louder because they had that time connection with these government of Khartoum, like the late Wani Tombe. He spoke publicly and said that he has very much concern and worry about the future of Equatoria and future of South Sudan under these elements, because these elements are coming there not for building but to destroy. And their words and our word came to reality, even though it was a prediction of, an ominous prediction. We are telling our people because we're seeing it, but some of our people were filled up with ecstasy and joy of happiness. They didn't want to see the future. They kept say, oh, as long as I'm happy that we have now, like you said, the closure. They felt the closure that, oh, now we're going to start new. But unfortunately, they didn't question is starting new how and with what tools we're going to use that. Unfortunately, we just been promised that we have oil. They were telling us we have oil, so let's go in, and we also, will be free. We just have to choose, and then we become a nation. But people did not know the process of being a nation. They let, oh, leave it to those people who call themselves intellectual. And those intellectuals were actually in cahoot with the regime, which is now today, with that militia group who were preparing themselves to come and take over, occupy the government by force against the will of the people, and they did it. So these people didn't even have a national understanding to what are they building. They didn't even give any nationalistic, uh, you know, um, yeah, how I could say, they didn't even give this. Like re-educate the people or give them something to inform them that, hey, we are the people. Instead they just said, now we have the chance to be free. We fought and now we liberated you, so you guys have to come and vote and be a nation. So they start calling about we liberated you from the start, but some South Sudanese didn't listen to it at that time. They closed their ears and they kept quiet and say, oh yeah, now we're gonna be free, we have the oil. Of course the oil was the biggest catch, the catchphrase. We got oil, we can be like Dubai, like Saudi Arabia, like these countries in the Gulf areas. So don't worry, we are better off from being Khartoum, and the Khartoum will be oppressed. So these kind of language put fear on some South Sudanese to even sell their lands, who they have the, like, because some people owned houses in Khartoum by that time. So people were just trying to get rid of their possessions in Khartoum so they can go back to South Sudan. Yet they were going prematurely without any plan on it. And you could see the mess coming later. And we have seen it. We warned the people, but people were blind enough to say no. At least we have a country. I don't care if أنا بنوم في رقوبة ولا أنا بنوم حتى في التراب ساكت. Now today they're crying and regretting. They wish now some of them return back Khartoum. They lost everything. They can't go back home to find their houses because their houses have been given away or taken away because they sold it out immaturely. It doesn't matter how much they get because they believed that they were going to have a security in there, and that was the cause of this thing. So there was no any message of like telling the people what is the necessary things for us as the citizens to do. So this notion of South Sudan was just a name, but there was no any ground, like you could call like something in the ground base where it can hold that idea that we are South Sudanese. And this thing later turned to a nightmare. It was a dream. It was a beautiful dream at the beginning for some people, but already to us it was a nightmare because we've seen what is going to happen. As long as SPLM is going to take over this country, we are going to hell. And now we are seeing it reality. It's a hell in the making. What happened is that SPLM never even taught the people when they were fighting in the bush. They never even fought for unifying the people, nor even for building a nationalist ideology within the people. The only thing they were building is they are establishing the tribal hegemony that they have now taken. They were building this form, they were forming this group that will take over and oppress the others. And then they also said, we're going to share with the strongest or the second largest group or the second or the third majority group. But the Equatorian, because they are not showing any initiative from their side, especially from our leaders, so-called leaders, I call them self-promoted leaders. They never shown any initiative to act and speak in behalf of Equatorial. Instead, they were just more of spectators and participants, but never been part of decision making, even when they had the chance to make themselves as powerful as other group they did. And these two group really took over, but the head of it was the Dinka, of course. And of course, in that time, that's when all things came to end. 2013, we could see the intention, the objective of this organization called SPLM, and what it created. It create a monster in the making, and of course, by the support and blessing of other former colonialists, helping them, it kind of like destroyed everything that we Equatorian people have assumed or hoped to see. So Equatoria today is in real conundrum because of this so-called uh, they're tying us with something that does not exist, which is called South Sudan. The only thing that we know, it's a name, but in the ground there is nothing called South Sudan, because even the groups within the ground, they don't believe in South Sudan, they believe in their tribes. And that's why I said this tribalistic mindset cannot build a national identity within the country. Well, forget that. For us Equatorian, we have an identity. We always had an identity before even we became part of Sudan, compared to those two regions who never had an identity, only their tribal identity. So I'm surprised when I see some of our brothers, and this is the question here, when I see some of our brothers in particular, and some of our sisters also, unfortunately, who believe in the unity and call themselves, let me just read it because this is the second part of it. Uh, and I put A and B. So the second of them, they said they are unionist. And those unionists, they want to unify under the notion that they are South Sudanese. They're unifying under this false notion that SPLA have created, that we are South Sudanese, we are free. Even the way how when they came into Sudan, South Sudan, they used to call themselves Sudan Liberation Army, SPLM, Sudan People Liberation Movement. Now today, after many critique, and some people critique them, especially in the after the fight of 2013, the conflict, the tribal conflict 2013. Then they changed it later. It took them time. Then they said the SSPDF, which is South Sudan People Defense Force, which is really ironic. But still, SPLM is the same name, Sudan People Liberation Movement. And it's confusing for others who are not South Sudan, who are not from Africa, in particular on that region of the Sudan and the so-called today known South Sudan, to understand, to see the difference, because there is people there in Khartoum also called SPLM, which is those of the people from the Nuba Mountain who also associate, they participated in with SPLM in the past to fight against the regime of Khartoum. Excuse me. So anyway, sorry guys. So with all these things known, SPLM have built up an idea, but it has no ground. Where Equatoria existed as a national identity for us for years. And when we hear our brothers who are calling for unity with South Sudan, they are not helping to strengthen Equatorian identity. Instead, they are what you call assimilating. They are almost, I will not even say assimilate, they are like fracturing that sacred identity that we have. by forcing themselves within the so-called Sudan, South Sudan. When we are said, like I said earlier, South Sudan itself is not there because when you look at the two regions, there is a conflict within themselves. Everybody within that two regions, especially in Upper Nile, they identify themselves within their tribal, identity, not based on the national, what we call it, al qawmiya, the national qawmiya, the national, understanding to what is a nation supposed to be and people of a nation. For us, we are nations, and we are a collective of nations that we are proud to even embrace the idea, the identity of Equatoria. And this thing have been built not by us, the generation of today, because if it was built by us, I don't think we will have a unionist among us. It was built by our ancestors who are wise enough to see it and to see the future beyond others who are now calling themselves intellectual academics cannot even see the danger when they are assimilating Equatoria into the so-called union with people who are not even able to comprehend the idea of nationalism. The only thing they have is the idea of tribe within themselves. Some people calling themselves nations as tribes. But for us, Equatoria, we don't know where we are. We have all the tribe. We can even call ourselves nation, but we don't see that mindset because our ancestors have seen the greatness with the unity of Equatorian tribes within that region they are. Because when we faced the enemy, we did not face them as one tribe. We faced them as collective of tribe against all these foreign invaders who came with their empire, with their power. Because even England is collective of tribes. You look at other countries in Europe, the same thing. Any nation, when they started, like I said, it started collective of tribe and they build themselves. But for this thing to happen, it have to be a wise tribes or a wise leaders within the tribes or wise tribes in itself to recognize that they are a group. They cannot, like one hand cannot clap by itself. Two hands have to clap, right? So these are the people who are wise, and this what our ancestors have noticed. Ancestors kept that idea, and they didn't even go to universities like us today, but they went to the understanding that hey, we are in danger right now. As a tribe fighting by itself, you're not going to survive. We have to stand together. And this message, I give it to my people. I say to my people of Greater Equatoria today, as we're facing this danger of assimilation by these nomadic tribes who are trying to destroy us, we need to look back to how our ancestors diffused and protected themselves, diffused the enemy tactic and attack, and also, like protected themselves to the extent they built a new visionary thing that nobody else from the other tribe within Upper Nile or Bahar Ghazal ever thought of it. And that was the idea that we are one people. And that brought them the understanding that as a people, we can go forward. But as individual, you will always lose in the front. So this brought them to recognize as Equatoria, we are able to do it and kept us up to this moment. Today, we see some of our naive brothers and sisters who are willing to let this thing go for the sake of people who are not willing to welcome the idea of united as group. They talk about unity, but there is no ground to it based build on it because these guys are looking only for power as a dominating tribe, and this is the mindset they have been going through for centuries because this is not just happened in SPLM. It happened a long time ago. And you could see the evidence to it is the conflict they have been building among themselves, or this conflict, continuous conflict reoccurring every time there is a small situation happen, then they get back into a fight. And this is the causes that these people are not willing to come together and even understand that we have to overcome this. Well, this is their issues. But for you, Equatorian, who are calling for unity, you are only wasting your time by forcing your idea of unity with people who never understood or recognized unity before, or never even had the understanding of it. They never even experienced it. First of all, to understand unity, when they were together in the SPLM, you know, even before that, Anyanya, what happened? They still defected from Anyanya and they went their path, their different way, and they started establishing their own militia groups. But it wasn't severe as what happened in SPLM time, because during SPLM there was a consequence to every group creating their own militia. John Garang was always targeting those kind of group and take them out, and that kind of caused even a bigger gap or bigger grudge where began to, and that's what we see 2013 Dinka was saying they killed us in 2000, in 1994, 92, whatever. So those are the things that John Garang have used because he's not wise enough to see that his action will create a consequence. You know, for most of those people in SPLM were not wise enough to be honest because they allowed it to grow bigger, and they never thought of it that this thing will come back to hunt them. Today it's hunting them because this conflict that they have expanded within the bush during those 22 years, and they continue fighting. Yeah, if you look at the fight of SPLM, it was mostly internal fight more than fighting outside with the against the Arab remnant of Khartoum, if you call it like that, because the people in Khartoum at that time were were fighting us as we are called. They gave us a lot of nickname. We are Khawariq, Ehna Kuffar, all these things, and we are enemies of the nation, and Mahim, all these things are like cause people in South Sudan to have this pain that they will never be part of Sudan, and it was justified. But regardless to that, it was justified for us to separate. But regardless to the separation, one thing must be noted here that during those time, the SPLA never helped to unify the people of South Sudan. It only divided them to the extent it encouraged the division even to go bigger. But the only thing that unified them, it was like, like today, right now, you could see even those, if in the regime or the opposition, they will sit down, even though there is some internal thing they don't want to discuss seriously. They will keep avoiding it, they will keep putting it in the side, saying let's not talk about it, because if we talk about it, it will not bring us, we will get back to square one or square zero. So it's better for us to kind of like let it go. Let's first kick Riek Machar or Salva Kiir out, and then we will talk about it, and then we will take. That's how the same thing you could see the language, because they are not willing to correct it. They are not willing to commit to the correction of these things. They prefer that let's just focus on something that we see important, and they forget that the most important is the one that they ignore, the issue that they are divided among themselves, the issue that as those people in the tribes of Upper Nile are not able to come together. None of them in the regime or the opposition can bring a solution because they don't have anything, because they are the students of SPLM, they are the students of Jongarang, and they have been participants of this chaos. And what they want now is just because somebody have prevented them from power. Now they're looking for a solution, for a way to get in, if they take him out, and then they will blame all the thing on him. Yes, he is the blame, but he's not one. He's not the only blame. All of them to be blamed. I cannot blame him alone. All of them are responsible, held responsible for the crimes and the things they've done against the people, in particular Equatorian. As an Equatorian, I see it clearly. And that's why it comes here to my shock and to my disbelief. Even sometimes I wonder what's going on with some of our Equatorian self-promoted leaders. Is that why can't you not stand up for Equatoria? When it comes to your people, destiny, future, and the existence of Equatoria is under threat. And that's not a question about, you could see the threat. Don't talk to me Dinkabor, and the cows, as some people are now singing the cow song as if the cow is the issue. I wish it was the cow issue that we could be solved by another shepherd. If there was a shepherd, wise shepherd, to come in and say, let's fix this issue that cows. But that's not about cows. That's bigger than the cows. This is an issue about domination. Another tribe never learned that with all the struggles, with all the people who participated within the SPLM, even though some of them knew the SPLM was a defunct, was a dysfunctional, corrupt, messed up organization, yet they said there is no other choice. It's the same thing like some people are saying, oh, ما في طريقة تانية ندخل نكون واحنا جنوبيين نكوب كير كل شيء بيتحل. No, these are the foolish mistakes that you cannot repeat it again and again and expect a different result. These things have been done the same, and this is the moment where you need to question such leaders and such people who come up and cannot even come with a great a perfect solution. The perfect solution right now, everybody have to go back to their territories and restart, even if they can come together, or they cannot, let them start there. But for us, Equatoria, we have something already been established for us by our ancestors. Why are we now losing it for the sake of these people who are not able to learn from their mistakes? were not able willing to come up and find a way to correct them. They want us to be under the so-called the idea that we are South Sudanese. Yet just let's forget about the issues. Let's ركز واحد زول هو أو مشكلة. And then if we talk about Dinka, all Dinka say no, no, don't call that, you generalizing. Let's talk about specific Dinka. Then okay, you talk about this, and then you see this thing is getting bigger, because right now the whole community. Salva Kiir is not the one who's taking the cattle in the street. These are his people are coming there, killing, terrorizing, threatening, and using those cattle. But let's not even talk about the cattle, as it becomes so really it just it's just really disgraceful to even bring cattle when we know the issue is not the cattle. The issue is the people behind the cattle who are coming there for a purpose of terrorizing and displacing our people. This is the tactic that regime is using, because they see some of our Equatorians who are speaking out are so scared to put the clear message that this is the enemy, who's the enemy, and who's if we can say who's the offender. That's the best time I can put who's the offender in this thing, because there is an offender and there is the offended person, like who been offended against. We are the one who have been offended against, and these are the offenders, and these offenders are community. They're not one particular person as some people are presumed to be. And this is the saddest thing. And you could see a lot of people will come up and talk about cattle, 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 and it really belittles even your case and your name. And then you could see those unionists are confused with the word. We have to be South Sudanese. We have to unite, but we know these people need to respect. You cannot back someone to unite when he doesn't want to unite with you. You need to learn this. You need to have a manhood. Like, you need to man up as a man, as a woman. When somebody don't want to be part of you, why you're forcing yourself to be part of it? You have everything in your house. It's still you want, let's unite. If he doesn't, you don't think he understand unity? Yes, they don't have unity among themselves. Why are you forcing them to unite with you when they're not even uniting them with themselves? Let them start uniting first over there. We need to focus on our home. This is where we establish. This is the wise person will do, not an immature person who's so scared, cannot speak logic, but when they come up, they speak like almost a clown talking, which says, "Oh, we have to unite with the other group." What group? These group are not even united among themselves. Let them figure out unity first. We have decided as a nationalist Equatorian that for our survival, for our identity, history, and the land we own as Equatorian people, we have to call for our self-autonomy. Self-autonomy by mean we have to self-rule our own self. These people are not able to rule, nor you can able to rule with them. These people have no chance to even rule, because every one of them is looking at that seat as their own group will rule over the others. They are fighting in their among themselves right now. If you look at their territory, not for the sake of land like some of them claim, they're fighting for territorial, for what you call, um, you know, I forgot the word. Um, Man, I forgot the word somehow. But anyway, they are folk fighting for their own, not exactly like the land, but for the territorial authority, like for dominance, for dominance mostly. Yes, for the dominance. They're fighting for dominance, and this dominance ideology that they have is been built on them. Like, they see each other as competitors, as arch enemies. They would never look at even though they get into marriages, they have a this what you call, um treaties. If you look at the treaties, because treaties, when you make treaty with someone, it does not mean you're actually in peace. Treaty is only just something that you do it based on on laws that you agree that these things will work together upon it, but there is nothing else can connect us. So these treaties can be broken anytime, and that's why you see them. They never respect anything called, you know, like the neighborhood, brotherhood, and all these. Because if you're brothers, or if you see yourself as one people, you will never look at yourself. You never bring yourself into treaties, and you never fight each other violently to the extent you have to chase a whole tribe from a region, or you have to massacre people just for one thing that happened, and then you bring a whole history of the tribe, and they say, okay, let's eliminate this tribe. And this is what happened with with what's happening in Upper Nile, and and to prove to it, when they took power, that's what the SPLM Dinka regime done it on the people of Nuer in 2013. And not only that, they also done it on Equatorian based on their revenge about Kokora. And they still continue doing it. And they said, we're going to dominate, take your land and occupy it. And it's happening. What is questioning the question here, the biggest question, what about Equatorian? What are you doing, guys? What are you doing? Why are you letting yourself to be, uh, you know, fragmented to the extent like being broken into pieces where you cannot even stand for yourself. Some people are looking for this unity when it's not even there, it's not real, it has no any ground, no base, and yet they want to hold on an air, a cloud. Can you hold the cloud? I dare anyone to say and tell me I just touched the cloud and I brought it with my hand to the ground. You can never touch a cloud. This is how you're talking to the people in Upper Nile and some part of Bahar Gaza, because you can never bring that unity from them. You say I'm gonna touch and bring the unity with them. It's impossible. So for us nationalists, it's very clear. We stand for our land, our people, our history, our culture. We Equatorian nationalists is very clear. There is nothing you need to define about it. It's just clear. But the one thing I'm surprised was some of our Equatorian want to say, I'm a South Sudanese nationalist. First of all, like I said, there is no even a real cohesive, like I'll say, um, clear or comprehensive, like kind of like clear, um, like what they call clear, like something in the ground that can build this nationalism, because the word South Sudan was there but has nothing in the ground. Because when we see Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, we see Equatorial, there's a lot of differences. Very big difference, huge one. The Equatorian held themselves as Equatorian, and this is our nationality. Upper Nile, they put their nationality based on their tribe. The same thing, part of Bahar Ghazal. So how could you bring these groups together when already the SPLM and the founder of SPLM could not even bring them. Instead, the founder of the SPLM caused even more gap, more division among the people within the South Sudan. So you could see this thing is not there. It will never be there. So when you hear these people who calling themselves nationalists, the South Sudanese nationalists, I wonder, are they really understand where we are and what's our position as Equatorian? You are an Equatorian. You're supposed to say, I am an Equatorian nationalist within a country that is not even has any like clear, a clear, uh, like you could say, clear ground for nationalism, because this nationalism is just a false thing, because right now one group is dominating the rest. Dinka are the one who dominate the whole country. The second one is Nuer, who sharing, but it's not even in that extent. But Dinka are the one who dominate everything from the top to the bottom. They're the one who actually decide for the people of South Sudan. So how could you say you're a South Sudanese nationalist? This is I could hear from a Dinka would say that because he's dominating. It's almost like you're telling to American people who live in America, Australia. You come into a native person land and say, I'm an Australian nationalist. I believe in Australia. I'm a national. And then what about the native? What will he call himself if you're the one who are nationalists? So just put that opposite to us as Equatorian. You are telling yourself you're Equatorian. You are a South Sudanese nationalist. So I mean, you're actually yourself down to say, okay, I'm accepting to be assimilated under this so-called South Sudan for the sake of South Sudan, nationalism. But what is it? It's going to be for one group, like you see today in Europe. I mean, not Europe, but in America and Australia, is one group who's taking over. The native have been wiped out. They have been assimilated to this so-called America or Australia or those native land in South America, where the native are no longer have any say, any word. Their identity is being wiped out. And this is what we fear as Equatorian nationalists, who believe that our identity must be protected and saved. And like I said, we are more similar to what happened to the Irish between Britain and Ireland, when Britain have divided even some of the Irish, and then that's what caused even Irish to fight each other and fight the British, where the Irish who are nationalists call themselves Republic, and we are the same in that kind of category. But we will talk about it later next time. We will get into the history of Ireland and put the similarity with Equatorial, because Ireland has so many similarities, so close to what Equatorial is going through. These nationalists of Ireland has stood their ground, and finally they got their way when they were not willing to let go their history, their culture, their land. And this is exactly what we're fighting for as Equatorian nationalists. We're fighting. Hopefully, guys, you're listening. Uh oh. Sorry, guys. Sorry, sorry. Oh yeah. Because my network just disappeared for a minute. So yeah, so the Irish people have stood their ground and fought for their land, and there's a lot of sacrifices have been done for this thing. Those who've been assimilated by Britain, they've been joined even the Protestant. There was people called the Norm. Those are the tribes was known at that time when Christianity came into the area. And then you got the Gaelians, the Gael or the Gaelans, the Gaelic. That's what the people from also the Irish, those who accepted Catholic denomination. So if you look at the Catholic denomination, most of the Irish who stood was the idea they want to be a republic, a nation of their own, away from the king, away from England. They really have fought hard because they first they stood together like they were against the idea of being under the king and queen of England. But later, some of them were assimilated to believe that we are one people. Let's unite. Forget about being a nation of ourselves. And this is what is similar to us today. We Equatorian nationalists calling for our independence, and we say we it's our time. We have already have a history to prove that we were not even part of this country called Sudan. Why are we joining them? Even those tribes in Upper Nile, they were chased away from north. They need to go back and reclaim their land or figure out how to live among themselves as a tribe within Upper Nile. But let them not come and assimilate and disturb Equatorial unity for the sake of false so-called South Sudan, because this South Sudan does not exist anymore. With all these issues that these guys in Upper Nile are not willing and are not able to talk about and fix it, do not speak to us about unity, nor we will accept the idea of unity even from our brothers of Equatoria to join part of Sudan, because we have already been crossed. We have crossed the line. Like there is a crossroad now. There is a very big gap. This big gap have been the way we got abused by Upper Nilers, especially Dinka, who came in and began to take our land, even desecrating our ancestral land to the grave of our ancestors. And this by any definition, that means these guys have crossed the line. They have raped already, they have murdered, they have even raped women, they raped men, I mean, they rape men, they rape women, they rape children, they have never left anything. Taking lands from us by force, killing, murdering day and night. Then add to it now they're desecrating our ancestral land, which is they're desecrating it by even removing the grave of our ancestors who have been buried there for thousands of years or hundreds of years. And yet these people have no respect to them. And you who call yourself unionists, you don't have shame, you don't have no dignity to stand up and say enough is enough. When revolution comes up, revolution does not compromise. Revolution stand against compromisation. Revolution says no compromise for my right, for my dignity. And this is what it matters. For us greater Equatorians, we have an objective. Equatorian must defend itself for the sake of Equatoria. Like I said, when we talk here, we're not here for the sake of talking, but we're here to tell you that we Equatorians need to wake up. Let's not be this naive. Let's not just always run around with the crowd because people say we have to go and run with them. Let's believe in our identity. Let's hold it and embrace it. Let's respect ourselves by listening to what important to us, what makes us, what give us dignity. Do you think your dignity will come from South Sudan when South Sudan does not didn't give you dignity from the day one when you voted for referendum, voted and got referendum? Did you ever see respect done to you any respect? Did they ever give you respect? Instead, you could see yourself being chased away from your home, abused to the core, even to the grave of your ancestors being abused. And even up to this moment, politically, you don't even have any power. You don't even have any voice. So how could you say you want to unite with people who are cutthroats in politics, groups who are fighting for power? These groups are not fighting for like sacred thing like what we fight for. We're fighting for our land, identity of ours, and our history. These people are not fighting even for the history because they even forgot. They ignored even their history where they came from. They don't even want to look back into Khartoum. They want to build themselves in the area that they felt okay. Now we got a chance because they see our people naive enough to give them open hand welcome. It's time to put a welcome to an end, and let's start by building a a gate protecting ourselves, like the Trojan, how they built a gate where nobody could ever penetrate them until the Trojan stupidly or foolishly went and opened the gate for the sake of a horse, wooden horse that does not make any, is not even significant, but they let the wooden horse to come in, and that wooden horse turned to be a disaster. Later, they were massacred, and the door was open, and everything was destroyed. So let us not allow this wooden horse, the so-called unity, to be brought into us by the sake of being okay with it. Let's come together. We are brothers. No, if we were brothers, they would not kill us. They will not abuse our sisters or our mothers, our ancestors, even the grave to our ancestors that have been buried there, if they were our brothers. So how could a brother do that? So you, a foolish man who call yourself, I'm sorry to say, believing in the unity. If this is the way how it is, I say you are a fool, because only a fool will accept to be abused. Only a masochist will accept to be abused. Only a psychotic person who have no any knowledge of himself will accept to be abused. No man in this earth since the time of creation will ever accept somebody to abuse them. They will revolt. Even a donkey, you beat him too much, he will revolt against you. Even there is a history about it in the Bible when this, I forgot, there is one guy who was a prophet or something, went during the time of the Israelites when in the desert, and this donkey was being beaten up. So and the donkey don't want to go because he saw something, but the guy didn't see it, and he was so pissed off. He beat him to the point where even like the donkey fell down, and then the angel of God just let the donkey speak. So the donkey said, "Why are you beating me? I've been serving you all these years." And the guy was shocked. He said, "Are you talking to me?" He's like, "Yes, I'm talking to you. You don't see what I'm seeing?" It's like, "No." And it's like, "Just see it," because he saw a giant man standing. It was the angel of God say, "Do not go that way. If you go there, I will strike you dead." So even the donkey feared, he know what it is, and he was loyal. It's like, listen, but imagine if donkey could feel pain and say, "No, I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to be, getting to that extent." So you gotta understand this. These creatures also, if they can feel that and they can rebel against their leaders or their whoever they want, that mean we Equatorian, when we see suffering, we need to stand up and speak for our right. Let us not follow people just because people say, "Let's do it." If people are pushing you to do it, stop. Stand and look to yourself. Look at your land. Look at your home. Look at your country. What country is that you will not even have a place to breathe, to live, to be a human being? We are fighting for our humanity, for our land, for our dignity. We're not fighting for power. We're not fighting for dominating others. But those who have no respect to us, they have abused us when we welcome them kindly, when we welcome them with the love and kindness. We thought they understand. We thought will forget all the past, because this war that have caused division and confusion. Now it's time for a new chapter. Like Didi mentioned earlier, I forgot the word. Didi, you mentioned something. What did you call it? Re- re- Closure. Closure. Yes. We have a closure now. Exactly. No compensation on the murdered, the people who have been killed, the abused, and all these things. And yet some people are still willingly want to be naive to sell us out cheap for something that does not exist. So I'll stop here for now. But I want to mention something that, there is one thing you have to understand. We, the Equatorian nationalists, we can generally call ourselves nationalists. But when those people who call themselves nationalists, South Sudanese nationalists, I wonder if they really understand what is nationalism. Because, like I said, nationalism have to have a base. We Equatorian, our people, our ancestors, thanks to them, not this generation, thanks to them, those ancestors who fought against the Ottomans, against the British, against the Germans, and the Belgians, they're the one who actually built this spirit and mindset of who we are as people. They unified themselves. They stood together. They made this as a vow and a prayer that they would never, you know, let each other go. They would stand together as people of Greater Equatoria. Why are we now letting it go cheaply to be assimilated into something that does not exist, which is called South Sudan? If you are really the son of that land, I mean, not the son of the land, but I'm saying if you are really known as the South Sudanese, if that South Sudan exists, it would have been in the base. It would start with Upper Nilos first. It would start with the people in some part of Bahar Ghazal where you could see the unity among themselves. But you don't see unity, you see conflict daily. conflict every time, and then you wonder why South Sudan is not stable. Well, for us, we don't ask to be part of it anymore. We have crossed a path that now we cannot return back to it, like we have crossed from Khartoum. Yes, some of us born in Khartoum, even centuries, our people lived and died in Khartoum. But now people have forgotten Khartoum. Now we are in the desert because South Sudan is still a desert. We are like those people of Israel when they got out of Egypt and they went to the desert. Yep, Equatorian. Let's come to our promised land. Our promised land is Equatoria. That's all it matters to us. Let's not look at we want to live in the desert. What are you gonna benefit from the desert? You're getting killed. You're getting abused. So please wake up, have a conscience, and be a nationalist Equatorian for the sake of great Equatoria, because our future it starts with us. When we build ourselves, then we can help others. We cannot help others when we are not even able to help ourselves. Establish your home, build yourself, establish the foundation that has been broken, reestablish it so people cannot abuse us again, so we can be stronger and better than before. And then we can help those who need our help, but we will never be part of this so-called Sudan again or South Sudan because Equatoria have crossed the road. We have gone to that extent. It's like when Israel have crossed the river, the sea of Red Sea. Did they ever get back again? They returned back to Egypt? No, they never. Even with the chaos they went forward. Now Equatorial need to go forward, not to stick themselves with so-called South Sudan. There is nothing happening. And like I said, this guy been buried there without the consent of Equatorians. Even this regime came to power without our consent. It was just by some individuals who manipulated the people by making the people believe that this is a government and this is a people, and even they were lying to us that we voted for them. We did not vote for them. So I'll stop here and I'll say, let's hear from the rest. And I say, nationalism is the Equatorian nationalists. Those unionists, they need to keep themselves saying unionists better than calling themselves. لأنه ما في حاجة اسمه هنا لأنه قاعد نشوف كتير من sometimes they confuse that word and they will say, oh, we are South Sudanese nationalists. No, because we are the one who defining ourselves as Equatorian nationalists. Now they want to define themselves. يعني حاجات بغبغاء ده ما بينفع. Let them stop this using those copy words because you are the one who named us separatists. But what we said, we are separating from this so-called chaos. We don't want to be part of it. But in reality, we are Equatorian nationalists because we believe in the identity of Equatoria. We believe in the land of Equatoria. We believe in the creation of the state of Equatoria, the nation of Equatoria. We believe the return of the people of Equatoria and the owners of the Equatorian land must return back and form their own future and their own culture and their own history. Again, so you cannot come and tell me if you are nationalist. What are you doing? What is your if I say ideology بتاعكم when you don't even have, because among yourself you're not even united politically, you're not united, uh, culturally you're not united, you're there fighting each other, divided to the core. But Equatoria have everything that is in the ground was established by our ancestors, and we need to keep it and hold it and even progress it by uniting ourselves into the idea of Equatorial nationalism. And this is what we are standing for, because we are calling for a republic of Greater Equatoria, and which will be it can happen as long as we are persistent. And yes, we are persistent. But for the rest who are holding, they're living in the delusional uh, time of calling themselves South Sudanese. They need to wake up and see the reality. Let them wake up and smell the coffee, because reality says Equatoria is alone. We Equatoria need to find for ourselves. Let's not نكتر حديث في حاجات اللي ما بيدينا اي فايده، ان احنا نركز على كيف نقدر نستابلش Equatorial nation. This is what I will stop هنا. وانا بشكرك ديدي. Mr. CJ, welcome. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, can CJ go ahead? Because I'm a little bit in the middle of things.
Yes. Okay. Welcome, Mr. CJ. Are you there? Unmute yourself. And welcome to those who are here. Um. Okay, CJ. Let me play music just for a minute until CJ's getting ready. Play this We Equatorian, because I think this thing. I always want to remind our Equatorial people who we are, so that way you can remember. It's 3 minutes until you get ready, Mr. CJ. Please go ahead, tell me. Hopefully we're not gonna stay longer because at least we put our thoughts in it and then we call it a day. Anyway, I appreciate those who join us, and I hope in this message I particularly want to say this to our people of Greater Equatoria. Well, our purpose here, we talk to you guys. I know for some people they don't like us. It's all good, and I'll be honest because I've seen the hate that comes from some, which is really sad because we never hate them, but they hate, and that's good because it's better you see the true color now than later. Those who hate, I want to warn them. There'll be a day. Just be careful that day when it comes. When you will be in a regretful moment, you will wonder why you hated that person for no reason. And that's what I will give my message to these people. But if you have a heart for your people and you say you love your people that's suffering, no matter how you don't like what I say to you, you will not hate me for it. Because what I'm telling you the bitter truth. For some, they don't understand that bitter truth. They think it's an insult or hatred or something, and they will come and create a false accusation and all these propaganda. But to what end? I'm asking them, to what end you will get there with it? Because all these things you do, it only gonna cause your demise at the end. You're the one who's going to suffer for it, not me. For me, I believe in my people of Greater Equatoria, that I weep for them when I see their suffering. I don't pretend that I stand out, oh, I want to share their picture out there and show, oh, my people have been killed every time and we want to go and talk about the dead people. I want to rescue the people because to honor the dead people, we have to rescue the living. To honor the dead people, you have to rescue the living. And this is what we're doing. We want to rescue the living. Because there's some people who have no chance. The only chance is when we do the right thing to save them so they cannot be victim to the death. Cannot be victim to the death. So I will play your music for a minute and then and I hope you guys, haters, whoever you want to, I'll call you that way until you prove me wrong. Stop your hate because it's not going to help you. Our people are dying. If you really love your people, if you say you love Equatoria, then you don't hate your Equatorian brother when they rebuke you. You welcome it like a grain of salt for the purpose of re-educating yourself, waking up from this nonsense that you're putting yourself in. We're not running after position like some. And I'll be honest, because we see some people want position. Some people, they're looking for prestige and acknowledgement. But for us, we're talking this message to our people freely. Freely. Do you know in these countries, the way we live, if you give information like that or you talk something like that, you get paid for it? But we don't get paid for it. We do it out of love for you and all those who suffer. We want to wake our people up for the sake of freedom. Our freedom cannot come out just by being ignorant, by being, moved left and right like almost like a pawn or like a sheep, like a goat. No, you have to be a man with dignity, a woman with dignity, and knowing what's your right and what's, because we made the mistake that we did in the past is that people just they were moved around by false notion that, oh, we are free people, we are South Sudanese. What brought us now? Destruction. Equatoria are suffering. Equatoria land has been occupied. Lands of Equatoria has been sold out even to foreign countries. So it's very dangerous and unacceptable. So I'll stop here. I'll play music, and then when Mr. CJ is ready, we will come back to you guys. I'll play the music.
Oh na 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 na, na na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani, anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. sawa anena ikotori beled wahid anena ikotori anena nina ikotori. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anena ikotori, keresia sama kesi manena, yeah. We strong, we stand together, yeah. Kanina guluwahi, ikotori ya birapa. Yapilwa pijama, asan pelet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us igba na bule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina ikotori nasawa, anina ikotori pelet wahid, anina ikotori anena, nina ikotori. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, anina ikotori. Kelene na hibo nefusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja delino, hasan belet na biraba, arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina ikotori nasawa, anina ikotori beled wahid, anina ikotori anena, nina ikotori.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my prayer fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, kodi kabalanda bari, kakuwa kini kukuku, lambo lumoya, asante tokosa mundo, nyambara moro de mali, mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makojudo, lubara bunga ya lobe, lodo tokosa,
mundo,
nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, anena wahe.
Guys, first of all, again, I want to welcome you guys and greeting to you. Mr. CJ, I know you might be busy and needy, but I want to just say to you, thank you guys for joining us. I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to stay longer here because this is a just we want to bring this thing. I felt like it's it compelled me like to bring it up and talk about it because nationalism, and I'm very much I have believe in and I love my people of Greater Equatoria that I'm a nationalist. I call myself a nationalist, you know, and I identify myself as a nationalist, as if you want to the correct term. My identity is Equatoria. My people is Equatoria. My history is Equatoria. My culture is Equatoria, and we will make sure it comes to fruition. I know there is a lot of challenges we face as Equatorian today because we have seen some confused people coming out running wild everywhere, doing some things that is not really helpful to us as Equatorial. If you could see, you know what I mean by that. Some of the wise people understand what I mean, because I feel like they're trying to distract Equatorian from the most important things. When we talk about Equatoria, we talk about the land and the people and the history that we have and the culture we share. We're not talking about some things that has no any importance because I've seen some Equatorians are wasting them time or running around circles or running around their tail, or beating around dead bush where there is no anything that helped them out because I could see right now Equatorians are in a critical condition, critical situation with the threats that is happening from this tribal regime and also from the other group from Upper Nile when you see I would say from the other group on Upper Nile, when it comes to Equatoria defending themselves or speaking about themselves or defining themselves, they don't want to hear that. They want you to be silent, not speaking on Equatoria. They want you to speak something that has no any significance. Because the more you talk about Equatoria, you downgrade their issue, you downgrade them in the way how they're chaotic they are, and you put them into the position where they're supposed to be, and then you become a challenge. So they prefer you to be silent, and then they threaten some people to the extent they will give them this notion or this idea that you guys cannot separate. You are South Sudanese. We are one people. Even come up with so many things, propaganda, games, so to confuse Equatorian not to fight for themselves. And this is the dangerous thing here. And when we talk about these issues of Equatoria, we're not talking for the sake of like we have to, talk about a political party or talk about a specific tribe or specific state as some some of our some of these confused little kids, I'll call them, because their brain is not even matched with a child. I'll be honest, because when you hear them talk, sometimes you wonder what are they thinking. And then you could see some of the so-called intellectual embracing such people, such element, giving them boost to the point you wonder, are they really in the right? Because why are you encouraging such wrong, such mess, such confusion to the point where Equatorians are losing their ground? We are under threat from the outside enemies, from both sides. All our nemesis or all our enemies are against us. They want to make sure that Equatoria must not rise up or speak about themselves. You know, when we start speaking on Equatorians issues, with all humility, we say we spoke because we love our people. Didi and I and those who spoke, many heroes, I call them. We spoke bluntly and clear. And I know we have faced many challenges. Some people began to be against us. Some of them were inciting, lies about us, putting things and it's really sad because and I was wondering, is these people are Equatorian really? Even I question, are they Equatorians? Because what kind of Equatorian will do that to their brother? Compared to those people in Upper Nile, even though they are tribalist minded, but when it comes to their brother speaking or their sister speaking, you will see the biggest support, the biggest strength, and when especially they speak something for their own interest. For us, when we speak, we have faced many challenges, to be honest with you. And it's a great honor for us to face a challenge because if it wasn't truth, we would never have been facing these challenges. Because if it was a lie, it will be so out there. Nobody, will challenge it. And this is the truth because always the truth when it comes to people. A lot of people reject it from history at the time. But one thing that keeps us in faith and in strength is that we know we have people down there believe in us and we believe in them and we will do whatever it takes with our will and power to make it happen. We confidently know that Equatoria have all the potential. With all these challenges we face, with all these hate, attack, and that it just shows me that really Equatorial need to wake up as soon as possible, especially those Ecuadorian diaspora, those who have the power and the ability to do something right. We are calling them, and again, I plead thee to stand with the right, to stand for just, speak for your people with heart. You know, do you hear me? Hello. Okay, Didi, do you hear me? Sorry, I see my signal.
Yeah, yeah.
So I will okay because I hope yeah. So what I want to say is this: that my people of Equatoria, it's up to you. I give you the message. You do the right thing. We asked you last time, come and work with us if you're willing. But if you don't feel like you want to work with us, there's a lot of people who speak about Equatoria. If you think they are right, go for them and work with them. Let's make an action. Let's make it happen. Let's change the dynamic. Let's change the history. Let's make everything correct. Our people are dying. Our people are displaced. Isn't that enough for us to convince us that we need to fight for our people? What we need else? Just to talk day and night for 7, 10 hours, 12 hours, you know, talking sometimes even things that has no any significance. Today, when I brought this up, I want you to know that why we define ourselves as Equatorial nationalists and why we want to correct those people who call themselves South Sudanese nationalists, because there is nothing called South Sudanese nationalists. They are unionists. They want to force us to be part of unity, false unity that they don't exist. Before nationalism to build, there have to be unity. There is no unity. Like I said, Equatorian, when before even the definition of Equatoria came to existence, our people united themselves during the conflict. It was the hardest time in their life when the ancestors كانوا قعدوا يعني يواجهوا المستعمرين منهم من العثمانيين إلى البلجيكيين والبريطانيين وياما هم عدد كبير. الناس ديل قعدوا توحدوا بفكرة وإيمان وبمبادئ، وعلى أساس هم أبناء أرض واحد، أخوان مهما كان، ما في شيء بيفصلهم، وشجعوا التزاوج مع البعض على أساس يبني علاقة قوية عشان الجيل الجاي ورا يكون الجيل الجاي بعدين يورث الأرض، يورث التاريخ، يورث الحضارة، ويورث حاجة اسمها استوائية. اليوم احنا فخورين بكلمة ده، لكن الظاهر في ناس قدر من الموضوع ده، في ناس ضايعين في الفكرة ده. they don't know what is Equatoria mean. لأنه كانوا فاهمين معنى Equatoria they will not come against us. Instead they will embrace us and say let's work together my brother and sister, let's do something. لكن أنا بستغرب هل الكراهية والعمى بتاع الحقد الموجود في قلبهم بقى يخليه ما بيقدر يشوفوا حقيقة؟ يعني انت جاي تموت بحقد في قلبك، انت جاي تخلي اهلك يصفى بكذا انت عندك حقد، كراهيه، غيره، حاجات اللي ما بينفع، حاجات اللي ربنا قاعد يقول ده حاجات ابليس. ما كونوا ناس عندكم كرامه. حتى زول القبلي اللي احنا بنقول هو قبلي ده بيبقى اخوه اكتر منك. لما نيجي في مرحله اخوك قاعد يجيب، هو بيجيب مع اخوه ده نمبر 1 وبيقتلك عشان اخوه. ليه احنا ما بنقدر نعمل الكلام ده؟ نجيف لمصلحتنا احنا، ما ده نقول نقتل زول تاني، لكن كل مصلحتنا كابناء استوائيه، لمصلحتنا احنا كاخوان، ابناء بيت واحد، لمجتمع واحد. احنا فخورين بالعنوان ده. we have a history. لما تشوف دول تانية، انا مرات بشوف دول تانيين بتأسف من استوائية، نازل بيتمسكوا ببعضهم تمسك جامد، وديل مروا في ضغوطات بتاعنا، وبالعكس بتاعنا قاعدين هم قاعدين يشوفوا اسهل. لو احنا قدرنا نجيب مع بعض بنقدر نكون في مرحلة متقدم شديد وبننجح. اوريدي جنوب السودان هسه دولة اوريدي انهارت. الدولة ده ما عنده اساس خلاص. الانهيار بتاعه جاء من الطمع، من الحقد، من الفشل، من واكتريته الطمع وشغل قبيله ودايرين يعملوا، والصراعات القبليه الموجوده في على النيل هم اللي مسكوا الحكم. ما نحن استوائيين كان مجرد هناك بس طفيليين خاطينهم بس صوره بس، بيستغلوهم ليل ونهار. جاي استغلوا الارض، استغلوا العاصمه، واستغلوا القيادات اللي هم عينوا انفسهم هناك معاهم ده. ديل استغلوهم باستغلال رهيب لدرجه لما نسال اليوم احنا قاعدين ندفع الثمن. واحنا هنا اللي استوينا المواطنين اللي قاعدين نقوم كمواطنين واعيين، وفي تاني بيقولوا مثقفين، بيقولوا هم مثقفين وكده، ما قادرين يتكلموا عن حقائق ده. you know you guys hear me? sorry في مشكلة دقة هنا. oh what the heck happened. sorry انا ما سامع الصوت. hold on. let me get out. oh shit. في I got disconnected مع الجروب بتاع هناك club house. just hold me a second. give me a second. انا ما قاعد اسمع الصوت بقى. just give me a second please. hello كان تسمعني؟
Oh, yeah. What happened? You disappeared.
يا في حاجة كيك مي اوت. أنا كمان هنا في فيسبوك كمان كنت ما سامع. سو أنا قلت أوكي، ما أنتم معي كمان فيسبوك، أنا براي بجاي. لكن شنو أنا جاي أختم بقول بس يعني في حاجات كتير إحنا كاستوين لازم نراجع نفسنا. كان ما راجعنا أنفسنا ومشينا بالطريقة الصح إحنا هنتعب شديد. وبعدين زي ما قلنا already أدينا prediction بتاع what's gonna happen. آه من بدينا الرحلة بتاعنا أو بدينا ال يعني المشوار إنه فوق ده اسمه شنو independent ايكاتوريا ده، وطلبنا كاستوين إحنا نجيب لمصلحتنا ولأهلنا. يعني بدينا بكل تواضع كان نتكلم عن أرضنا وشعبنا، أدينا وعي للشعب قلنا لهم يا جماعة قيفوا. وقياما لقينا في ناس طيبين نشكرهم كانوا معانا وقفوا معانا وما زالوا، وفي تانيين طبعا حسب ظروفهم بعيدين وشجعونا. ديل أنا ما بنساهم وبيقول لهم شكرا لكم بنكونتينيو. احنا قاعدين نفايد واحنا قاعدين نواجه حراقل، لكن شنو ما بيخلينا احنا ما نقيف، يعني نكونتينيو fighting for our people. فانا بس عاوز اقول حاجه واحد هنا في النهايه، انه الصراع ده مشواره طبعا انا ما بقوله هو طويل، لكن مشواره يعني ما سهل. لكن ده التحدي هنا، والتحدي ده بيخلي ناس يكونوا اقوياء او بيكونوا فاشلين. فيوم ده قمنا ادينا الطلب لاستوائيين، انتوا استوائيين قوموا فوقوا من كل مكانكم اتحركوا. واحنا خاصة الفدائيين عندنا قوة اكتر. سوري ما ادري شنو كمان هسه ده الان. يعني نقوم نتحرك نعمل حاجة، لانه يعني عندنا كان قلنا 4 سنين هسه خلاص اوريدي قربنا للسنة وشوية. ورد الحركة الشعبية تمكن ببناء الدينكا هاجمني اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه، السيطرة الدينكا. وهم قاعدين يعملوا بقى برنامج امريكان اوريدي. يوم ذاك شفناه في دعوة بتاع الرئيس الامريكي للقادة الافارقة في امريكا بوضوح. هو ادى عزومة، عزم الناس ديل في اسم شنو ده في وايت هاوس، وبالاخص سلفاكير يعني عمل له دعوة خاصة. فبيعني شنو معناته هم قابلين بهم، لانه لقوا استوائيين ما قادرين يشدوا حيلهم. احنا كاستوائيين عملنا مجهودنا، احنا البسيطين عملنا مجهودنا، ادينا خطاباتنا كتبنا اوراقنا. لكن المشكله ما بس كده، احنا عاوزين وجود الاستوائيه، وجود الكيان الاستوائي في الارضيه وفي الخارج، انه يعملوا حاجه تكاتفي عشان الناس يستمعوا لنا. لكن ما احنا نكونوا individuals يلا نقسم بعضنا لجروبات وكده احنا بنفشل. انا بقول لكم فشلنا هسه قد يظهر. انتوا كان ما شديتوا ما ركزتوا ما فكرتوا بوعي، احنا هننتهي. لانه هسه العدو بتاعنا اتمكن على الديفيجن بتاع ايكاتوريا، اتمكن على لانه في شخصيات ما عندهم الكفاءه، كلهم عاوزين سلطه. تانيين عاوزين يعني عندهم افكار كده، افكار رجعي، افكار بتاع اطفال الجرمانيين ديل اللي ما بيفكروا افكار بتاع انه احنا جماعه قوه، كلنا عندنا هدف، كلنا عندنا هدف واحد، وكلنا عندنا مهمات. احنا ما قاعد نشوف ان عندنا مهمات بس، كلنا قاعد نشوف بعضنا كمنافسين. ما احنا فريقنا مع النيل بعد شيء بيكون ما في. بعدين ما يلومونا ما تلوم الناس هناك، لوم انفسكم. لانه احنا قاعد نديكم هسه النصائح دي بكل وضوح بمجاني كمان بدون اي شيء. الباقي عليك، الرساله وصلت، الباقي عليكم. يا تكونوا ناس واعيين يا تكونوا خدم للجهل اللي هسه ماسكين البلد. وانا بقيف هنا وشكرا.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, yeah. So the topic is what is the difference between unionists and nationalists? Uh, طبعا let's say for example a unionist طبعا who somebody who like we know it here, most of us, you know, some of us here in this clubhouse knows those people who are unionists. For example, unionist is someone that wants to stay uh, in the same state, like even though if it's a failed state or whatever is going on in that state, they just wanted to continue to stay. Or for example, like you have talked about Ireland, uh, uh, like you know, most population of the island, of the northern Ireland, people identified themselves as with the ideology of the nationalism, and then there are those who wanted to be sorry, they identify themselves as the Unionists, and then the part remaining part of the island want to, they just wanted to be as the united island by themselves, as independent people, just as we saw. I think last time they had a voting system or something. I don't know if you mentioned it, but because I was kind of moving up and down, so I didn't hear if you mentioned this part. But I think they haven't gone further, but still the trial is still going on. Um, for me, Taban, a nationalist is someone, that a person that strongly identifies himself with his or her nation. Like, for example, how we identify ourselves as Equatorian strongly, and you're so passionate about Equatoria, and you speak about Equatoria, and advocate for the things that are happening in Equatoria wrong, and knowing yourself who you are from the beginning. Like, you mentioned some stuff over there. Um, you talked about um, that we've got an opportunity, which is like a closure, which is also can be a compensation. We have been compensated over the years and centuries. Let me say centuries and decades of colonization and slavery. So at the end of the time, we have been compensated. We've been given the choice. The choice to be free, the choice to go and relive our life, or to start brand new, do whatever you want. The choice is yours. You're saying now you can start fresh. You don't have to blame anyone. And this chance, um, people should have gone back and known that, what have held us together within the short period of time is for us, we've been fighting for our freedom. And let's go back and to the structure of the beginning. You cannot bring many people like this, many countries like this, many nations who have never known themselves living separately, uh, forcing them together just so you know that, this is the direction we're going. We are now a nation, we are now a country. No, we've been living under someone else which has been oppressing us, someone who forced us to be who we don't want to be. Like you've mentioned, that Equatoria has always wanted to break out. They wanted to be free since the 1970s. You see, Equatoria want to break out, and they wanted to be independent and stuff like that. um um I would say that, for me, this was the one chance that Upper Nile would have been given the chance to go and work on themselves as Upper Nile, to do the things that they have missed out. Every tribes within Upper Nile should get their time, to develop their own places, to exercise their rights, as the same as Bahr al Ghazal, as the same as what do you call it, Equatoria, and then people could move on there, and then people could decide whether they want to stay together or they don't want to stay together, what they want to do, whether they want to be in confederation, or what kind of something that people want to operate on, because it's really difficult. It's really very, very difficult. Just to lump people together, and one person wants something else, the other wants something else. Like if you look in that country, that direction that is called South Sudan, the country with no name called South Sudan. Um, you got many people that identify themselves as I'm a South person. Um, there is nothing. There's not any good program going there. The only program that I it's like, as far as like nothing to talk about really, because it's not anything that is going on there. It's just killing and fighting, wars, threats, um, fear. This is the only program that is going on over there. These are the only projects that are going on. The tribal anarchy, the tribal led regime. It's like people fighting for domination, power domination. Everybody wants to be leader, and the people that wants to be leader, they don't have any clue of what they're doing. And it's not like we're not familiar with these people. It's not that we don't know these people. We're familiar with these people. These people don't have any idea of what they're doing, but they would post themselves, that they're the leaders. They want to be leaders, especially, the three groups of the people, you see. Whenever they appear somewhere or they appear in power, there will be really destruction happening. So chaotic destruction, this group of people. And this group of people, like the worst one is like the Dinka people. Obviously, for some reason, we see that everybody bows down to Dinka. At the end of the day, Dinka becomes the king of everybody. Everybody bows down to Dinka. Everybody is afraid of the Dinka. And despite that, some people will say that they are majority or second majority, or they are many people, but in that country, but people reject, you see, um, to cooperate and work with each other. But at the end of the day, people will go and submit themselves. So, and then at the same time, people will complain, people will cry, people will say that they've been assimilated, they've been violated, they've been, going through this and stuff like that. But then yet you're all the time you're signing your allegiance to someone that um has no proper control or no proper um idea of what they're doing. They cannot even govern, they cannot lead you ahead. And we saw what happened with the SPLM movement, like you've mentioned it exactly within Odysseus, that within they had internal battles, internal war that was happening. Like they fought each other more than they could even fight the northern Sudanese. There are two things that they have done actually, Odysseus, not only fighting each other. They had an ongoing internal battle that they were fighting. They were also fighting the southern Sudanese, because they were shelling Southern Sudanese instead of shelling the regime of Sudan. Even though they could come as far as the side of the north, they will not even try to shell the regime of South Sudan. They will only just attack the civilians, which are the Southern Sudanese. These are the things that the SPLM were good at. They are good at killing civilians, and that they pretend that belongs to them, and also they are good at fighting among themselves. These are the things that the two things that they're good at. So, coming to the nationalists, a nationalist is someone that wants to put things in order. You see, when you see a chaotic situation, you will want to restore. You see, you will say that, okay, this task is really big for me. It's bigger than me, and there's nothing I can do. Like, for example, what is the chaos that is happening back home? Nothing we can do about it, really. The only thing is people has to go back to be nationalist. You see, by being nationalist, that means you have to retreat to go back to who you were before, because we're just very raw people that are still there, uh, 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 came out of under different colonial power, uh, and then we still identify ourselves strongly as a nation of Kida, as a kingdom of Kida. It's impossible to get these people and they dilute their identity and call them something called a South direction. I'm a South person. I'm a Southern. And this is the name that you go by it. Forget who you are and stuff like that. But then this Southerner direction is actually destroying people. There is no future in this direction here. No future in it at all. You're not building anything. We are not moving ahead. The only thing we're doing is digging graves, or just letting carcasses of people rotten somewhere in the bushes and stuff like that. This is what we call the southern. The southern, the southern direction has actually brought a nightmare on us, rather than when we were something else. This south direction, you see. Um, um, uh, Me, I would say that for people who still wanted to stay part of the union, if the union is giving something good, I don't believe that we would have rejected it, you see, because we have been under so many unions, you know, um, during the movements and before the movement and stuff like that. We have participated as part of different union. We know that the one that worked, is the only one that within Equatoria that worked very well for us. And somebody that has modeled something that Equatorians are doing, I know that they understand that it works very well for them. But to come up and just to say that uh, you know to overlook the things that are happening, for example, and to say that I just still want unity. Imagine facing those people who have survived, somebody that their face probably has been disfractured, their body has been disfractured. It's really sad. And then you come here singing for them this unity. and then they become distracted, or they become in that condition because of this unity. Or somebody that lost their people, this very unity that has been forced on people is the one that is claiming of life. But then if you become a nationalist, you're saving life, you know? You're saving the lives of your people. That means you have a purpose for your people, you see? And does not mean that you hate the opposite, you know? You hate people who had wanted to be in unionism, or you hate the other people that you have broke away from. No, but it's just to control the situation, you know? Sometimes people who say this thing that united we stand strong, divided we will fall. But I think in the case of this country, I think divided we shall be strong and we shall be alive. United, I think we are falling, we are dying, and we are weak and fragile. And this is the case that exactly we are seeing in the case of South Sudan. You stay united, you've been disarmed, you don't have any arms in your hand, and then you see people running around in front of you, shooting themselves and shooting you, and people coming to your territory, threatening your life. Now you have to flee your village, or your own nation, and there's no security, basically, no security, nothing good going on. And this is falling where? This is falling under the unity, you know. The complex thing about the unity is here. Is the unity rather sounds really easier, and it sounds really sweet when you hear it from a mouth of just a common simple person who sits here and talk about let's unity, let's love ourselves. If we just talk about love, and this will go away. But if you actually look at this person, this is just a simple person that does not understand the complexity or the complex beyond the things that he's altering. Or this is person that is seeking an attention to be seen as if he's somebody that is advocating for unity, but he has not even put a further study, or he has not even spent time to study what is the consequence of this unity and how this unity can help us, and what this unity he's talking about is something that easy can be achieved. And also, who are these people that he wants to overthrow in order to restore unity? And is it possible to overthrow these people and then continue with unity? And will this unity last an everlasting time? Or this is just something that is a fantasy, because people speak it out of fear. You see, people talk about this thing out of fear, because today I don't want to sound like in my heart, like I will be talking about something else. You see, like for example, you'll see people who say that I want separation, but then if you begin to talk about separation, would you see them talking about separation? Of course not. Would you see them want to stay? No, you'll see them want to stay somewhere else. You see, but what? Some of them will want to sit there for the drama of the things which are going on. That's possible. But some of them, they're afraid. They're afraid to stand their ground. You see, they're afraid to stand their ground. It will only be left to the people, the exact people who are suffering. Those people who are fighting for their life, for example, the people who are fighting in Mangala or in Kukulan, or those people who are writing declarations and saying that, we are fighting for the total independence of Equatoria, and sign with seal with their names, with no fear, because they are in the middle of the battle, and they have understood what they are going through in that country, in the union with South Sudan. They knew what they're going through, and they have seen that the union has never saved them. The union has claimed so many lives, and to restore union, you have to remove these dominant tribes, or these dominant people that like to mess things up. And to remove these people is impossible. To remove them, you cannot say that you want unity with certain individual people, and then you remove these people out, and it becomes complex. If you say you want to remove these individual leaders or people that are bringing this kind of complication, there are people who say no, they will not want it. They want these people to stay because these people are working for the cause of their own beneficial, or their own creation of their own nation. you see, over on top of you. So the question here is, why would you exactly accept someone um, that is sitting there, is plotting on you, and it's not a hidden plot. The plot is out. It's plotting on you before you and telling you before your face that I am creating my nation. I am creating my nation upon you. And you're accepting this. You're accepting this being told to you. And you know that this process is working. And this process is the one that's killing our people. And this person neither want to change, or neither want to slow down, or neither want to stop. This person want to keep on going. And these are the challenges that people are facing. So how can you begin to talk about being in unionism with this person? Because if somebody that wants union today, if you complain of something, that this person will back up. They will say that, okay, let's see, what is the problem that is it's causing us now, to have division among us. And then if you found the problem, you listed the problem, and then they will see it. And then they will know that they're doing these things, and with evidence, these things are happening. And then they will accept to change, to say that, okay, this is the adjustment, that I will do my adjustment here and there so that we can stay together. But these people don't want to do any adjustment. That's the funny part. You were given the choices. It's up to you. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. This is it. Take it or leave it. You stay, you die. You stay, I kill you. You stay, I loot you. You stay, I defiled you, defiled your people. I displaced you. I did all the horrible things and will still continue to do it. Take it or leave it if you want it. And then here you are, the person who's saying it's not even talking about unity. And they're telling you, in reality, this is not about unity. Being in South of Sudan is not about unity, basically. It's about the battle of the fittest. If people want it or not, it's about the battle of the fittest. You see, the stronger ones eat the smaller one, or the stronger one eats the weaker one. And this is what we're having in that country. This is called South of Sudan. And this is what it's going to continue to be. Because be it we want it or not, we have experienced this in 1982. And some people who lived with these people, for example, in Bahr al-Ghazal in Bahr al-Ghazal in Upper Nile, have known these people very well. Some people who testified this. Some people have disappeared because of these results of forcing unity upon yourself. And at the end of the day, you're actually accepting by your own self, you're saying that I accepted to be annihilated. I accepted to be assimilated. I accepted all the list that goes with it. And this is just the reality. It's not something that somebody's telling us out of the friction book. We have attended rooms of these people talking, and they're still opening rooms, they're talking about it, giving the evidence, the list of what they're going through, how they disappeared. Some people, even their accents have changed. You cannot tell between this person and that person. And if this person comes and tell me without being saying that they are assimilated, that they are so and so, I'll not believe it. You see, even their names and everything, and they make you feel good about it. They make you feel good. Whether you like it or not, they'll make you feel good about it. And if you don't like it, then the killings begin. You see? So what I'm thinking here, unless some people has accepted the assimilation, okay? Some people are working together, with this model that this regime, and which is the JCE, because these are one people, you see, that they are carrying on, they're doing the unfinished business that they started in 1982. Some people, I think, I have a feelings that some people are working with them for them to achieve this assimilation and this occupation and this domination very quickly than later. And this is what I'm saying. Because if people are serious, really, people don't want this thing, people will work hard day and night against it. But people are not working against it. People are submitting to it. Instead, these people will come and attack you. People are fighting now. You see, people are fighting each other, but they're not fighting the regime. People are attacking each other, but they're not fighting the cause. This is the issue here. So I would just say that um, it's impossible to have a unity in that country. It's very, very likely and gonna happen. You see, it's just something that I don't even know. Something to be. That would be a miracle, really. That's what I would say. That would be a miracle if that unity happened, really. Because the way I see things, the speed of things going, there's not gonna be unity in that country. Not now, not forever. So for someone that wants to identify themselves as a unionist in the mix of this, it has to be a very good revolution that you have going on. Not the same revolution that you have it with the same master that is assimilating people, master that is killing people. You're still standing with that person in their the same agenda. You're still helping them to fulfill that agenda. And how are we going to achieve this? That's the problem here. So I think that it's not a bad thing to be a nationalist. Actually, it's not a bad thing to be a nationalist. I think it's a great thing to be a nationalist, because if you're a nationalist, you live, you stay to be alive tomorrow. You live again, and I will be able to see you tomorrow, and I'll be able to work with you tomorrow. You know. So these are the things that I can say, and these are the things that I can put in for now. I would say that being a nationalist is actually somebody that believes in the qualities, in the convictions, and believe in a human existence, and believes in uh, uh, the ongoing support of individual different people, within the state or within the nation that they're in, or within the territory, within the region that they're in, to continue to thrive, to continue to live in peace, to continue to build themselves, you see, to have a goal, you see. So rather than, rumbling around in something that you're just having a massive grave, that is actually just devouring people, a union grave, you see, that you cannot even control who is who. You cannot know who is who, but then you see people are falling. You don't know who's doing the killing. You don't know who's in the corner. You don't know. You're waking up, you find somebody around the corner. So I feel like rather than being in a massive grave, in a massive graveyard, an open southern or an open south grave, I think it's better to have something good, something built nice out of the nationalism. This is why I can stop here, and I hope CJ is around. So is it? I hope it's not late at CJ, or I don't know if he hears us.
It's not late. Thank you, Didi. I appreciate you. Um, I don't think it's late. You covered it up. Thank you. Um, لو أي زول عنده أي شيء يتكلم مرحب بكم. You can join us. CJ كنت موجود. Mr. CJ, please unmute yourself. أنا أعرف هو busy بكون so واتكلم شيء قبلك لأن أنا كان عندي مشكلة في النتورك لما واتكلم شيء ولا لا ديدي.
لا وما اتكلم حاجة.
Okay. Let me see how many minutes we stood here. How can I have over there?
But it happens. One thing I want to talk about, I want to mention about the nationalism and stuff like that.
Hi.
The other thing that I see, welcome Babula. Babula she's down there. She came with a cup of tea. So
welcome Moses, Babula, everyone who's here. Yes, أنا شفتهم لأن قبل شوي ما كان نشوف يا زول هنا أنا عارف ليه.
Oh, sorry, that's not how with the cup of tea. Sorry, that's
Babula في صورة كديس.
She's with the card, I think.
Moses,
yeah, the card. Yeah,
Moses
sorry.
هناك.
I saw her coming in, and then I saw the
Cristiano.
cup. Sorry.
Yeah.
One thing that I would say that we confusing ourselves is like it is hard. is very difficult. Like when we talk about the nationalism and the unionists, like for example, um, people using the easiest part, like for example, to be in the union massive grace, whereby it's killing people and stuff like that. But rather than standing for something that you can be nationalists of your own, for example, you're Equatorian, you're nationalists of Equatoria and stuff like that. This is your identity. This is who you are. This is what you believe in, and something like that. I think when we come into the movement or the revolution of this, some people are getting confused a bit. For example, um, let me say this, uh, like for example, when you see, I remember, I think there was a movie about the Nazi. Uh, when you see, I don't know what was that movie. I think you know the name. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't remember the name. Between when the Jews were actually when they were fighting for their freedom, and
Oh, you mean which one is it?
what really inspired me, when the people were fighting, there was a total difference between someone who's fighting uh, for their total freedom and somebody who's confused, what don't know that what they're doing. You see, these are just the two different things. You see, when you're fighting for yourself, even if you see your brother is in the other side of working with the Nazis, you do not affiliate with your brother because he's a Nazi, because he's your brother. For example, he's a Jew or something. You see, so but he's a Jew, but he's in the wrong side across the street, and he will be the destruction of your life and of your people. But you're seeing him with an emotional connection, but he does not see you with that kind of a connection. That's the difference here. You see, and strong characters of people like that. For example, if I am, for example, working in the other side, find myself, for example, working in the regime, and you are a nationalist here fighting, and I have my part that I will be doing. For example, I might be deceiving you, looking like in order to achieve my goal, for example, and you might be affiliating with me, thinking that yes, because I'm a nationalist, Equatoria, or maybe I'm Equatorian or something like that, and then you believe in me and stuff like that, and then you say that at the end of the day we're one and stuff like that. But then if you see, you go into the past, and decision making is all parallel, you see. And that's why, for me, I see that why Equatoria could not achieve the goals that Equatoria had wanted from 1972, because Equatorians are a bit confused people. You see, today if I speak with you one on one, I will agree with you something. I'll move on to somebody else, to CJ. I'll agree with CJ something. I'll talk with CJ something else. I'll move on to Moses. I'll speak with him something else, and to Babula, and so on and so on. And we're confusing ourselves completely, and we all want different agendas, you see. And then we say that we're running a revolution, that we want to want to save ourselves. So now, how can you run a revolution with me, who is advancing the agenda of someone that is actually annihilating you? How could that be? Because I'll be compromising you. This is the thing. You'll be compromised. Your situation will be compromised completely, and your destiny is in jeopardy. And that's the destiny of Equatoria since the 1950s and the 1970s. Because we just don't know how to hold a good revolution. We just don't know, because somebody is always compromising us, and we are always compromising ourselves. And today, if I want to hang with just somebody else, a gang or somebody else, I'll compromise my entire people. And if I want to affiliate myself with somebody that is Equatorian in the other side of working under here, I'll compromise my people. So this is the position of Equatoria that I had wanted just to say. Thank
Absolutely. This because multinationalism. Yeah, I want to welcome Brother Moses, Babula Tai, Mr. CJ. I think CJ is still busy, so أنا بدي فرصة لبابولا تاي نرجع لموسس. Welcome Babula Tai. امبارح ما لقيت فرصة نمت، أنا متأسف. فضل. والtopic تاعنا عن who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan. Go ahead. Thank you. Are you there, Babulatai? بكون busy. So أنا بدي فرصة لbrother Moses. Go ahead, brother Moses. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Ethica, DD, and CJ, and Happy New Year. Hope you guys are doing well. Yes, of course, the topic is a very good topic, very interesting one. Who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan? The Bible says, by thy fruits you will know them. By thy fruits you will know them. Meaning, sorry, I haven't. Can you guys put the volume a little bit down? By their fruits you will know them. So, if you are a nationalist, the individual cares for the nation. The individual cares for the resources of the nation. The individual cares for the safety of the nation. That you are really nationalist. But in a unionist, all what they need is a kind of a union without paying much attention to the safety of the members of the nation. So, this is my opinion. This is my definition. In terms of Equatoria, you can just say the nationalists are the people who take care of, who are concerned about Equatoria, and the unionists are people who are just concerned about positions. Yes, they are concerned about South Sudan in general. Whatever happens in Equatoria is of less concern. All the thing can care about is the interests of the big nation. Even if their house is burning, they want to go first and put off the fire in the neighbor's house and forget about their own house. So Equatoria has come to a crossroad, and the crossroad is a do or die, because the latest incident that happened, real or false, about the cows has shaken the unionists to the core. It has shaken them to the core. By that, it has made them to think twice whether the train of the union is really a good train to jump on, because the other partner has brought to the core the intention that we, the nationalists, have been talking about along all this time. It has brought to the core the intention to occupy Equatoria, the intention to depopulate Equatoria, the intention to assimilate Equatoria. So they have this in their agenda. Either you accept to be under their rule and be a second-class citizen, or you leave the place for them. Because just 1 minute, I'll get back 1 minute. That means you either be under the rule or you leave, and that's exactly what they're doing, because they have tried all the other tricks. Okay, we're running away from insecurity. We're running away from we are victim of crisis, and then blah blah blah. But now they have seen that this one is not working. The devil has decided to bring out its horns and say, all this time around, I've been cheating you. I am the devil. Now they put out their horns that they are going nowhere. We either accept them to be part of Equatoria, or we leave Equatoria for them. And one thing, terminologies that they have injected into the equation is the terminology of no man's land. Now you hear people talking, oh, there are some no man's land in Equatoria where they are supposed to go and occupy. But honestly speaking, the 52 tribes of Equatoria, there is no piece of land that is called no man's land or in Equatoria, because from the east to the west or from the north to the south, all the tribes are packed like a puzzle next to each other. They know their borders, and there's no space that anyone can come and squeeze and say this is no man's land. So a nationalist is someone who really cares about those details that affects him directly or affects her directly, while the unionist is going for the big picture, not paying much attention to the details. Is like in terms of schooling. In terms of schooling, those of us who went to Africa to school, if you take the academic section and you take the technical section, the people who take the technical section are more practical than the people who take the academic, because academic is like general ed. You are given just the theories and then the basics, but when you go to practical, you find that you cannot do much. You cannot do much. So, in other words, if you take an engineer who went to the technical school, and then the engineer who graduated from the university, the one from the technical school does more efficient job than the one who went to the university, because for the university he or she still want to progress to do the masters in that area and then to go and specialize, do the PhD in that specific area. But for the technical person, he is given the tools to work right there and then. So the unionists, in my opinion, as Moses, I don't want to be misquoted, are more concerned about broader things, and the nationalists are concerned about the details and the immediate things that affect them. Sorry, I have to attend to something quickly. I will be back and I will be following at the background quietly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Moses. Thank you. Earlier, طبعا أنا اتكلمت to define why we had this discussion on this topic. Who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan? Because for us, في a lot of I think misquotation in the word Equatorian. نحن طبعا we describe ourselves Equatorian nationalists, while the others who deem us to be like we are pro-Equatorial, they call us separatist, even though yes, we are separating ourselves from any chaotic world or chaotic environment. Like it's coming from Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal. We decided as people of Greater Equatoria to come up with decisive plan and decisive decision that a choice that we have to be independent. And I defined earlier that a nationalist is a person who's very much pro his own land, his own people. He's very much, if I could put it again in that definition, just give me a minute. The definition of a nationalist is someone that, Taban, people sometimes they see it dangerous, but it's not dangerous. It's a person who strongly identify himself with his nation or with his land and people and his culture, and he support the interests of his people mostly. to the inclusion and determinant of the interests of the other nations. Like who are, he's not going to look at يعني كأننا شفنا دول تانيين. He's not going to follow those countries based on because he want to unite with them. He actually anti-unity unity for the sake of his own identity. Because nationalists actually it's one thing that give dignity and honor and also self-respect and also in a way يعني بيديك الكرامة بتاعك بالناحية يعني your dignity and honor. So for people who have no self-respect and that definitely it will be different. They will not stand on that nationalism. Now, and today there is a lot of demonization on the nationalists because some people say nationalists are morally anti other group who are non-citizen of that country, but it's not true. Actually, nationalists mostly they advocate for their own interests. So, but the problem is that the people in South Sudan they talk about nationalism, but yet they have never set down a ground that can bring that nationalism. Like when I mentioned about Equatoria, historically Equatoria, our ancestors, even though they never got to college or university, but they were mostly wise elders in our communities. When they came under danger from the outsiders, like the Ottoman Turks and going to the European British, they stood together firm and unified themselves for the purpose that they are one community and they will advocate for their also for everyone's survival by unifying themselves and giving an identification to themselves as people of that land. And of course, they later, Westerners, of course, we said Equatoria is a foreign name, but regardless, it is not foreign from where we are because we are the tribes who fall in the equator. And from that definition, our people embraced it with all like love and honor for it. They did not feel like it was offensive because it have a unique significance. Like even there is Equatorial Guinea. We are the Equatorians. We never been called Equatorial Guinea or anything, but we just call Equatorian because we are the tribes within that region. And we did stood out a time. We stood for a long time as a united people within Equatoria, and that's why you see Equatoria. We are the inheritors. We are the generation who inherit this thing, and our inheritance to it uh, you know, got us to be a blessed generation. But unfortunately, today, some Equatorians begin to neglect it by throwing themselves into a false unity under the notion of South Sudan, because South Sudan has never built a ground. Like earlier I mentioned about SPLM, when they started, SPLM actually divided South Sudanese more than unified them. Only Equatoria was the one who held the ground. And if you see it, even when the SPLM came to power or were planning to come to power, they looked at the most area that they can actually see more stability. It was Equatoria because the stability of Equatoria, not because of Equatoria are not people who want to fight back or anything, but because the Equatorian had something that Upper Nile never had, which is this identity wise. Like they held themselves together as one group. And this is what made us unique compared to the people in Upper Nile. Upper Nile never unified themselves. They are holding themselves in a tribal identity and they never understand even the meaning of nationalism. So when I hear some of our brothers from Equatoria come and speak about, they are South Sudanese nationalists, when you yourself like you wonder where did this come from, and I was like, you're not a nationalist because first of all, you have not even understood the identity that you have. You already have an identity called Equatorian. For these people there, they don't even have an identity. What unifies us here is a false notion called South Sudan, because this South Sudan, in reality now, it's a failure. You guys see one tribe is dominating the rest, and that proves to us that we are, as Equatorian, have nothing to do with this South Sudan. So it's like a Trojan horse all over again coming to our home. So we Equatorian need to actually really assess it in the right way, especially for those who are mixing themselves, confusing themselves with the unity, because calling themselves Unionists. And that's why earlier I mentioned something about the Irish, and I'm going to talk about them in some other time. We are similar to the Irish, and I believe brother um, what's his name? Brother Moses might know that also about the history of Ireland, like how Ireland in a history long ago from centuries, there is the Normans and there is those called the Gaelians, which all are the family from the Ireland. The Norm, of course, they were assimilated under the British, and they began to accept Protestantism or Protestant, and they became more into unity with England under the authority, under the occupation of England, while those Catholics who are from the Gaelics, the Irish, who refused, they don't want to be part of that. They want to be independent and sovereign. They decided to fight for their national identity. The same thing to us as Equatorian. We are fighting for our right. Excuse me, because if you look at Equatoria today, Equatoria is under threat of assimilation. They want to assimilate Equatoria completely from that existence. If you look at it, even they are trying hard to divide Equatoria into either tribes or states. And you could see this thing is a program made by those who are trying to dominate us, because they see Equatoria division, dividing Equatoria. It will actually weaken the Equatoria to speak about their identity, their nationality compared to Upper Nile. Upper Nile from centuries, even add to it SPLM when they came in and start their fight. SPLM waged war, like Didi mentioned earlier. It turned the gun on the people, on their own native, and divided the people. That's why you see 2013 was a reaction to what has happened during that time. And SPLM never helped even to develop this nationalism compared to the Anyanya. Anyanya tried to build that, but they were betrayed by the same people that now are dominating Equatorian, the Upper Nile, because Upper Nile's were creating militias by the time when Anyanya was actually trying to fight for the identity of South Sudan. And the reason why Anyanya have stood up, because Anyanya believed in the Pan-African and believed that the identity of Tam as Equatorian, they are African originally, and they want to hold that great. And that was a fight between North and South because of the issue of identity. Today, Equatoria is facing similar, but this time is actually, and we also facing extermination, not just in identity wise, but also physical, because now also they're trying to wipe out our history by starting removing the grave of our ancestors, by killing our people, by doing any evil against our people, from mass attack, murders and all these atrocities that against human right. They have done it, and this proved to you that they are coming there as a campaign to destroy us. And for us as nationalists, we see this as a threat. Like Didi mentioned, we are fighting we're protecting ourselves. And if you look at the Irish, similar, they fought against English because when they had the understanding and the conscience of this identity, they began to fight back. And this is one thing that we, the Equatorial nationalists, we are proud to take this as an honor when we hold this idea that we as Equatorial nationalists must hold this, because once you have this understanding of who you are, you will fight for it. You will not let anybody come and take it from you. That's why you see some resistance come up from different countries when their land and country and people are being occupied or killed and murdered. Even you could see incident with Sharq al-Awsat, for Palestine, Israel, all these areas. You know, you could see the conflicts because people holding identity term and they are proud of who they are, as long as you know your territory. And that's what makes us here at Equatorial Nationalists. We have to hold this also sacred. Equatorial Algani Gold Union, they begin to miscode in Nahuma, they are nationalists, South Sudanese nationalists. There's nothing called South Sudanese nationalists. That's why I said, correction, they are unionists. They want to unify us with some people who are trying to assimilate us. They are not nationalists, because if they are nationalists, they start with their home. Equatorian nationalists, because we have an identity. As South Sudanese in Upper Nile, they don't have an identity. The only identity they have is their tribe. They use the word South Sudan, but they don't. In the ground, there is no base to it. That's why if they had that South Sudanese nationalism, they would not kill each other on 2013. They would not commit atrocities from the time when they were in the bush. So that's why, correction to our brothers and sisters from Equatoria, you need to wake up and differentiate. You are a unionist. You are trying to assimilate us, and we correct you here and say you are not in the right side, because you are standing in something that will destroy us in the future. We Equatorial nationals are trying to hold and build what we call it, build a nation, a state of our own, our sovereignty, progress ourselves in the future. So it. And later, for those who never came in earlier, they can listen to it later when the recording is over. I'll stop here. I'll give a chance to Mr. JJ. Go ahead. Until Babula kanita jahis بعدين قول لنا عشان اعمل blink انا بديك فرصة. Well, Mr. JJ, I don't know what you want to add, but please go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Babula, welcome. after JJ, then Babula, yalla biji JJ after you. Welcome Babula Tai. Further.
لكن ده انا نوم.
Further.
يا انا شلت في حبه كده بتاعت الرجي ده يا هنا وامي انا بقى ما اعرف.
I'm sorry. It's okay. You can
Yeah,
speak
it's
now. No problem. عندك فرصة تتكلم
okay.
يا عندك الفرصة. Welcome.
Go take the mic. Thank you.
You wanna say something?
الفرصة بتاعتي أنا.
Oh, I thought that was Babula. Babula ما تتكلم ولا بعد JJ?
بعد جيجي انا بتكلم.
Okay, اتفضل JJ.
Okay. Shukran Odessa, Didi, CJ, and Babula. Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys? Odessa.
عليك
شنو
السلام
يا
ورحمة
زول؟
الله. اتفضل.
أخبارك؟
Don't worry, I'm good. Gulay, what do you say? Understand? I hope it understood our message هنا. أنا شايف في confusion منكم هناك كثير من unionists who are trying to say أنا ما أريد لسه unionists ولا بقيت Equatorian nationalist and we're standing. And it's not funny, my friend. Maybe it's funny to you, but to be honest, as an Equatorian nationalist, we see the pain and suffering of our people, and we come up here to speak on facts of حاجات اللي إحنا قاعدين نشوف لها. How can we stand for it? I'm an Equatorian nationalist, and I'm very much radical and proud of Equatoria as a nationalist because our case, our people suffering must not be tampered by or even compromised. For us as Equatorian nationalists, we look at the issue of Equatoria as something important. لأننا شايفين في a lot of misquotation. Unionists begin to call themselves they are nationalists, but in reality they are not nationalists. They are unionists because, like I said, they're trying to assimilate Equatorian into South Sudan. When we Equatorian are a different entity, we are our own. Like I know, our ancestors established this unity centuries ago. Umadona, this identity, this national identity called Equatoria. So when we call ourselves Equatorian nationalists, it's actually in the right position. And I compare it to the Irish situation, because Ireland, when Britain occupied them, the Ireland accept the assimilation of Britain by accepting to be part of unity. They say they are unionists, and they rejected anything called Republic of Ireland. But the nationalists, who are very much radical and vocal and advocate for uh, their land, they began to talk for Republic of Ireland, and even they fought their brothers. Unfortunately, they fought them into a bloody war that it took for many years for Ireland to heal. But at the end, the nationalists prevailed. The Irish national, the Ireland, the Irish Republic have prevailed, and today you could see they are proud of their heroes who sacrificed their life, young men and women who died for the land of Ireland. And to me it compares that, and we're going to have an extensive top discussion on that, similarity and comparison of Ireland and Equatoria, because right now as an Equatorian national we need to start putting this ideology clear to the people. لأننا شايف في misinformation and disinformation in a way based on the misquotation اللي في ناس عاوزين يقول يا أخي إحنا South Sudanese nationalist. I don't think so, because if there is a South Sudanese nationalist إنما بنشوف كان في tribalism في this country اللي اسمه South Sudan، ولا كنا بنلقى فيه encouragement. لأنه هسه كانت لاحظت حتى في opposition وفي regime they cannot get along. All of them, they have a hidden agenda, and they say, oh, we cannot talk about this. If we talk about this, it's going to be a challenge, because they're afraid, because they know they don't want to correct it. But for us Equatorial nationalists, we are willing to dialogue anything. حتى هنا rebuke كان في أخطاء في وسط إيكاتوريا we speak about it. So أنا ما عاوز أكتر، أنا دايما نديك فرصة تتكلم، يلا نجي نشوف شنو وين. فأنت بتعرف إحنا كإيكاتوريال nationalists we hold this with honor and dignity. We are
Yeah.
Equatorial nationalists. أنتوا
I
اليونيونيست
understand.
explain to us unionist تاعكم ده، فاتفضل.
Okay. Shukran. Yeah. Well, Odessa, regarding your topic, the topic it say who are the the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan. Well, in terms of South Sudan, from day one, I mean, we have to go back, So first I will talk about the unionists, I mean nationalists.
in terms of South Sudan, the real nationalists are the region of Equatoria from day one, So, the matter of the history of South of Junub, from day one, the people who stand firm, and also the people who bring the map of South Sudan in front of the world is the Equatorian, who are stand firm, for the identity as Junubin, because if you look during that time, the Upper Nile and probably Northern Barahazal, there was a nationalist, I mean, in terms of South Sudan, or identity of Junubin in general, in that time. So, and if you look the event of the Torit, they are the Equatorian who are the one who started, Then the Upper Nile, and they enjoyed them later, in the struggle of Junubin, But the people, as I mentioned before, like the Equatorial are the real nationalists, and also the same time they are Unionists, because they're able to bring the people of South Sudan together, until now, I mean, until the independent, and if you look through the struggle of the SPLA, how many factions, within the Upper Nile, or Barahazal, they have more division, and exactly, so the history revealed, and now we see now, like after we get independent, who are the problem in South Sudan, the people, the region of Upper Nile and Barahazal,
May I ask a question, brother JJ?
Yes.
Who do you think make more damage, Unionist ولا Equatorian Nationalists في قضية إيكاتوريا؟ كان قلنا لأنه أنا قاعد نشوف Unionists, they always I think I explained it clearly who are the Unionists, and but from the side of the Unionists مني قاعد يجيب مثلا
you mean in terms of Equatorian
damage القاعد يخلي إيكاتوريا يكون في weak position، ده منو؟ the Unionists ولا national ولا Equatorian Nationalists وليه؟
I cannot blame anybody in this situation, because المشكلة الحاصل بين Unionists and Nationalists of Equatoria, they have the same objective, Well, the Unionists, they are proud to be, because, as I mentioned before, we are the.
What is the same objective we have? What objective are we have? Because Physiolism Union,
no, we want to be
opposite each other.
But I mean, like, okay, Unionists.
JJ انت ما فهمت السؤال ده ethical. يا ريت طبعا اجرب مكتوب فوق هناك كويس Equatorial Nationalists and Equatorial Unionists. I'll get call for unity. طبعا في different. يلا Equatorial Nationalists ديل طبعا ياو زي ناس separatists ديل اكتر حاجه مون ياو nationalists because مون دايما دوقي في مشكله القاها حاصل Equatorians لانه occupation القاها حاصل violence وحاجات القاها حاصل. So Equatorial Nationalists مون دايما جي fight against حاجات ديل القاها حاصل في Equatoria. يلا Unionists ده جي stand دايما انا على حسب كلام انا جي فاهم زولا بيقول انا I'm a Unionist order unity مع South Sudan كله ما unity Equatoria بس. Unionists ده جي call for unity of South Sudan كله. يلا هسه ايتك اسال السؤال قال يا اخي الناس اللي بسبب مشاكل Unionist ولا Nationalist. طبعا بالنسبه لنا ناس اللي cause confusion هسه في نص دي ناس اللي دي من Unionist ده لانه الليله كان قال انت يونينيست بس كده اول حاجه شيلوا نفسك كده من جنوب السودان ده وعين في شنو قاعد يحصل كويس في الريجن بتاعك. اذا انت فعلا بتشوف حاجه اللي قاعد يحصل في الريجن بتاعك ده عنده تاثير وقاعد يضرك انت وقاعد يضر ناس بتاعك اوتوماتيكالي انت ما بقدر يكون قال انت يونينيست. انت عارف انت طوالي بقدر تطلع نفسك من كلام يونينيست ده لانه يونيتي ده ويونينيست ده جي combine all the tribes including Dinka لسه جي جهجه ناس في السودان او في كوتورا ريجون ده which means السد ده جاني مزول الجي كوس ليتا مشاكل الجي سبب ليتا حاجات كتير ما كويس الجي بيجيب ليتا وجه قلب وكده والجي كربوا محل تاك الجي كربوا ريجون تاك انت لسه جي باك اب انه انا شنو انا لسه جي كول فور يونيتي يعني يا طبعا بيكون بينادي طبعا يا كان بيبقى عدد كبير بينادوهم يونينيست سو يونينيست ده لو في ناحيه ثانيه ممكن يسبب مشاكل because they are confusing people here ممكن confuse ناس بطال شديد you know يعني الليله انا كان مثلا جيت قال انا مثلا يونينيست وانا قايل حاجات قاعد حصل ما كويس ولسه انا بيجري ورا زول لقيت كاتو انا كي سرق وكي عملوا الريب عملوا شنو لسه انا بيجري وراه لسه اقدر اجيبه close to me which means انا ذاتي ابقى مشكله you know so اي زول لازم بيحاول يشوف الطريقه الصح شنو. طبعا انا قايله في كلاب هاوس هنا يعني في كتير سنين ده confused انا ما اعرف the word unionist ده it sounds good مثلا كانوا قال I am a unionist ده it sound good كده فكر اول كبار مو يقولوا unionist كده فكر سووا شنو بيسيبوا بكين قالوا unionist انت برا يونايت مزول اللي بيعمل حاجات ما كويس ده كويس لكن انا طبعا مانا بتاع يكوتر nationalist ده يا طبعا ده انا separatist ده طبعا ده زول ناشونال يعني هو ناشونال او بيفايت في مشاكل الريجن بتاعه وما دار مشاكل في الريجن بتاعه وما دار اهله يتعبوا وما دار هنا ده ودار طالع ديل كده you know دار طالع برا من محل فوقه مشاكل لانه في الدنيا ده الله خلق انسان ده في انسان اللي بيحب المشاكل في انسان بيحب يشيل روحه انسان في انسان ما بيحب كلام زنا سو انت ما بقدر انت كان زول يعني انت بتخاف ربنا وانت ما بتحب انه مثلا تقتل وتسرق وتغتصب وتعمل حاجات الما كويس ده انت طبعا في ناحيه انت بكين قال حاجه ما كويس اكيد تعرف التالي اللي قاعد يعمل ده انت ما بتجامعه طوالي قال لا انا لازم يونايت مع الزول ده لانه زول ده زول يعني كاس زول ما كويس زول انسان ما عنده ضمير سو ده الطريقه اللي انا فهمت بيه يا برادر جي انت كبس سالت سؤال بسيط عشان انت كان بيقول
يا انا فهمت يا بابولا يا ما كده اديني فرصه كده يلا بعدين تيجي انت جاك افتر ما can answer
confusion ولا ده nationalist بس يعني
طبعا the difference between the Unionists of Equatoria and the Nationalists of Equatoria. For me, I look from a different angle, because for me, I don't think Unionists are the problem within Equatoria, because what the Unionists want, or the Equatorial Unionists want, is that our unity of Equatoria within South Sudan is very important. This is how I see it. That's why also, like, I stand, like, because our unity is very important.
What is the importance?
To stand together, to stand together and stand our ground and defend and protect our people. So this is what I see, that what I want from Equatorian Unionists and Equatorial Nationalists, So أنا ما شايف هنا إنتم سبرتي مشكلة ولا منو لكن الوحدة إكواتوريا هو مهم في كل شيء يعني الحاجات مثلا the suffering, that our people are facing right now, because a lack of a unity, a lack of a unity and different ideas how people are seeing, because now we are divided. We have a nationalist and unionist. So that's, because the system now in South Sudan, this is the one who divide the people. But that's why it's very important that our unity is very important within the unity of South Sudan. So we can stand our ground. We can form our, let's say, Equatorial Defense Force as before, to protect our people, from all these.
But how can how can you form a Equatorial Defense Force when you talk about unity of South Sudan? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, for me, really, it makes sense, because when you look at the other region, what they say, like Upper Nile, they have own militias, they protect their own territories, and within South Sudan, so it's the same that we should have the same thing, But you can carry your agenda, but our unity is very important,
what is the important about the unity? كده بس عن لحد ما explain to me. انت بس بتقول it's important لانه هنا جنوبين. What does that mean? Because Equatorial have an identity. The South Sudanese أنا زي ما قلت كبالك explain it to you. People for Upper Nile هناك هم قاعدين identify themselves with South, قاعدين identify themselves in a tribal way, not identifying themselves as a national. هم use this word South Sudan, but انت قلت the system ده منو ما ناس السيستم ده البناو ده ناس بتاعه. هسه قتل هسه ناس المسكين البلد ده هسه حكومه دي في يدين تاع ناس تاع upper Nile زي بحر الغزال واغلبيتهم يا ابناء دينكا. ده حاجه very clear. يعني this is not a denial and that's not a that's being honest.
That's what.
يلا انت كيف بتunite مع الناس اللي قاعد oppress you؟ يعني انت
ما المشكله هنا يا اوديسا لما نقول مثلا the Dinka are the one in the power now, they're controlling everything plus the Nuer, so the two groups, they're in power, but the Dinka who they want control everything, so and they vent the system that divide and rule, but the Unionists of Equatorial, because as I mentioned before, we are the spear of this South Sudan. Our forefather who brought the map of South Sudan to Junubin and introduced to the world. That's why the Unionists fight for the unity of South Sudan as before. But our unity within Equatorial is very important.
Let me correct you. It wasn't the Unionists. It was the Nationalists. Kambada ma anyanya kan huma actually in Equatorial nationalists. Lakin shino huma felt like this Pan-African because that time most of them kanu siyasiyin اللي كان قاعد encourage the young men and women انه هم يضموا كل الجنوبيين لانه احنا تحت شنو oppression تاع شمال لانه شمال كان وقت ذاك في identity crisis identity بتاع انه احنا نقول لنا احنا عرب احنا نقول لنا احنا افارقه. ف this thing caused this revolution يبدا. يلا at the same time بعد شيء لما نانيا بقى يعمل تحركات ناس احزاب السياسيه تاع جنوب السودان ده بقى استوائيين جاي يتفاجئوا ولقوا انه في ناس بقى عملوا كتلات قبليه ميليشيات صغير بقى يقسموا حالهم من استوائيين. لما نخسن اتفاقيه انيانيا ده اللي عملوه مع نيميري ده that's when you see group بتاع ناس انيانيا 2 ظهر وتلقى في small group بقى يظهروا. يعني ده بوريك هنا نازل ما ناشونالست نازل ماشيين كان على مبادئ تاع ترايب. حتى ذات السياسيين كان ناس قاعدين يقسموا حالهم. ابناء على النيل كان بيعملوا بفرقوا حالهم من استوين. فإيكاتوريا كان the only nationalist people. إيكاتوريا لما انا قلت بدوا nationalism ده حتى كأننا جينا في تاريخ الدنيا ده everybody عندنا tribe دول بيتجمعوا مع بعض وبيقدر يعملوا build this unity بتاعهم. And then once they begin to accept themselves in a unity then they begin to form a national identity. Like example نديك مثل تاع إسرائيليين لما هم كانوا مش أخوان كل زول قاعدين يسموهم قبائل 12 قبيله حسب البايبل بيقول. في النهايه هم قام شنو؟ قال لهم هم شعب اسرائيل ابناء اسرائيل صح؟ لانه ابوهم ينايدا جايكوب ربنا جا قام قالوا له قال خليه يسموه اسرائيل. That's when this identity was formed. when they become one, they united under this, okay, احنا عيال تازولة, we will stand. So Equatoria unified themselves the time when they saw there was so much going on, stress going on around from enemies down from outside. هم formed this. Imagine, ناس ما متعلمين, لكن ناس كان عندهم مبادئ. هم come and form to themselves together and say we are one people of the land, and we're gonna stand together. عشان كده أوروبيين لما شابك ناس united and strong قام عمل division into their territories. Yeah, ودوا باقين لكونغو, Uganda, and Central Africa. And then the rest of us ودونا هناك لسودان, because we were not part of Sudan, but we had an identity. حتى لما أدونا definition بتاعنا Equatorian ده, we accepted it to even to give us that a strong reason for us as Equatorian to stand strong. وده حاجة اللي هسه Upper Nile ما عنده. Upper Nile في ياهو region بتاعهم بيسموه Upper Nile, but they don't have this thing that to hold them as Upper Nile's. Instead هم divided in tribal. عشان كده لما الحركة الشعبية جاء هناك, حركة شعبية جاء برجلهم. فأنا بستغرب منكم انتوا اليونيونيست, عاوزين تكتوا حالكم مع شخصيات اللي هم ذاته they still do not understand the meaning of unity, عشان هم يقدروا come together among themselves ويقدروا form an identity as people. الايدنتيتي بتاع territory ده بس is called Upper Nile, لكن معظمهم هم they don't even comprehend it. يعني صراحة أنا anybody is welcome to us تتكلم من Upper Nile كانوا ده يرجع, إحنا ما عندنا مشكلة, لكن ده نقول صريح لأنه في حاجة هنا is wrong. إحنا كإيكواتوريان nationalists we identify ourselves clearly. عندنا ideology بتاعنا واضح. إحنا already قاعدين fight for our land, for our people, for our culture, for our history, and for our establishment of a state of Equatoria, the Republic of Equatoria, the Democratic Republic of Equatoria, which is a nation that will be governed by Equatorian for Equatorian. واحنا مجموعات قبائل ما قبيله واحد, and we don't discriminate ourselves as قبيله ولا discriminate ourselves as states. ده مبادئ بتاع Equatorian nationalists او اللي بيسموهم separatists. We stand for Equatoria. لكن انا بستغرب في تاني بقى بيحاولوا يقولوا هم South Sudanese nationalists, already ما في حاجه foundation in the ground. already انتوا هنا بتلقى في tribalism قايم, وفي intention of division of Equatoria and targeting Equatoria to be divided and targeting Equatoria to be assimilated and abused and controlled by one or two groups. لأنه هسه Upper Nile's are creating havoc within Equatoria. هسه Equatoria is not resting nor able to breathe. عشان كده قلنا احنا كإيكواتوريان nationalists, the only solution for us is to separate, to create, to form our own nation, to exit from this chaos اللي قاعد بيسموه جنوب السودان ده, لأنه even up to this moment South Sudan is not yet established with a clear identity. عشان كده في crisis هنا. go ahead. فأنا بس نفهم انت قاعد تقول important unionists, انتوا في حاجة عندكم what is important for you عشان to be united مع ناس Upper Nile وبحر غزال والإيكواتوريا here are the victimized by these group اللي قاعد oppress us. تفضل.
Okay. Well, مثلا انت قلت حاجات يعني exactly like what I was trying to say, but as we say that المشكلة في الجنوب, as you mentioned that at the Upper Nile, well they have a tribe, but we يعني إحنا Equatorian مثلا إننا قبائل كتير, but we are united. We don't have problem like those Upper Nile in على النيل, القبائل هناك. And these are the problem in South Sudan. The tribe in Upper Nile, because they are huma gabalin, bara min out of bara min minia haja. ده المشكلة ذات جاب المشكلة في جنوب ده. ليه يعني مثلا ليه Equatorian Unionists that they want to unite with Sudanese, because we are spearhead. We cannot let let's say the Dinka in control now. Who are the Dinka? We own this country. These are the foreigners. You cannot, And as they are not Sudanese, South Sudanese. They are the foreigners. But we cannot let them to come and divide us.
Well, they might excuse that.
And the map of South Sudan, and the map of South Sudan that our grandfather, showed to the world, and the identity of Jurumbin, through us. And we cannot let this go like that. That's what we stand for, But yes, I understand like what is happening, because these are the people who caused the problem, and especially the Dinka tribe. Anas kan Junubin kan maarfin anas del indum their plan, during all this struggle time. But these people, they have a hidden agenda behind it. But after independence, we see it. So, yeah, who must say they want to claim this land? They are South Sudanese. And we cannot let these people like that come, and tell us you're foreigner. Who is the foreigner? They are the foreigners. So that muskila hina, this is my own perspective, my personal opinion, Yes, our people are suffering. Who brought these people? These people are Panalian, and especially the Dinkas are the problem in South Sudan. Why? Because of their tribalism and the hidden agenda that they impose on South Sudan or South Sudanese, and try to claim everything, and starting this ethnic cleansing, So that's why we cannot let this foreigner, whatever, okay, they are Junubin, we cannot tell them, yes, we know where they come from, where the origin place, but yeah, Junubin also like us, That's why we said the union, Masalan, a unity to the Junubin is very difficult now, But we're still hanging up there, There is a time, everything will blow out,
So I like brother JJ ita unionist asa ita solution تاعك شنو للموضوع بتاع خلينا نبدا اول باراضي بتاعنا تا ايكواتوريا انتوا كيونيونيست عندكم any agenda de حالتها موضوع اراضي الدنكا جا occupied right now و some of the upper Niles اللي قبائل upper Nile already كمان قاعد يكلم عندهم اراضي في ايكواتوريا من خلال working together مع this tribal regime this tribal hegemonic regime اللي قاعد يحكم ده قالوا هم اشتروا أراضي هناك which is even questionable. How do you solve this issue to a unionist and then to unify with the people and get the oppressors? How can you solve this issue? طبعا أكيد انتوا عندكم agenda ولا انتوا بس قاعدين تقولوا to unionist best for the sake of unity. لازم يكون عندكم agenda. So what is your agenda on this unionist? I hope you got this money. Hello? JJ, are you there? أو يكون سؤال ده سوكن كمان.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, أنا قاعد نسمع. أنا فكرت يمكن قاعد تبلغ بوزاك قلت أساجد السؤال ده سوكن كده ماله.
الله
تفضل.
بس الحركات ده يا عم.
اسمع ما انتوا انتوا ناس تاكم ده كان فلسوا خلاص. يونينيست تاكم ده بيضحكوا. المهم كده ورينا كويس the brave unionists came up. So good. Tell us, how do you solve the issue of the land?
Well, أنا ما سمعت قبل كل السؤال. Can you repeat it again?
Okay,
so
I'll
now
repeat
I can
it.
hear clear.
أنا قلت my question is you unionists أكيد عندكم agenda because لو انتم عندكم agenda في موضوع بتاع unity مع الجنوبيين ده while Equatorian هنا قاعد يشتكي احنا كnationalists we see the danger here, the issues بتاع land. إن already عندنا agenda what is the solution to the land issues. انتوا unionists قلتوا لا solution تاعكم بunity احنا قلنا لا solution تاعنا ب exiting so-called South Sudan. So كده ورينا انتوا كunionist انتوا كيف بتجارنتي land تا Equatorian ده بيرجعوا back تا native ده لأنه في millions of Equatorians by millions even more than 2 million.
Okay. Yeah, I got
how
your
do you
question.
how do you solve this issue? Thank you.
Well, there is the well, we unionists the Junubin, yeah, and there is a last point, well, we are hanging up there, we're still hoping for the unity of South Sudan. Well, Loma hasalat girdi arka fi sajaru bel de fertek munufadi, so munufadi bel de fertek
كلام ده redundant. That's a redundant word بتاعنا ده بتاع opposition ده redundant word قال every كده يركب بشجرة جيبوا حاجة جديدة انتوا ما تكونوا بغبغاء. It's so sad when I hear this thing Ecuadorian or everybody want to just جيبوا حاجة جديدة يا جماعة. قال every كده يركب شجرة احنا ما كلنا قرود كان ديلك قرود هناك احنا ما قرود we're human beings. So yeah, go ahead.
Allah. Okay. Well, المشكلة يا Odessa, as I said it, we are still hoping, لو ما unity ده ما يشتغل إذا ما كنت, في البداية الثانية we stand for unity if we are not coming together. So if the people are not coming together, then إذا ما كنت,
Yeah,
So, but,
أنا عندي لك سؤال يا جي. أنت لسه بكين قالي you have hope. أنت عندك hope لسه إنه unity ده ممكن بيحصل وبلد بيصلح. وأنت أسمع بكاس بعدين أتاكي كلام قال فيني you are not South Sudanese. You are Ugandan, Kenyan, Congolese. Go back to where you come from. Ugori later gali, we liberate you. Ugori later gal fini, we are born to rule. Ufikil matani kengali, South Sudan is kingdom of Denka. South Sudan is property of Denka. Yala italisa bikunenda hope inu unity de body le gidam.
Yeah, طبعا اوكي يا انا فهمت السؤال بتاعك يعني طبعا
كرانا كالاسوكي كرانا كالاسو يلا كل حاجات الحاصل ده unity بيحصل كيف طالما الزول طرف الثاني قاعد يقول لك كلام ده unity ده بيحصل كيف ممكن تفسر لي بيحصل كيف انت بيجيبوا unity ده كيف والزول ده يعني الكلام ده حاجات ده كله ولسه جي قتلوا ناس تاكي وجي ديسبليس ناس تاكي وجي نيا كامارا ده تاكي يلا انت بيجا جيبوا unity ده كيف يعني انت بيجا الزول ده كيف ممكن ترد لي thank you.
Okay, shukran sister Babula Tai. Yeah, سؤال بتاعك يعني is very very good, So my answer to your question is طبعا na manzoli kun feel power, he can abuse you with any word, to make you weak, to make you frustrated, This is exactly what they are doing, So, but you cannot give your hope because what they said, but because you know yourself, Equatorian, okay, without Equatorial, you know my batla, ده المشكلة هنا. without Equatorian يا كلام هم بيتكلم خلين هم حرر منه. أنا سأسأل بيقولوا يوم ياو we liberate you. Did they liberate their villages? Nothing. بلد صغير بتاعهم هناك ما liberate. ده هم جرى من جلابة من هناك. So this is what they are nothing because they just trying to and يخليك انت زعلان and frustrated. This is exactly what they are doing.
My friend,
divide and rule.
My friend, they liberate themselves.
Yeah.
ما نوم بقى يحتلوا بيتك. ده نذكرك حاجة بس.
مثلا عشان كده انا قلت قبل دقيقة كده نجاوب دقيقة انا ما كملت
كوركت. انت قلت هم liberate themselves. انا قلت هم liberate themselves لما هم قدروا يدخلوا في بيتك ويحتلوه. كانوا ما liberate themselves وما كانوا بيجوا في بيت بتاعك بقوة. انت كيف؟ The problem انت او ما قد تلاحظ لسه. But go ahead, continue.
ما انت عارف ليه دخل في بيتنا عشان انهم they hijack the power, they hijack the power. That's why they can do whatever it takes, everything. As I said before, they're controlling everything, from military to everything, and you know what happened during after the CPA, some region, some community, some region they disarm. ده زمن الجنوبي جاي فيهم أنا نازل عندهم they have plan, they have agenda. So في ده يعني مثلا أنا ما قبل ما جاوبت هنا بابولا تاي يلا مثلا أنت قلت مثلا الكتل تايكواتورين ده عشان كده أنا قلت لكم قبل إنه our unity is very important within South Sudan, and we need to form our, we need to go back, the Equatorial Defense Force to protect our people from this barbaric, act. you know. So this is my answer for your question. So and this is my personal opinion. But yes, I'm Equatorian. It doesn't matter if I'm a unionist, but of course I will stand with my people no matter what, you know.
Unfortunately, it matters.
And now what is happening? We are together. We are together because what is happening to our people, you know, it's not, you know, we are not going to take anymore, you know. But you know, we
JJ.
cannot, you know.
Thank
And
you.
yalla, and
JJ.
our problem,
JJ.
this is our youth problem, you know.
JJ,
In Shabab to
JJ.
Equatorian, this is our
JJ.
obligation.
Let me stop you.
Yeah,
Yes.
JJ. Salita hina. Ita
JJ mind the
galfili
answers. ما
unit.
بيقدر يانسر حاجات الأسئلة ده صعبة له. لكن go ahead
Yeah,
بقولها. هنا بنقدر نتكلم فوق.
yeah.
ما مشكلة. أسأل سؤالك أنا بقدر
Yeah.
يمكن. هاي.
The government, women, kamanta wanyade, women ma liberate, bele tomon moja liberate it asere. They are saying that they liberate you, women give implement hajat al-batal le fi rasta kiyade. So ana dera salita, yani fi nahiya da fi kalamak de kulu ita gata kulu inu ikotora sma bag nefsa tomon. Ikotora sma bag de liberate nefsa tomon min barbaric al-gad yahsal hasere fi da fi ikotoria da. Yani ana kida fihimta inu ita باستمرار ده كله بحاجات البطل ده كله لازم انت بسبيس نفسك in between ناس دي المداري تازات في لين تاكي ناس دي الجيك في لين تاكي تريد displace اهل تاكي وقاموا الحاجات الما كويسه انت لسه قاصر نفسك يجي هناك and then in another way طبعا كان لانا قاينو ناس دي they are telling you من اساسا ما دارين unity معك ذاته من ما دارين ذاته انت تكون قاعد في محل ده في اللين بتاعك ذاته ما تكون قاعد. That's why mon gamal hajat al makwis. That's why mon shunu mon kaman hijack isim shunde government ala state South Sudan de. So anyway, ana maarif brother JJ taban dimaf tanas au masalan faham tanas bara لكن انا قاعد نشوف يعني بجد كده يا اخوي انا ما اعرف انا بقول شنو يعني انت انا دير بس كده تاخذ نفسك في ناحيه اذا انت بتقدر تحكم نفسك بنفسك وانت بتقدر تشيل مسؤوليه بيتك بنفسك ما في داعي تبيجي اصر نفسك للزول خليك من كلام انت كين قال اي كلمه شتم بس ده الناس كده تلا الزلان كلام ده يعني generation to generation ناس شغالين بكلام ده اصلا مجي جروم يالتو من القايمين في generation زي generation الجوارنا ده عشان مو بيمبلمنت كلام ده في ايال تتنا أنا ولدوا يلا ابوها تومون مون ما اقدر لابوها تنا في زمن ده. that's why كان زمن ده decentralization كان حصل هو كوكورا في زمن ده ابوها تنا ابوها تومون ما اقدر يلا في زمن ده الناس ترى مون بيجي امبلمنت حاجات دي مون قاسمه من ابوها تومون مون بيجي امبلمنت كاتلو رابينج شنو حتى الرجال ذات مون راب so asere مون جيب جروم ايال تومون كمان عشان كده يعملوا يطبقوا كلام ده في ايال تنا يلا في نهاية كلامك it looks like انت اساسا خايف وانت ما قادر مثلا زي انت ما بقدر رول نفسك انت ما بقدر تسيبوا محل ده الجماعة دي مثلا مش ساديس الجماعة دي ابيوسيتا قاموا الحاجات دي كله يعني لازم انت بس تجي الزري اي المهم قاموا ده كله ما في مشكلة ده بس مدير كده زول طالع زلان انت ما جي زلان لكن حاجات دي قاعد يحصل until وين لأنه بيستمر في شكل حاجات زي طبعا أكيد أي زول في الدنيا ده راحت نفسه أي كوميونيتي في الدنيا ده راحة بتاع كوميونيتي راحة بتاع أي country ده يشوف country بتاعه develop أي زول أي إنسان في وش الدنيا بيحب إنه شنو يعيش حياة حرة لكن في شكل الكلام ده كده برادة يعني بجيت أنا جيت لقيت أنت unionist لكن أنت كنت رايح confused Equatorians.
No, sister, that's my personal opinion. Yes, yeah. But yeah, I understand your feeling, and you know, we have the same feeling, you know.
كلام انا ما قاعد نهيب يعني انت سيبوا زول كده كلاسو فانت عارف انت زي زول ياتو مثلا في حيطه بينك وبين مثلا اكل بهناك انت بتشم ريحه اكل ده تبي كين قال انا بوصل انا كان نوتو حته ده انا بوصل انا باكل اكل ده وفي نفس الزمن انت ما تقدر نوتو حته ده حتى ده واقف بينك وبين اكل ده بينك لكن انت شمر هاد اكل ده بيجاي انت قاعد تطمع في حاجه زي ما بيقولوا بتنفق في قربه فاضي يعني قربه بتنفق بجاي وفاضي اساسا. anyway طبعا دي تكون طبعا يونيونيست لكن طبعا ايكوتوريا هنا قلنا ايكوتوريا سبريتيست ناشوناليست ده مشكلتنا واحد بس في ايكوتوريا الريجون ده يا تغانو يا خريطه دي في هنا في بروفايل ده اتيكا يعني هنا كايكوتوريانز بس ندرين ايكوتوريا ده بس لانه since the creation من ربنا خلق الدنيا دي ما في قبيله اسمه دينكا في ايكوتوريا لكن هسه حاليا انت بسمع دينكا بأنا بوي بكاسما بوي بيجي انت قال انا دينكا مالي انا دينكا مورو انا دينكا كاكوا انا دينكا كده يعني انت كان من generation انا I'm sure you are second generation from father كويس من ابوتك انت second generation انا متاكد في generation ابوتك كده كان ابوتك ما بيرضى حاجه زي ده لانه مخترع انه في داخل الكوتوريا ده ما في قبيله اسمه دينكا يلا في الجنريشن ده كده you want to allow it to happen انت داير كده حاصل انه في دينكا ايكوتوريا في دينكا نمولة في دينكا ما اعرف في دينكا ما اعرف وين وكده انا ما اعرف المهم it is what it is my dear brother.
Sister, I understand. Well, you say I'm the second now, man. My dad was one of those Anyanyawan fighters. Well, if you don't know, so I came from a big family, I'm not gonna comment for that, but But anyway, yes, Mabulatai, Arif, da عشان كده انا قلت قبل احنا يعني انت قلت مثلا يعني مثلا الدينكا كان ما من زمان كما في كوتوريا. Yes, we understand that, because we didn't know what these people are up to, our forefather, whatever, they didn't know about what these people have in their mind,
تاريخ السودان في التسعينات من ثمانينات للتسعينات قريت عن تاريخ السودان انا ما قلت لك في حاجه بيغير يعني هسه حاليا بقى في دينكا جي كلام قالي دينكا نمولي دينكا مادي في دينكا جي كلام قالي دينكا مورو دينكا بوجولو دينكا غاكوا يذكر في تاريخ السودان انا امتحنت في التسعينات صدقني في تاريخ السودان كنا بنفهم انه في دخول العرب في السودان كويس لكن لما جاء بقى في فتره كده جاء غيروا قال دخول الناس في السودان وهسه حاليا شهاده سودانيه كله جيل الجو ورانا دير الاستري قاعدين يمتحنوا ده بقى ماشيين بالطريقه ده انه في دخول الناس ما دخول العرب عرفت كيف؟ يلا بالطريقه دي زي الناس دي يجي غير وكلام ده انك زي وانت سان بيو سان ايكوتوريا وانت لسه جيكين قال لا كانك جيني منازل ونازل غير حاجات كتير كويس براو ساكت لين اوكيبيشن ده دي براو ساكت مشكله يا برادر كويس انت من امك لابوك انت ايكوتوريا دومتك بيو ايكوتوريا فاذا كان نازل سريم مو بيجي كليم قالوا من كده وانت حاليا يمكن قالوا اوكي ما في مشكله كده يونايت وبلد بيجا طالع بلد بيجا صالة طبعا ده كلام الحلو ناس بونسوا يلا بيجا حاجات كتير قاعد يحصل تفتكر generation بتاع second generation بتاعك up to third generation بتاعك الجاي ده are they gonna really like stand on what like في كوتوريا ما في دينكا اساسا من ربنا خلق الدنيا ده ما اكيد second generation بتاعك او third generation بتاعك بيجا بعدين بيليف قال هاي كان كده في دينكا ايكوتوريا في دينكا اسمه شنو ده دينكا نمولة في دينكا كده so the earlier the better my brother the earlier the better زي ما بيقولوا الكبير سمين yeah the earlier the better مين حاسة في زمن ده كده زي don't allow that كين قال لي no أنا am a nationalist Equatorian nationalist أنا ما unionist because unity ده ذاته unity ده ما كي يجيبوا بعدين نتيجة كويس في إيال الجاين وراي أو إيال تتاي أو إيال تتاي so أجرين الناس اللي فا أنا ما قاينو
Babula Tai, yes, but دقيقة Maslan, okay, I understand, but we have to follow also the process. Yeah, best دقيقة واحد بس. Yeah. يعني مثلا بقول yes, I understand, مثلا of course everything there is the end, مثلا we have to follow this transition or period or something like that. So next year, I may know, so there is the end of it. Then people can decide it. So what's gonna happen? But we still hoping for the, Yes.
Did I hear you say you want to follow this transitional period?
Yes.
Which one? Which transitional period are you talking about? You want to increase the suffering of the Equatorians?
No. I'm not saying that. That's why I'm saying this. We have to defend our people by any means.
Which one?
Okay, Yan Maslan Zamanda, we need to come together as an Equatorian. Forget about your unionists or separatists. Let's come together as an Equatorian. To focus. ما عندنا سياسيين في السياسيين الكبار for national agenda. Let them go. But we as Equatorian, we have to fight those people. Those cattle headers, they need to be moved by any means.
But here you are saying, you are saying we should unite with these people. These people will change, something like that. How do you find someone you want to unite?
No. But Maslan, Moses, Maslan, a unity has we are divided. We are divided.
Are you calling for the unity of Equatorians or the unity of Equatorians with the Dinka? Because I'm confused.
No. I say our unity as Equatorian, ana gutta Maslan, ma gutta Maslan, because you are separatists, but we are units, we are hoping for the unity, because my unity Arfin, Anazel they have an agenda.
We want to separate from Dinka.
Lakin al-mushkila btati
another separate Dinka, whether they unite my Dinka. So, and you want me to unite with you, and you want to unite with Dinka, which is which?
Okay. Well, because yes, you guys go with your agenda, You guys go with your agenda. I cannot say anything. I will support you because you have a right, You have a right.
Yeah. Why you don't want to go with this agenda? So, do you accept that Dinka is the problem? Do you accept that Dinka is the problem?
Of course. I have mentioned here. I don't know where were you. Yes.
Why do you want to unite with him? Why do you want to unite with the problem? Why do you want to unite with the problem?
Because Ana Guta Gibel, we are the spear of this country. We Equatorian, we brought the map of South Sudan in the whole in the world, and the identity of Junubin. Now we proud some of this claim. Yeah, we liberate you. So that عشان كده لكن المشكلة بتاعتي أساسا إحنا الشباب. We the generation. It's our obligation, to come with a resolution. What we're gonna do to protect our land, to defend our land. Yes, you guys, you can go with your agenda. I'm not gonna say no. Yes, I know when I'm gonna stop. When I know. When I'm gonna stop and stand with my people. But now, okay, I stand with my people too. The suffering of my people there. I will stand with them. And I will do whatever it takes to protect them at this current time. So that's my answer.
والله جي تعمل زي slippery fish في water. انا مزاج نمسك سمك في المويه قاعد يشيله بعدين بس
يعني جي انا قال بسوي انا مصاحبي جي في somewhere na جي قال we are the problem in a problem بتاع جنوب السودان. We the nationalists, we are the problem. Now جي هنا جي ما عارف هو unionist ولا nationalist. جي المشكله
يا ما قلت كده، انا قلت وين؟
ده بوس بتاعك قال الكلام ده وانت يسكوينت تيم بوس بتاعك يتكلم كلام
لا جي ده بس
انا ما هناك جي want to bring me up but the boss threatened him he cannot bring me up. Then the boss throw me down because I say I'm very happy today. They talk like separatists. The last they know when they are talking like separatists, they got very annoyed. Because
Musa, I didn't have the green bean, man. You were there. I didn't have. Only he was having. No. Yes, you come up.
but
Yeah.
he got annoyed because I told you people are talking like separatists. Then I went in the room. I thought these are those of DD or but when I went there, I found you people different. So I asked you what is happening. Am I in a separatist room or what is going on? While your boss got annoyed and threw me down.
يلا جي انت ما انسى ولا شيء، انت بس لفيت زي سمكة جوا مويه، قاعدين يمسك، قاعدين يحاولوا يمسكوه، قاعد يفلت من يدين، ما مشكله. انت لسه انت انسكيور في موضوع بتاع ايكاتوريا، لكن انا بصلي بس ان بنصلي نقول لابونا تانا خليه يصلي شديد عشان خليه ايكاتوريا لسه ماشيين في يونيتي ده you come back to the senses and see Equatoria as important. بعدين في حاجه فاني انت قلت هنا it made me laugh so hard. لما انا حاجه اللي لاحظت في unionist جامد لما هم بيتكلموا and any unionist can come up for real, like you just come up, don't feel shy if you have anything, because هنا السؤالات ده ذاته سالنا لجي نتمنى نسالك كمان تجاوب، كانت عندك اي جواب اتفضل. حاجه اللي انا استغربتها من جي لما الكلامات ده كله جاني سالوه، هو قام قال لي يا اخي this is my personal opinion. Let me tell you, ما في حاجه اسمه personal opinion لما انت قاعد to make a choice. Okay, once you decide to stand with something, there is no longer something called my personal opinion. اما زي زول مشى vote لزول already مشى نديك مثلا هتلر كان قاعدين put history بتاع هتلر دايما because Hitler is an example of evil, right? المان اللي مشى vote for Hitler to be a leader for Germany ما بيقدر يقول this is my personal choice. Hitler spoke publicly about what his plan was doing. What is he gonna do? What is he gonna bring? ناس اللي agree معه based on that idea, they all in agreement. It's not based anymore حاجة بس oh that's my personal opinion. They see the idea is beneficial to all of them. هم قاموا مشوا على idea ده. الايديا جاء من زول تاني قال لي احنا نقول unionist. انت جي انت جاي من ايكاتوريا، انت عندك منطقه في ايكاتوريا هناك ما معروف قبيله تاك اسمه شنو، المهم اصغر كانوا صغير ولا كبير، المهم قبيله تاك موجود هناك في ايكاتوريا secure and safe.
Yeah,
دقيقه
I'm
it doesn't matter، بس دقيقه انا ايكاتوريان ده we don't worry about قبيله. I'm an Equatorian, I'm proud Equatorian. انا ذاته عندي لتوكا في دم بتاعي so don't even come and tell me انا فاهم، لكن حاجه ده نقول لك شنو point بتاعي في كل قصه ده انه احنا كايكاتوريان when we look at our territory احنا كايكاتوريان nationalists we look at every tribe في Equatoria that is important and we are looking at the objective in Equatoria في خطر. لازم احنا نسيف Equatoria. Equatoria salvation بتاع is coming out through what? To Equatoria standing together. انت قاعد تتكلم عن unity بتاع Equatoria and the same time you talk about unity بتاع South Sudan. Equatoria must unite together مع South Sudanese عشان احنا نقدر نقوم النظام ده. ونظام ده تاع نظام ده تاع قبيله. النظام ده ما كان جاء كايديولوجي. هسه كان سالنا ايديولوجي بتاع SPLA شنو؟ nobody knows. Ideology بتاع SPLM كانوا هم communist, nobody know. لانه communist ما قاعد work like this. هسه الحاجه اللي قاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان ده ما communism. communism هنا شفناه في روسيا.
ايوه يا وديك
Okay.
بس استنى بس يلا تقول
دقيقه
في حاجه بس second يا عشان كده انا قلت قبل انا ده اللي عندهم
ما انت
اجنده
قبلك
ما
افكار ده
بكان
ما في
جنوبين
راسك.
يا
هسه انت بيبقى عندك فكره
no
في راسك.
انا قلت قبل يا ولا you can go back to the video and
ما
I said
مشكله
it
ما
before
مشكله.
انا
الموضوع
قلت
بتاعي
كان
الهدف بتاعي
جنوبين
ما موضوع
مثلا
بتاع هنا اسمعني
why
كويس.
the جنوبين
انا بس
getting able to convince جنوبين but they were having a hidden agenda.
ما احنا قاعد نتكلم كلام انت كان سميته من ما انت سميته مننا، انت كنت قاعد تقعد كوايت بس تشجعوا. انتوا هناك ما ناس كان قاعد تقسم Equatoria. انا قلنا لك وقف كلام ده، وقف كلام ده، لانه الناس زي مرتاحين لما نشوف زول زي كان كده قاعد يبرجل الناس. هنا قاعد نقول بوضوح انا ما خايف من اي زول. انت Equatorian be Equatorian. انت كان Equatoria ده تلعب لعبة go ahead. You will pay for it not us. لانه Equatoria ده is our beloved ancestral land. Okay, احنا proud to be Equatorian. We will take, we even die for it. كان ادونا الفرصة and fight for it and die for it. And we're not talking here for the sake of that. بس انا قاعد نقول لك my brother انت need to make a deal. انت ما فاهم unity تاك ده ذاته كيف جاي. لما انا سالتك اسئله ده unionist ده انت ما قاعد تقول ده personal opinion. انت لما made that choice to be part of ما انت already كلكم في جروب معين كلكم ماشيين بالفكره ده، والفكره ده ما جا منك، الفكره دي جا من ناس ثانيين، وانت مفترض تعرف لما زول بيجي لك بالفكره انت مفترض تعرف حاجه ده make sense ولا ما make sense. انت هنا make your judgment. If it does not fit on your position, then you switch. You say no, I don't agree with it. زي احنا هسه Equatorial Nationalists, we don't see unity in South Sudan is possible or even plausible, for a reason that South Sudan has something that it it proved to us. South Sudan is so behind the understanding of something called nationalism. لما انا جيت كلمنا عن موضوع nationalism ده لانه Equatoria عندهم the understanding of nationalism. That's why we call ourselves Equatorian nationalists. Equatorian nationalists ده is an identification to us. احنا عاوزين what is the doctrine تاعنا. We want to establish a nation.
Odessa.
اوكي احنا عاوزين نكون دوله. listen عاوزين نكون دوله ايكواتوريا، ايكواتوريان بس. قبائل ايكواتوريا كله بيكونوا under this umbrella تاع ايكواتوريا ريبابليك، قول ايكواتوريا ريبابليك ستيت whatever. المهم my brother CPI بيعرف كتب I mean I forgot the name. هو كانوا في بيجي فوق كان بيكون كويس يساعدني في الايكواتوريا ديموكراتيك ريبابليك something like that. And then add to it احنا عاوزين our people, our civilian يرجعوا في أراضي بتاعهم because this is our ancestral land. And then we need to also preserve our history, our culture, and reestablish a new and more advanced what you can call new culture. احنا فينا نعمل editing في حاجات الغلط احنا بنشوفه بنصلحه ونمشي لقدام، لأنه احنا عاوزين actually be part of the 21st century. This is what our objective as Equatorian nationalists. انتوا ناس Unionists ما عندكم اي شيء، بس قال إحنا لازم نكون مع الجنوبيين، إحنا شعب واحد، ربنا خلقنا في ارض ده. يعني كلام بتاعكم كل يوم انتوا قاعدين حجه بتاعكم ربنا put you there. لكن put you كان في جو upper Nile ولا put you في إيكواتوريا؟ ما كان كان في upper Nile call it upper Nile. لكن ما تيجي تكلم لنا إيكواتوريا كان جزء من جنوب السودان. when يا هو اوروبيين ذاتهم بنفسهم
Okay,
لما
Odessa,
جد
let me
مونا
ask you a quick question.
they brought us and forced us in Sudan where it was against our will. قسموا أراضي إيكواتوريا في إيكواتوريان بتاعنا ودهم في يوغندا، كونغو، كينيا. هسه الناس المجانين اللي في أبا نايل اللي قاعدين يعملوا الاستهتار بخاصة دينجا قاعدين يقولوا إحنا ناس ما قال إحنا جايين من يوغندا. هم بيعرفوا إنه ده أراضي إيكواتوريان اللي شالوه هناك ليوغندا ده. زي هسه في حلايب
Yeah, Odessa,
انت
don't
بتعرف
take these
دقيقه
people
دقيقه
this
بس انا اوريك حاجه دقيقه.
Uganda thing
هولن
seriously.
جاي كده
Be
دقيقه ما
proud
تقاطعني.
who you are.
جاي بليز دونت قاطعني بس اسمع كلام ده. عندنا نذكرك حاجه في خرطوم ده في مناطق اسمه حلايب. اوكي في مناطق هناك فوق في شمال السودان مصريين شالوا بقوه. Do you know why? They want to assimilate the Sudanese people to be part of the Egyptian. لانه طبعا هدف بتاعهم because في موارد هناك موجود. These people, when they take your land, there is a purpose. European took it for a purpose. طبعا purpose استعماري. So they divide us and weaken us. بتاع مصر they took it because عندهم interest في minerals الموجود في خرطوم هناك. I mean في السودان هناك في شمال على اساس في ذهب ومناطق حاجات. المهم موارد الموجوده. وبعدين ده اهداف تاع مصريين العرب ده عشان يعربوا ذات السودانيين للنهايه انه ما يعرفوا علوم افارقه ولا يعتبروا. حتى ايماجن الانسان الافريقي اليوم بيقول انه فرعون ده زول ابيض، مع انه فرعون ده زول اسود تك. انت كان مشيت في المتحف المصري I saw it as a kid. This guy is dark skin. اوكي لكن ما يقول لي قال ده ناس تعبنا، لانه ناس بيبقى في تزوير كمان يقول ده ناس نو. ناس عندهم حضاره نمن بنوا اهرام. ناس لما بنوا اهرام ما كان قاعدين يبنوا اهرام بقبيله دينكا ولا قبيله نوير ولا قبيله شلوك. هم بنوا اهرام ده بكل القبائل الموجود في مصر. I'm being honest because they were very advanced. حتى لما the Greek loved them. Greek لما كتبوا كتب عنهم. Romanian Rome كتب عنهم because they saw these people were so brilliant and fascinating. يعني انت كان compare them هسه مع Equatorial. ما انا ما داري نقول even كان ده ذاته ياو قال اهلنا we say good luck انا ما دارين ارض ده. We have a land. لكن the way how they were thinking exactly like كده. الا في Equatorial ناس طلعوا بتاع SPLA حركه شعبيه قريبات ده يا قدر يرجعونا لعصر ايام بتاع عصر الحجري. عايزين يخلونا نفكر كقبيله، نفكر كمجموعات عصابات، وما نتكلم عن حقيقه بتاعنا نكون مجاملين. no this thing must be stopped. قال لك فراعنه لما كان بيقعدوا بيفكروا بيقعدوا مجموعات. يس فيرو ده كان نفسه ربنا طبعا هو لايك هو ذا بريليانت جاي. انت كان بريليانت بخطوك انت ليدر بتاعهم. ما انهم كان بيجيت بيست education. عشان كده موسس جا لقى بيست education عندهم. لكن كان راجعنا على انفسنا هنا. These people, the Greek Kangarik Tabanum, Galek Nazar, God, a combination of tribes, the Egypt, they made sure there is nothing called tribe anymore. Huma abolish Hajada. They made sure in the Fizol Bukunu like the God. Namanum Kabo came up with a fake story between Zola Khalagorabana Okid Al Mehim and he built the leadership. You know, Wadam fella. Big Anaza can worship this guy, Lahadi Nihaya. And they kept their secret until him died. Like in some people began to discover their secret. Like in unfortunately secret amount was that. Like in look at the European, Namanuma got education, then was the education to the Shabu. ده مشكله بتاعنا ذاته في كاتوريا هنا نفس حركات تفرين احنا هسه عندنا ناس متعلمين في ناس بيكونوا حاقدين ما عاوزين يوزعوا الفرص لاخوانهم الثانيين لانهم هم يكبروا يكونوا leaders عاوزين هم يكونوا هم ياهو the attention seekers يعني انت بتلقاهم هم attention seekers they want to be standing in the top while the people are dying and suffering احنا nationalists we object such thing لانه دينا قاعدين نشيل primitive we are looking for the solution of you know helping our people it took a unionist it then take it to control people be lies وبدون any objective عشان سألتك قلت له انتوا كده اجنده تاعكم شنو you cannot even bring the facts ارض بتاع ايكاتوريا كيف بتجارانتي we get it back you cannot even get it back you don't have any answer for it then انت قاعد تتكلم unity مع ناس اللي already قاعد oppress you cannot even explain to me clearly انت لسه قاعد left and right it doesn't make sense again انت قاعد تقول ايكاتوريا unite يلا انت قاعد تقول انت ده unite مع these people so you confuse us عشان كده موسى سألك you confuse everybody so you need to be clear
No. أنا ما قلت unite but I say with جنوبين كله ما أنا ما قلت ولا
انت قلت
Pacific
انت مش
tribe.
انت قلت حاجه شنو ده ايكاتوريا ديفense فورس انت مش قلت الكلام ده ولا انا كان قاعد
Why
نسمع
not? Because this is my people. This is my
ده
territory.
ايكاتوريا
If
ديفense فورس ده
we
كان كله
fought to
جنوبيين
protect our people.
listen
Huh? No. I didn't. No. I think you misunderstand me here.
No ما انت
No.
قلت قبل شويه انت خالد نفسك بنفسك انت قلت
No. Ma,
I said South Sudanese كله to unite
I don't
طيب
like
انت
when
كان
you
South
put.
Sudanese
I don't
unite
like somebody put things in the mouth.
yeah
Like I hate that. Yeah.
اوكي
Anyway, go ahead.
جاي انت قلت بخشمك حسك قبل شويه قلت ياك انا قلت unite ده ما ايكاتوريا بس براو كله جنوبيين South Sudanese then انت كيف تيجي تقول لي خلي ايكاتوريا establish defense force ما انت قاعد هنا قاعد كده you're contradicting yourself you're talking Equatorial have to unite by themselves and create a defense force ولا Equatorial defense force ده actually دي جنوبين كله عشان نقدر نفهم
No,
من
I
كلام
say
بتاع unity
Equatorian Barao. Ana gutta gbe nargia, we can go back, to create Equatorial Defense Force. Ma gutta kulu junube neji create. How come is that,
والله ده قاعد
It
انت قاعد
doesn't
تضحك
make sense.
لنفسك يا اخي المهم ما مشكله move
But
on move on
dini fursa indi haja ana berjala kun baden. Yeah, al haja
اوكي
ta gutta
موزيس عاوز
maslan,
يتكلم
the
حاجه خلي
history.
موزيس يقول
Yes,
حاجه خلي
Egypt,
موزيس
I've been in Egypt. I've been in Egypt, and I know exactly the history of
اوكي
Egypt.
فرعون ده كان ابيض
And I've
ولا
been in those
فرعون ده
places.
كان ابيض ولا كان اسود لما انت شفت الجثه
No,
بتاعه
Zola said,
okay enough خلاص that's
that's
it
why,
okay but
that's
so
why,
this
because,
that's out of the topic but I'm just asking because انت قلت في ايجيبت انا بس قلت انت شفت معناته باري فرعون that's good
yeah,
لا كريم موزيس يسألك سؤال
yeah,
عشان تقدر تجاوبه لا انا زي عنده حاجه ده يعلق في كلامك يلا بعد كده to
yeah,
put your point and then we
okay.
move on to the next speakers who never spoke yet but thank you but go ahead brother Moses
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
yes
Sorry, my network keeps on fluctuating. Okay, leave it. Sorry, that's the problem that we're having. The big problem we're having. The unionists in murky water and not up in the east. The accuse the nationalists because honestly speaking, here is the problem. The young are the problem of all countries. The young are the one who are not willing to unite with anyone else. The young has not hidden their intention of depopulating Equatoria, then occupying the Equatorial land very, very clearly. And here, our own people from the other side of the aisle trying to tell us, no, these people can change. These people are good people. And these people are openly telling you that you did not fight. You have no right to be in the land of your ancestors. You are foreigners in the land of your ancestors. Where are we heading to? JJ here, yes. Where are we heading to? We said we must unite to push out these people. And you are telling me I must carry a gun to push out these people without you. People see the difference here, JJ? We are saying we have identified the problem. What we need is the solution. But
For
you are
me,
telling us
I will fight for my people. I will fight for my people, and I will fight for both sides. So that's my
which
own
is your
opinion.
people? Which is your people?
The Equatorian, I will fight for my land, and I will fight for the South Sudanese. Yeah, that's
So
my own
have you
personal.
guys changed if you guys change your mind against saying that Central Equatoria are not fighters?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
JJ.
yeah.
Let us be
You know,
honest.
what
And
do you
where we
think
fight
in that? No, 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 no.
because
But they mungkin أقول حاجة كمان يا جماعة. No, of course,
no,
this
it
is
is
your
my turn.
forum. You
It
have
is
the
my
right.
turn.
But me,
It is my turn.
I'm a visitor
It,
here. You know,
no,
I would
no.
like to
It
give
is
I like to share with you
okay.
guys. So,
Then
مثلا أنت قلت
listen,
دقيقة
Asma. I don't want to drop you. I'm not your boss. I don't want to drop you. But we are saying we in Equatoria, there is one Equatoria from east to west. There is no strong Equatoria, there is no weak Equatoria. We are like the human body. The human body, you can find some organs that are very weak. Your ears, your nose, your eyes. The eye, without the leg, the eye is completely nothing. But if the eye says, I'm not going to see, will the leg take you anywhere? The leg cannot take you anywhere. Or if the leg said, the leg takes you there and the eye takes you there, but the hand says, I cannot do anything, you'll be in a big set. So we are a set, we are a unit, like the human body. You cannot be going telling the Jenge that, oh, the Bari are weak, the Bari have done this, the Lotuko are the fighters. This is not Equatoria we're talking about. We're talking of one united Equatoria. And the fact that we have divisions inside us does not make us, uh, does not put us in a bad shape. We always give example of the state of Israel. The state of Israel, you look from outside, you think that is a very ideal state. We don't have problem,
but
everything is
Muslim,
rose.
do you believe you can achieve peaceful with Dinka? Do you believe that?
We don't achieve peace with Dinka. That's why we're saying we don't want Dinka. But you people say,
No,
let
no,
us unite with
no,
Dinka.
no. I said it. Do you believe you can achieve equatorial
Okay.
separation
Yake,
or stop the suffering of the people,
JJ, can you
our
stop
people?
interrupting and stop derailing us to something else? Let
position.
the question be questioned to you, and then you can answer. Don't just cut the person because you're derailing the whole topic. Please, go ahead, Brother Moses.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, no,
JJ
you're good. You're
position
good.
bitana
I'm just saying to JJ Gadi, how will you interrupt you? Wait till someone finish your question. Yalla be derail the topic.
position
So
bitana
yeah.
very clear. Okay, let me just go. Position bitana very clear. We've been on the forefront of attacks against Dinka. Attacks in words, attacks in action, attacks everywhere. And the Dinka know very clearly that the Equatorial Nationalists are their public enemy number one because they are the one telling them, get out of our land. We want to take control of our borders. We want to take control of our land. We want to take control of our resources. We want our IDPs, the displaced people, to come back home. But here is a situation where some of the Equatorial Unionists, they go around and say, oh, it is not all the Denka. It is only Denka Bor. It is not the Apadam. It is not the ABA. But if you go to the composition of the JCE, tell me, is the JCE a Dinka Bor organization? The JCE is the organization of all the Denka. Those who have their cows in Equatoria, those who don't have their cows in Equatoria. And if you tell the Denka, okay, if you carry the problem, go and kill. all of them get up in arms. But you cannot be sitting with your hands folded in Torit, and an Equatorian is being attacked in Western Equatoria, and you said, I cannot go there because the problem is there. This is what the Dinka want to tell, the Dinka want to create in your mind, that the Western Equatorians are the problem, you Eastern Equatoria, you are warriors, because you have cows, you are also one of us. See how the devil works? So we are saying, don't be in the middle, take a side. And you today you spoke like separatists, and you people are denying. You're denying that you are, now you want to bring the separatist agenda to be your agenda. You people don't have agenda. You want to unite with the Dinka. You want to convert the Dinka, but the Dinka is bent to convert you or eliminate you and neutralize you. So let us open our eyes. It's time we unite as one Equatorial and speak in one voice and support. Now you are sitting idle. The people in Kajikoji have carried that arms. When are you going to support them? Are you waiting until the Dinka comes to attack you? This time around, we should support the people in Kajikoji, or even you start chasing the own Dinka that is in eastern part of Equatoria. So I will stop here because I have to attend to something quickly. But I'll be listening. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, Taban, and I'm not back there regulate al Taguta field, but my question is like, okay, like let's say if I enjoy you right now, as what difference I can make? From example, me individual. Thank
If you join us, what difference?
Yeah, JJ, you mean enjoy or join you? Because أجري شوية إنش كيف كده.
you. Itum Shami Soti? أنا ما أعرف عندي الإنترنت هنا ما صوتي وادي.
If I join
والله
you
واضح
or
Okay, no, my question is because I asked Moses and Aguta if I enjoy, I mean, join you guys, what different I can make regarding this, like your advocate for. Yeah.
brother Moses, you're in a matrix. He's in a matrix.
Yeah, I think you have
Yeah.
some. Yeah. عندك مشكلة في الشبكة يا زول. لا ماليزيا. But anyway, المشكلة we Equatorian we are united. But لكن المشكلة بتاعنا إنتم you carry your agenda, يعني أنا بنلام كلنا أنت Unionists or Nationalists, this is our problem all together. Okay?
No, اسمع
You
اسمع
cannot blame
اسمع
Unionists
ما كله
or
ناس جابوا SPLA في جوا إيكاتوريا. Don't blame anybody else. في إيكاتوريان دخلوا مع SPLA جاب لنا هوا في جوا إيكاتوريا. So do not say that we
Okay,
are all
during the
together.
SPLA, do we have Unionists? Yeah, Odessa.
Listen to me. Equatorian
Equatorian
كان في
Nationalists.
كان في Equatorian ضد حركة شعبية. كان في Equatorian ضد حركة شعبية. نما كان قاعدين fight حركة شعبية. في تاني شغالين مع نظام تا عمر البشير. So you cannot deny that. حتى في دينكا ذاته كان شغالين. المهم لكن Equatorian كان clearly they don't trust these people of حركة شعبية. لأن حركة شعبية كان against a lot of guns was turned against Equatorian. حتى ذاته انتوا كميليشيات كالناس اللي يشالهم يال صغار ده وهم got abused, اختطفوكم انتوا اطفال. That's like بيقولوا شنو abuse against child labor. انت بتعرف في western countries بيقولوا في child labor abuse وفي حاجه اسمه كمان abuse against children for I forgot the term, like ده حاجات اللي عنده like three terms في laws بتاع children, which it's completely a violation to the human right. لأن أنت جانا صغير مش يودوك في مكان violation to kill and shoot. No, that's not right. حتى إحنا ذاتنا لما قاعدين نشوف كان العرب ديل بيشيلوا عيال صغار تام في العراق وأفغانستان, we say no, we take guns from them. We even encourage their family not to allow any terrorist group يجي يؤدي سلاح لجنريشنز سلاح يموت ساكت عشان نازل لأنه طبعا we take children and children are very easily to be taken advantage of, you know. So انت as you talking right now you cannot come in here and twist حاجات لأنه احنا شايفين we have to be clear. SPLA messed up completely, committed crime against Equatorian. Equatorian rose guns against them. احنا ما كلنا قاعدين فولو SPLA ما كلنا قاعدين اجري بحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل. So then come and twist حاجات لما اننا واقفين على مصلحة Equatoria because we know what Equatoria stand for us. Equatoria is our land. إننا ما living in Upper Nile. We live in Equatoria. Our homeland is everything. As Upper Nile كله قاعدين move in Equatoria. They live in Equatoria. Why? هم قال عندهم بترول في Upper Nile. But let them stay with their oil. Saudi Arabia they living in their territory. ما ماشي في أمريكا وقال لك خلينا نخلي مكان ده لأويل بتاعنا. وأمريكان يا كان قاعد help them for this oil. You know that then America help ناس Aramco. إنت كان سميت بأرامكو ده. Aramco ده was established by American companies. Saudi Arabia became rich and powerful. And Aramco, most of the Saudis were living in their land. They didn't move and migrate to America. خلاص هنا بقى أصحاب الأويل ده نقعد نموف to America ده بلد تانا. They didn't say that. لكن أنت بتشوف Upper Nile ديل they're moving to Equatoria occupying. بس أننا قريب جنب no. We will put a fence كان بقى ما في طريقة. إسرائيل خدت fence في هنا ده في بين فلسطين and Israel. وده حاجه جود ان زاد نعمل زي ده عشان نعمل حته بعد ما ولا بقره بيجي بيدخل بالغلط عشان بكره الناس يكوري بقر ولا شيء يدوك حلو في راس في حته. انا اقول له شفت نعمل سور زي تا اسرائيل عملوه مع ناس غزه واريحه ده. You know, and we can do that. It's the only thing is Equatorial need to stand for themselves. لكن شخصيات اللي قاعد يقول لنا كلنا جنوبيين let's come together we are unionists ده كلام ما بياكل ايش. لانه you're just telling us to be a servant and slave. ده كلام بتاع house negroes اللي بيسموهم ده house slave اللي بيقول yes master we sick or we you know we got a good house. يا اخي يا good house هسه في جنوب السودان. زول ده قاعد في بيتك قاعد يقول لك we got a good house وقاعد في جوبا ده قاعد يقول هاي ده بيتنا قال ولا إنه كلنا جنوبيين يعني نفس الكلام بتاع نيجر سيل اللي بيقولوا house negroes عشان كده you gotta wake up.
if I ask you مثلا لو جيت في بيتك مثلا لو جيت في بيتك انت هتعمل له شنو؟
أترو دكتور لما أنت آمن.
Exactly. That's why we need to do it. خلوا
سبيت اللي قاعد تقول في unity ده. إنت دار unity ليه؟
our unionist. Yeah. ها؟
إنت دار unity ليه؟ ما أنت قاعد تقول في معنا. انت قاعد تقول لي قال انا كجيف انا قلت انا بتر الثالث
خلي انا صرت يونت ما انا قلت خلاص نمسك جدنا واحد نمشي نتطلع انا يونيست ناشوناليست مالو يعني في شنو؟
في فرق كبير يا زول. اما انت قاعد تفهم اللغه عربي ولا انجليزي ولا فرنسي ولا تركي لكن انت need help يا جماعه. صراحه انت قاعد تبرجوا لي كتور نما كتور قاعدين لكم دراويش
No
لما قاعدين يتكلموا
لا
كانوا قاعدين يضحكوا علينا. حسا دينك بقى الشطار كان ندي فرصه للسي جي. ندي فرصه للسي جي.
اوكي
ندي فرصه للسي جي بعدين نجي نرجع لك يا جي. الله
Can you hear me?
هاي قاعد نسمعك واحد قرب بس كم تليفون شويه.
yes uncle.
يا خلينا نسلم على كلهم الاخوه خاص الاخ اللي نزل وبولا وجاي جاي رايت كل الحضور الموجودين هنا اهلا بجنوب السودان wherever they are those who are under essential threat في حكومه بتاعت الجنگ اللي خانوا الامانه طلعوا ناس مجرمين كنا ما عارفينهم لكن اليوم عرفناهم ويونا فتح نشكر ربنا عليه. ف this one thing انا بقول لك جاي as unionists what have you benefit from Malong? You know, tell me about that. You know, that's one of my concern. يتستفيد منه شيء as you have said if at all you are to join us today what will be the benefits? Well, of course, that was an answer that was supposed to go to Brother Moses, but I guess due to internet issues, he was unable to answer you. But my main point is that, you know, you will be an additional number. You know, you'll give us an additional number بتكون عدد جديد بتضيف علينا, and that will be another ratio اللي هو نسبة معين إضافي للnationalists.
And with Tanya, you will draw the attention of the Unionists, your colleagues, Unionist colleagues, think twice and know priority is what? It's Equatoria, whatever the reason is. You know, because then to forward it to you, but I'll just answer it. If your house is under threat, that means there is some kind of attack in your house, an intruder and all that. I think I've said it clear that I will kick the guy out of the house. So what will make it difficult for you actually under that circumstance that if you are to kick this guy off your house, that you can't look further and liberate your nation? All right, based on the priority that I know you are here in this world for your family. Your family comes first above anything, and then will be followed by nation. Also, Zemaguna National, again, have to add it up and know if you are to join us, you will be an asset. You will be an asset for our people, Equatoria. Intelligence-wise, ideas, participation, and everything. You will give a signal, a strong signal to the Dinka lead regimes, or the ringleader, you give them a serious sign. And no time have come, and every Equatorian is now open eyes. We were sleeping, yet we are awake. You will sign a signal. That signal will go there, base, which will be a proper threat to those people. Nazil biakhud intibah. And the best way is, of course, to find a way out of how to get a solution. Kamani Tabichuno, you will tell those people, and will argue above everything. And when there is a threat to your land, there's no excuse from that. There's no any negotiations. Either the enemy has to get out, or else he has to face or whatever is possible. Right, Arif Kef? There's more to be said about that. Now, my question is, I've been listening to you carefully about all that you have brought up. إحنا لو جينا للوطن الولد الnationalists, when you look to the nationalists, comparing nationalists مع unionists, I can't expect somebody like the unionists today. It's a good time to have a conflict between us. And you say that you can go, when it comes to Equatoria, you'll go and fight. Now, have you calculated properly how will your enemy look? How will your friend that you favor him than Equatoria will say when it comes to the issue of trust? Will this guy trust you? Or will say, despite you have said, Ana min ajli tahrir Janub Sudan, will de Equatoria? Where will you, how will you define yourself here? Ma'ana sabak. أنا قاعد في أقصى جنوب السودان في شمال جنوب السودان اللي هسي اللي خطوا لنا زيت. أنت بتشوف أنا زول will he trust you? Now you go and fight with Equatoria, and then you come to this guy, you say, oh, I'm Unionist. How will you feel about that? That's one of the points that I wish you will answer me on that particular point. Well, I don't have to go far, but until my time comes, then I'll also give my speech, because I didn't get a chance of talking about the nationalists and unionists. Thank you. Dika, you can take it from here, and then let me know if my time is out. Then I'll participate. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Uncle CJ, for your for your input and also your request. You know, Taban also itaguta maslan inu maslan, you know, inu kef aladu maslan ma maslan ana mashet, you know. No, I stay with my people.
No, the first one.
Mamalong, Mamalong the maslan, you know,
this guy, it's a unionist, Zolde was
yeah. Okay. So let me answer. Okay, then Malong first. No? Yeah, Taban Malong. You know, I don't take this guy seriously because the guy is not fighting. You know, because the guy doesn't have agenda. Because it's a part of the government. So I don't take his thing seriously because what he say is divide to rule. No, like because some people have by his word what he said last time. You know, like okay, Anazdel Umayao. Nationalists, and because this is the language of divide to rule, you know. But some people buy his word, but I don't buy his word. You know what he say is divide to rule. You know, yan igul anasta Eastern. Obviously, hitaro gabail baru min Eastern, bes gal nationalist or min Western. You know, so I'm not gonna focus on that too much because you know I will haja Zonda, you know. It's the government. You know, it just come outside here to spy the opposition and so on. No, so I would say that that's the language of divide to rule our, and I would not buy on that. No, thank you.
You hug him. You hug the guy. Remember, you hug the guy. You ally with the guy. Never know. You didn't put any priority that this guy would have been a spy and all that. Not until later. So it yes, and now we are for liberation of South Sudan. So he became one of your colleagues as Unionists. You began to fight side by side for Khandagwa. So how do you feel about that? I don't mean his last statement, the guy last statement. Anagazi, how do you feel about this guy? It's a hog war. Never know that, and Zolda, probably you might have known or not, but from outside, I mean, kulu nazar hanas kulu aizol bishuf annu shino annu talama itu fi soma. Okay, you're one people, one body. So how do you feel about that particular point? Zolde later on, as nationalists, we kept on alerting you guys, and I'm going to alert from time to time. Yeah, JJ, please. I mean, Maruf, Zolde, ma Zol Kwais, Zolde most wanted, Zolde kat, yet it got to dismiss.
Yeah. Ashankira ya Uncle CJ, Ashankira Naguta, I cannot buy his what he say or whatever is because this guy is the one who killed the Nuer door to door in 2013. You know, so I'm not supporting him or whatever it is. No, I'm not. So or supporting that because
this will let me down. I'm not secretary. I'm not about you. Then when you become associate, when you associate with enemy, with the enemy of our house, it gives me a bad thing about you.
No, nobody associate with nobody associate with the or associate with him or something. No, but of course, like everybody is a mindset chef. Everybody stand his own way. As you can see from everybody is responsible for his work. Yani, I'm not happy. Because عشان كده أنا قلت قبل مثلا المشكلة كلها الجنوب مثلا هم الدينكا يعني مثلا الدينكا ما واحد يطلع قال هو opposition but he's not opposition we have been seeing this يعني بيجي هنا في social media هنا even the dinkas politician activists social media here يعني بيجي هنا بخير اللغة بتو لكن لما نمشي في order بتو it's different. That's why we know these people because why we want to understand these people first. We know them but we want to go deep to understand them. Because their language ممكن يجي هنا يقول اوكي باللغة الثانية يلا نمشي في الروم بتوعهم اللغة بتغير. So but that's why we studying these people. there is the end. Everything, there is the end of it. You know,
Go ahead.
Muslim.
Go to the next question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go to the next.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's welcome Uncle Ladu. لكن قبل ده سي جي يمكن تيجي بعدي انكل لادو لان انت كان طرحت اسئله فانا عاوزك انت
Yeah, sure.
تركز على
There's no problem.
الرساله لانه قبل كان اتكلمنا يعني للناس اللي ما حضروا لانه بدينا بدري شويه
شكرا
وعملنا
جي.
توضيح. Yeah, thank you JJ. Thank you for your courage to speak out with us كunionist and that. طبعا عملنا توضيحات كتير في ناحيه بتاع nationalist و unionist.
Okay, but I would like to excuse myself, but maybe I will enjoy you guys later.
Okay, no problem.
Brother JJ.
Yes.
JJ. I hope next time, you'll get us, if you can accompany what your colleagues, if we can allow him to come in, so that we debate over the issue of unionists and nationalists, please. I just.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
But we need to schedule. Well, Odessa can inform me through messenger or something like that.
Because,
like when you guys are ready. No?
Remember, there's a point that I want to tell you. We've been expecting those people to come in, so that we support each other as brothers and sisters. In a closed room. It's unfortunate none of them could turn up. I don't know for what reason, rather than going on challenging us. That when we went on the other time, alerting them that one of you have made a mistake, and please, how the response was negative. So to that, because of that,
yeah. All right.
So we have to decline. So we're looking forward to you guys. I understand we are one people, one story. I understand, irrespective of our ideas or different. We honor that. Yet, we're looking forward that you will have the courage. Hopefully, every one of you will have that courage to turn up and say, "Hi, brother, should it be through phone or any way out, so that we sort our issues, problems." Because that's a conflict in itself. I heard you have mentioned the word union. Indeed, it's very, very important. We're united as Ecuadorians, there's no doubt. The land is ours. We united on the lands traditionally, and more many things can unite us. But when it comes to the action, because after all, our main point is to act, to have a decisive action as well as one word, so that we could go ahead and comfort our enemies. Make no mistake, from Equatoria, wherever you are, if your intention is to liberate that country, there's no ground that it is not necessary that there's no ground that you have to stand so that you can say, I wanted to liberate South Sudan. You can liberate it from any corner. You understand? If you believe in that, you should know that when your home is under essential threat, then it is an obligation. Thank you, Yonda.
Yeah, shukran. Yeah. We will talk next time. Thank you. Yeah. We will talk next time.
Thank you. Let me move on. CJ, like I said, you be after Uncle Ladum, but let me first welcome. Yeah, it's good. No problem. JJ, we appreciate you again for your input, your thoughts. بس ده نذكركم حاجة as we speak. طبعا اتكلمنا قبل في مواضيع كتيرة، يمكن عملنا قريب ل 4 hours but it's okay. كان الروم بسيط، لكن نتمنى next time الناس يجي بدري. لكن الأهم في الأهم إنه التوبيك ده فيه حاجات إحنا اتكلمنا عنها مهمة، عن تعريف عن الناشونالست unionist، لأنه في ناحية بتاع nationalist and unionist في contradiction. في شخصيات بقى بيقولوا هم South Sudanese nationalists، لكن لما نجي نلقى في الأرضية زي ما أنا قبلك وضحت، to be honest, there is nothing there really talk about nationalism in South Sudan. لأنه في Equatoria إحنا Equatorian, we are holding with Equatorian identity. So we are nationalists in our own nature by the way how we are raised as Equatorian. We are proud to be Equatorian. We are actually example of what a nation is, and we have all the right. And that's why as Equatorian nation, we are advocate for Equatorian independence without any question. Unionista Equatoria اللي قاعدين يقولوا هم اللي يكون unionist جنوب السودان، those are clearly understandable. وأنا أديت تشبيه لموضوع بتاع إيرلندا، because Ireland في تاريخ بتاع Ireland في كان two groups في Ireland هم كلهم أخوان. you know. ممكن كان بدهم اسامي بتاع واحد اسمه نورمان, the other one بيسموهم the Gaelics. the Gaelics and the Norman طبعا هم جا كلاش, وبعدين جاء مشوا مع بريطانيا and the assimilation بتاع بريتن بيجوا Protestant. the Gaelics رفضوا بيجوا هم Christian, I mean Catholics, يعني عندهم Catholics ناس سان باتريك وحاجات دي. فالمهم these people really had an issue. الجايليك او الكاثوليك ديل اكتريتهم هم ركزوا على اساس يكونوا دوله. التانيين اللي جاء اسيميليتد البروتستان رفضوا, وده حاجه قد يذكرني بوضع ايكاتوريا اللي دخلوا في الحركه الشعبيه. I'm sorry to say but we have to be honest. ايكاتوريا اللي دخلوا في الحركه الشعبيه معظمهم هم عاوزين ايكاتوريا be assimilated into the SPLM, into the idea بتاع احنا جنوبيين ونقبل الدنكا يعمل لنا abuse و all that. واضح. while احنا ايكاتوريا اللي انتي اس بي ال ام from the start, لان عارفين اس بي ال كان شنو, ان طلعنا straight forward as a nationalist clearly, لان احنا already we never had trust with SPLM. ولما SPLM took over proved to us ان هم abusive, tribal, hegemonic organization عاوزين يعمل domination on others, و very much dictatorialship في بلد ده. You know, so we cannot accept to be part of this. بعدين لما look at the other group اللي نان دينكا, لقينا هم نفس الشيء كمان, عندهم issue of tribalism. لأنه حتى انهم هم في upper Nile they identify themselves in a tribal base, they don't identify themselves as a regional base. at least كاتوريا احنا ما, لما الناس بيقولوا لنا region excuse me region ده ما حاجه غلط, لانه في ناس عايزين يكملوا ده crime انه انت regionalist وكده, لكن كان جت في جت ما كاتوريا ده قسموا له الدويليات في اراضي ودوا له كونغو يوغندا ومناطق ده. And we never cried about it, but what we're looking for is that we need to have a place where we can call a safe zone. احنا كايكاتوريان رغم جابونا مع خرطوم ودونا في خرطوم against our will, we thought that we could find a way, but then ولقينا ناس اللي قاعد يقولوا مع عرب, فقلنا no we're not going to accept it. يا ايكاتوريا كان جاب الفكره بتاع, يعني هم اول ناس الناشونالستيك لانهم experience this, يعني from experience whom unite themselves compared to Upper Nile. Upper Nile, when they were under pressure, they divided themselves. So their behavior is a clear message to Ecuadorian. You cannot unite with somebody اللي ما عنده acknowledgement to unity, ولا acknowledgement حتى جسم nationalism. Nationalism ده بياخدوه كامبريلا بس, لكن ما actually is not significant to them day and night, because most of the time they don't look for it. They look for only thing tribal domination. عشان كده تلقى اليوم Dinka is dominating. As a can Dinka fat, the other group بيجي take over. لأنه هم قاعدين يقولوا 3 group, هم 3 largest group في جنوب السودان, هم the majority. Dinka بيقولوا majority, نوير بيقولوا majority, second majority, شلو بيقولوا third majority. طيب إيكواتوري بيقول حاله شنو؟ And then they call themselves Nilotic, and هم أقرباء لبعض. إيكواتوري إحنا already عندنا دم ملتصق مع بعض من أجدادنا اللي جا كونوا وحدة ده through hardship. لما هم شافوا colonialists جا هناك عملوا لهم abuse, هم قاموا unify themselves. They are your unity الأصلي اللي بدأ. هم unified themselves against oppressors الجاي من foreign countries, and then they establish the nationalism essence اللي هسه قاعدين نتكلم عنه إيكواتوريا. And today we are proud to call ourselves Equatorian مقارنة مع الشخصيات الجايين من على النيل بحر غزال. وده ما إهانة, أنا كان لما أتكلم عن على النيل بحر غزال خلي زول تاني ما يزعل, خلي الناس يكونوا عندهم open mind, يكون عندهم عقول مفتوح ويفهموا لنا قاعد نقول الكلام ده, لأنه في على النيل في صراعات ما قادر يتحل. حتى السياسيين على النيل بيرفضوا يتكلموا عن الموضوع ده, بيحاولوا يخبوه. قال لا خدوا في زاوية, احنا كان نركز على سلفاكير, كان سلفاكير فات كل شيء بيتحل, قادرين انفصال بيجي. No, this is a lie. You cannot bury something that is gonna, is gonna build up and it's gonna explode. It's gonna be a powder cake. So what I want to say is that إحنا كإيكواتوريان nationalists عندنا identity clear. لكن لما نيجي نسمع بقى في unionists عايزين كمان define themselves as nationalists, that thing it does not make sense. ده أول reason بتاعنا جيت عملنا التوبيك ده, لأنه في some people they're confusing themselves. First of all they're misinforming, لأنه ظاهر إنجليزي ما فاهمينه. nationalist definition بتاعه ده زول متمسك بأرضه, يعني هو قومي متمسك بأساسه بتاريخه بحضارة بتاعه. جنوب السودان في شنو فيه قاعد يخلينا احنا نقول لنا حضارة عنف, حضارة تا مشاكل قبلية وكراهية. نو, ده ما حضارة. إيكواتوريا بنى حضارة بتاعه على النيل, حضارة بتاعهم حضارات قبلية. كل قبيله بينتمي لحضاره بتاع عندهم تقاليد ولغاتهم، هم بينتموا اكثر شيء للغه اللي بيجوا منه بياخذوا التريشن تاعهم. ايكاتوريا عندنا لغات كثير لكن هنا بنتعايش مع بعض، ومن حضارتنا احنا مشارك، لانه اجدادنا استابلش. من اجدادنا ما كان عندهم بي اتش دي زي هسه هنا الجنريشن اليوم ده، ناس ما عندهم علوم يعني في يتعلموا في جامعات، لكن ناس كان عندهم الحكمه وقدروا يستابلش كوميونتي بتاع ايكاتوريا. واحنا اليوم برودكت، يعني احنا او نتيجه بتاع شنو بتاع وحدتهم وتاسيسهم لحاجه اسمها ايكاتوريا. مفترض ان نفتخر بالكلام ده، لكن لما بيجي بستغرب من اخواننا الاستوائيين اللي هم قاعد اسيميليت بحركه الشعبيه، عايزين يجي يتكلموا لنا في اللغه بتاع يونيتي، وهم ذاتهم ما عندهم اي اجنده في كلام بتاع يونيتي ده. فانا بس بخلي الموضوع ده هنا، بدي انكل لادو بيقدر يكمل، لانه really this thing is so dangerous. لانه في عدم الفهم في وسط الاستوائيين، وفي شوشره من خلال السياسيين الفاشلين اللي كانوا جزء من النظام، عاوزين يخلوا يشجعوا العواره او الجهل في وسط الاستوائيين اللي قالوا مثقفين. يعني بدرجه ان احنا نقول يونيونيست. يونيونيست هلا بيس، احنا ايكاتوريان، عندنا identity before you talk about unity. unity بتاع ايكاتوريا is there، identity ايكاتوريا is there. لكن هل جنوب السودان عنده identity؟ جنوب السودان كان شفنا تحت ارضيه بتاعه ما في شيء غير بس العنوان والعلم. لكن وين؟ لما انفصلنا من شمال السودان، مش اهو الجنوبيين قاعدين يقتلوا بعضهم، ودي الجنوبيين دي قبائل اللي هناك في على النيل. ايكاتوريا never even acknowledge themselves as South Sudanese. حتى اسم ده احنا رافضينه، because حتى احنا ما اتفقنا على الدوله اللي نكونه كيف. بعدين دفنوا جون جارن في راس بلدنا، خلاص عملوا بقى حجه، وجا هناك استوطنوا على ارضنا واحتلوا اراضي. فانا ما عايز اكثر، ندي فرصه لانكل هذول. المهم اتكلمت حاجات دي قبل بدري، لكن بس كان ندي مختصر في الكلام ده، وانكل هادو بيكونتينيو. ويلكم انكل هادو، ثانك يو فور جوينينج.
شكرا اديسوس، شكرا ديدي سي جي بابولا وعندك في اللو والاخوه في منصه. يا اخي انا بشكرك اديسوس من تدخل في البدايه قبل ما اتكلم. نعم انا جيت متاخر ما سمعت، لكن المقتطفات اللي انت خطيته يعني ده بالديني المتكله في التوفيق ذاته. انا بشكرك فيه. شوف، انا بوصف هذا نقطتين، ناسيوناليست ويونينيست، بطريقه بتاع الشارع بتاع جنوب السودان. يعني who are the nationalists؟ خلينا نبدا مع nationalists ده الناس في جنوب السودان قدر يعرف حقيقة بتاعهم وين بعد توقيع اتفاقية السلام في 2005. كانت في بحر غزال، وليت في إيكوتوريا، وليت في على النيل. حاجة مجموع من الناس القدر يعرف إنه حقهم وين في جنوب السودان، لأنه الظاهرة في الاتفاقية حركة شعبية. يعني الجنوبيين ما يتوقعوا إنه حركة شعبية غير نفسه من خلال كتابات بتاعه خلال فترة 21 سنة. لكن من بداية توقيع اتفاقية السلام الشامل في 2005 حركة شعبية ظهر بالفساد، ظهر لنا بالوش أن نحن أصل جنوبيين ما يتوقعنا. يبقى هنا ناشناليست بدأ يلاحظ هذا الفكرة، إنه الفكرة بتاع حركة شعبية ده فكرة هيدينا في 60 داهية في فيوشا. لابد إنه نحن نأخذ حذر منه. ده اليونانيس الموجودة في بحر غزال وأنانيل والسواية. تعال في التصنيف بتاع يونانيس في ناسيوناليست ده، خلينا نسمي بلا اثنين. لو انت نظرت لناسيوناليست، ناس اللي بيقولوا هم الناسيوناليست، لانه استاذ اديسوس ذكرت انه ما في ناسيوناليست في جنوب السودان. ما في زول بتاع نفسه على اساس هو ناسيوناليست كقوميه جنوبيه، ما في. ده الناس مجموعات في الولايات سموا انفسهم ناسيوناليست، لانه اذا انت بتقتل انت بتعمل قراب في دوله، تدمير في الدوله، بمعنى الكلمه بتاع ناسيوناليست ما في هنا، زيرو. يبقى الاثنين الموجوده بالنسبه برأي بتاعي انا بتاع ناشوناليست. في ناشوناليست سموا نفسه هو ناشوناليست لقضيه انه هو يتعرف انه هو داري يطالب الحق في جنوب السودان في حكومه. وين الحق؟ وحقه هو داري يعيش مبادئ من الجنوبيين الموجوده في ولايه. قد نمسك سبيل المثال ولايه على النيل، في ناشوناليست هنا بيطالب بسبريشن وكل حاجه وحكومه ذات الاقليم، لكن بيفرق مع ناشوناليست الموجوده في جريد ايكوتوريا. ناشوناليست في جريد ايكوتوريا بيطالب حقيقه بانفصال في جريد ايكوتوريا عن جنوب السودان. شفت الفرق هنا؟ ده الفرق بتاع الناشوناليست الموجوده حاليا في جنوب السودان. كذلك في بحر غزال، ده اللي بيطالب بالناس بيعرفوا الناشوناليست بتاعهم انه هم دايرين يعيش مطالب بتاعهم لازم يتحقق، لكن يعيش ما دينجا ما مجرمين ما كل شيء. بتختلف تماما مع ابناء تجريد ايكواتوريا البتال الناشوناليست اللي بيطالب بالانفصال في جنوب السودان، لانه نحن في غنى عشان نعيش مجرم مزول قاتل مفاصل في جريد ايكواتوريا. ده الفرق بيننا. عشان كده الصراع بين الناشوناليست الموجوده في بحر غزال وعلى النيل والاستوائيه عنده صراع، ابن صراع ضمني انه ولا نحن معكم، وفي نفس الوقت نحن بنعرف على اساس اذا انتم معنا انتم بوافق للتل الفاصل بيعمل فوضى، انتم ما بتساند. يعني باللغه بسيط كده بيقولوا يا اخي البقره يرجع والدنجا يبدا في جنوب في جريد قطر. دي اللغه بتاع الناشوناليست الموجوده في بحر غزال وعلى النيل. نحن بنقول الدنجا يمرق والبقره يمرق. شفت الفرق هنا؟ ده الاساس بتاع الناشوناليست الامم فعلا ناشوناليست، سواء كان انت في اتجاه ولا في اتجاه اخر. ناشوناليست بتاع جريد ايكواتوريا عرف انه الجنوب السودان ده بعد ما خراب بتاع حركه شعبيه والجيش الشعبي وغش بتاع حركه شعبيه للشعب في جنوب السودان ده، ناشوناليست بتاع ايكواتوريا بيقول انه الدوله ده فاشله، دوله ده ما في زول بيلمه لو نزل الله في جنوب السودان. لا نزل ربنا في جنوب السودان دوله ده ما في ما بيتلم. نحن رفعنا راي واحد نهائيا انه جريد ايكواتوريا لازم تطلع، لانه ما ممكن نعيش في المأزق زي ده، ما ممكن نعيش من البشريه زي ده. ما عنده لغه معروف رسمي انه بيقاتل في جديه. ده اللي ناشوناليست بالنسبه للتوصيف بتاعي انا. اما يونانيست ده مجموع ما بيعرف انه ما يعطوا قضيه في جنوب السودان. ناخذ مثال بسيط كيونانيست كان في بحر غزال ولا في ايكواتوريا ولا في على النيل. شوف الصومة بس خذوا من هناك وانتم بعدين اتدخل لراوند تيبل. الصومة جاء مجموع استقبلوا اليونانيست، واليونانيست بيشيلوا وسط ابن المايندو قضية، ابن زول دمر جنوب السودان اخذهم هلهم متهم عقوبات في امريكا في يو كي عندهم هلهم انت ويو ان. انت يونانيست انت كيف بيجيبوا زول ده في منظمه بتاعهم لقضيه عايز توصل المجتمع الدولي؟ كيف ينظركم؟ ده الاقليه التعبانه، وده اسم اللي هم سموه بعد يونانيست ما عنده اي طعم في السياسه بتاع جنوب السودان. سو بيحقق يونانيست حقق مالون يندم لسوما عشان يونانيست ما قدر يعملوا definition تمام رسمي يحدد نفوسهم في definition بتاعهم على أساس يونانيست جابوا مولان لقرر إنه ولا ده جنوب بغض النظر إنه الارتكاب بتاع الجرائم اللي هو عمله وبعد من الشخصيات في مجموعة مالون وريال اسبيلي ليه طلعوا بالمناسبة جنوبيين انتم دايرين تعرف هدول شخصيتين رئيس بتاع ريال اسبيلي ومالون في لسه جمع ما انقول يا بيتكلم هنا في السوشيال ميديا على اساس في ليست بلاك ليست زول مشكوك فيه هل انت تأكدت من خلال جاستس انت كيونينيست عشان تنتم ايه وصل في منظمه بتاعكم هل تأكدت انه ناس بريء في محاكم في عداله ولا بس تقوموا كده عشان انتم بتفكروا انه عشان يقوي المشكله بتاعكم لكن انتم ما بتعرف انه ده جاي يوثق المشاكل بتاعكم في يونينيست بتاعكم اللي انتم بتعملوا ده. اوكي ناس يونينيست ما يو اللي بيقتلوا جنوبيين في جنوب السودان اللي بيعملوا كوربشن في جنوب السودان اللي لخبطوا دمروا جنوب السودان قالوا ما اليونانيست ناس وحده حال وين فرق بين اليونانيست اللي في سوما وفي راوند تيبل ويونانيست اللي في حكومه اللي بتقتلوا شنو بيفرقكم بينهم؟ ما ده مشكله انه نحن كناشوناليست بنقول نازل ما عنده اجنده ناس ما عنده اجنده لو عنده اجنده انتم ده تفرقوا بعض اولا لانه في مجرمين في نص بتاعهم وانت تقول ده ناس بتاعهم نحن nationalists you cannot believe on you never لانه اجنده بتاعكم تعبان تحالف بتاعكم تعبان تحالف بتاعكم الله بتهم بتاعنا بتاع nationalists ايكوتوريين انتم بيساعد بتدمير بتاع بلد انتم بيساعدوا في معاناه بتاع مواطنين بتاع جنوبين ما فيهم ايكوتوريين ده اليونانيست ده اليونانيست ده يا جماعه ده الناس الحمد لله انا بيشكر ربنا نحن ابناء تجريد ايكوتوريا قصة السفراتيس اللي بيقولوا من ناشوناليست بتاع ايكوتوريا نحن قفلنا ابواب كل لاي زول ما قدر يوري لونه حقيقيه لاي زول اللي بيلموا مجرمين معهم يقولوا يا انا يونانيست عشان بكره يوصلوا على اساس يوصلوا في محطه بتاع ناشوناليست بتاع جنوب السودان ما في جنوب السودان انكسر نهائي ما في دي اي زول يجري ما جتا ارض بتاع والرساله الرسائل بتاعنا اللي الناشوناليست بتاع بحر غزال على النيل you're not buying your nationalist لانه انت كناشوناليست في بحر غزال على النيل انت داير تحدد نفسك ده منو عدو بتاعك اذا انت تسمي نفسك انت ناشوناليست وانت ما بيعرف عدو ولا انت بتدم الانسان اللي بيقتل في مناطق اخرى في جنوب السودان تدوم عليه انه ده من ضمن زول الناشوناليست معك نحن ما بنعترف معك ما بنقعد في ترابيزه عشان نحكي كلام بتاع نحكي القصه او طريق او ده شنو ده نحن دايرين نعمل فيه ناشوناليست بتاع ولايات بتاعنا معك لانه your opinion are different from us انتم دايرين تعرفوا كلام ده يا جنوبيين ده نحن ما في لقبات عشان زول يسمي نفسه يعني هو يونانيست او يونانيست اندار الداعي بنفسه على اساس هو لازم يتكلم قضيه بتاع جنوب السودان لشعب بتاع جنوب السودان بيلموا عليه حراميه ومجرمين المتحمين من قبل المجتمع الدولي المجتمع الاقليمي ridiculous. ده سياسة تعبان في الدنيا. إذا أنت قدرت تكون يونينيست، أنت قدرت تكون يونينيست للجنوبيين وتكون يونينيست لنفسك. أنت بنفسك ذاته تقول أنت يونينيست وأنت ما يونينيست، بتسجل في فوضى، تجيبوا مجرم يجي يقعد معك. ده عقلية بيخليك أنت تكون يونينيست. ده عقلية أنا ناسيوناليست بتاع إيكوتوريا نحترم معك على أساس بتاع يونينيست اللي عاوزوا يلموا الجنوبيين، اللي عاوزوا يشيلوا حرب برا من جنوب السودان، فصار رسمي كل شيء بايليشن بتاع هيومن رايت. أنت عاوز نحترم معك زي ده؟ لا، ده لا يمكن، لا يمكن. ده هنا أنا بشوف توبيك ده بالنسبة لي ده من أحسن توبيك بالنسبة لي أنا، أحسن واحد من ما أنا دخلت في في السوشيال ميديا، لأنه نحن دايرين نعرف الفرق بين يونانيست وناسيوناليست في أفكار مختلفة. زي ما قبل سي جي قال يا أخي لو كان هم بيسمع خليه يجي يناقش كلام ده هنا عشان أعرف أنت يونانيست ده كيف. إذا أنت بتحلف هم مجرم اللي بيقتل الإيكواتوريين بيقتل الجنوبيين في بار غزال وعلى نيل وإيكواتوريا، أنت يونانيست بتاع وين؟ تتحلف هم مجرم، تساند أسلوب بتاع مجرم على أساس والله هو هيصلى بكرة وخليه ده إليت وده سلبا خير يعمل. وفي هنا دينجا الكويس، في هناك زولا تاني الكويس، في هناك زولا الكويس. بكره انكولودو يغيروا اسم قال يغيروا حديث بتاعه قال والله انكولودو ده بيجا كويس بيجا يونينيست. ريالي ده قضيه بيشيلوا زي ده. عشان كده انت بتلقاه يونينيست في السياسه بتاع جنوب السودان. هي زول خطه يفطر في ظهره مكتوب عليه يونينيست وفي نقطه ضعف وطبعا ما قادر يدافع نفسه في سياسه جنوب السودان في وسائل الاعلام خاصه في فيسبوك، لانه ده اجرام، ده اجرام السياسي، ده اجرام السياسي هم بيعملوا ده. مجرم تمشي ما في هجره، تمشي ما في ترابيزه في راوند تيبل عشان تمشي تقول شنو للجنوبي انه ده القتل امبارح ده او بريء، ده لا سرق الاموال امبارح ده بريء، ده لا شيلوا ارض بتاع الجنوبيين قالوا شنو يطلع لكن ما بيرجع في مناطق بتاعهم. فراتيل يطلع ما بيرجع في مناطق بتاعهم، استوائيه يطلع يطردوهم ما بيرجع. ده انت داير تقول ما في هجره، ده في هجره في ترابيزه في راوند تيبل عشان تتكلم في شنو؟ نحن ايكوتوريين ده التايتل بتاع الناشوناليست بتاع جريد ايكوتوريا، ده التايتل بتاعنا في داخل. ما في زول بيقلعه ونستمر ندافع عليه بحقائق في وسائل الاعلام وفي الارض حتى تحقق ايكوتوريا. الناشوناليست الجنوبيين دايروا يشوفوا بعينه ونحن نرجيهم، نحن نفرجيهم انه ده الناشوناليست نحن جريد ايكوتوريا قاصدين في فيوشا. ان شاء الله كده ندي فرصه لبعض من الاخوه. شكرا من اجل الفرصه اللي وديتوا لي، وشكرا اديسوس وسي جي وبابولا من استضافه دعوه.
You're welcome. You're welcome. أنكل لادو، أنا بس نذكركم حاجة إن طبعا إحنا بدينا قبالك بدري كنا متوقعين هنعمل more time but it's okay, it's 4 hours for us but it's all good as long as إن إحنا نقدر ندي الرسالة دي يوصل لأخواننا بالأخص الاستوائيين على أساس هم يفهموا قضيتهم بوضوح، لأنه في عدم الفهم. يعني أنا صراحة بنزعج شديد لما أشوف مجموعات أبناء استوائية بس بيمشوا زي خرفان في غرف اللي ما بيفيدوا. يعني صراحة يعني في غرف كده بتديم بيخليهم خملاء، يعني تعرف خامل، إنسان خامل، يعني زول بيكون بس متريس في مكان، يعني how can I say it's almost like stagnant water you know. so ده حاجة معيب جدا. احنا كاستوائيين في خطر، لأنه العقل الاستوائي بقى فيه هجوم له، خليك بقى من الفيزيكاليتي، physical attack on Equatorian men and women، لكن كمان في نوع من هجوم في الفكره بتاع الاستواء الاستوائي. واكثر شيء قاعدين يعملوا هجوم ده وين؟ في الاستواء القاعد في الغربه، المغترب، الاستواء المغترب اللي عايش في وسط بتاع اوروبيين وكده، لانه بقى في ناس شخصيات يعني متمكنين في لعب الخدعه، وبيستخدموا كمان استوائيين، ما بيستخدموا يعني العدو ما قاعد يلعب بوجهه الاصلي، قاعد يستخدم اخواننا ذات الاستوائيين عشان يستغلونا ويلعبوا في وسطنا. يلا بقى الاستوائيين ديل بقى بيعملوا دعايات وديسانفورميشن وبرجله في عقول تاس، عشان كده تلقى الاستوائيين بقى مشتتين الفكر، مشتتين الراي. عشان كده لما نتكلم عن الناشونالست ويونيونست، تلقى ذاته في ناس من اللي بيقولوا يونيونست ما فاهمين، لسه هنا ايكاتوريا الناشونالست فاهمين مكاننا وين، يعني احنا مركزنا واضح. وما يوم احنا تراجعنا او غيرنا كلامنا في موضوع بتاع ايكاتوريا مقارنه مع ابناء اخواننا الاستوائيين في ناحيه بتاع هم بيقولوا ده يتوحدوا مع النيل وكده، تلقاهم مذبذبين رأي. بكره بيتكلموا بحماس عن استوائيه، بعد شويه بيقعدوا بيتركلسوا، بيجوا بيتكلموا بالراحه، والله انا جنوبيين، كلامات زول خلاص يعني مطر دقاو، كان زي ما يقولوا زمان مطر كان دقا زول خلاص بيبقى زول بيكون مسكين كده. يعني عامل زي ده كان شفت يعني بدون مؤاخذه، يعني كان زول عنده كلب، مش كان انت كبيت مويه في كلب ده، مش شكل بتاع الكلب ده كان بيلوك ديفرنت، كوب مويه فوقه بيلوك فاني رايت، بس يا هو زي ده. هو انت بتلقى شخصيات زي ده في عندنا في كاتوليك، وحاجه المؤسف هم بيتمسكوا بحاجات، قال يا اخي هنا يونيونيز وكده، لما تيجي تسالهم اهدافكم شنو في يونيونيز، او يعني اجندات بتاعكم شنو، حاجات ما بيقدر يدوك الاجابه. وبعدين انا باكد لك انكل لادو، الناس زي ذات ما بيواجهونا. لسه انا بشكر جي يتكلم معانا، لكن اصحابه التانيين ديل طبعا ناس عندهم لئامه، يعني صراحه انا كثير ما واجهناهم وناس متكبرين وعاملين حالهم هم ناس هنا يعني مفكرين، لكن لما تيجي تواجههم بقى بيكونوا زعلانين بينفعلوا. طبعا هم بيلموا كعصابات، يعني شغلهم الكويس هم بس زي عصابات، زي ذئاب، شفت الذئب بيلموا، يعني حيينس او ذئب، ناخده حيينس ما ناخده ذئب، ذئب ذاته عنده شخصيه، ناخده حيينس، حيينة لانه الشخصيه بتاعه جبان، لما ندقوهم بيهربوا، وده حقيقه بتاعه، لانه ما عندهم الشخصيه بتاع كفاءه يعني الشخصيه كده بيجيف بيقول اوكي، حتى لو انا كان في وقت، يعني هنا ايماجن احنا ناشونال سيكاتوريان ياما واجهناهم حتى في غرف بتاعهم، بينزلونا بيهينونا، هل يوم احنا قمنا خفنا ما نتكلم معه؟ لكن هم بيخافوا لدرجه لما بيقى بيقولوا شنو بيعملوا الدعايه، هو ناس زي هناك ديل قلادبين بيشتموك بيهنوك، ريلي احنا شتمناه؟ كده ورونا يا غرف، كده ورينا يا غرفه احنا اتكلمنا فوق كلامات مسيئه، المستهتر ام بتاع زول، مرة بتاع زول، ابو بتاع زول، او جنى بتاع زول، لكن هم بيكونوا يا هم مطبلاتية ناس اللي بيشتم امهات الناس ابوهات الناس على اساس ان هم شنو، خاصة لما يكون ده عدو بتاعهم. دي يا شخصية دي اللي قالوا مثقفين، يلهم بيتكبروا هم يا ناس المتعلمين، لكن شوف النفاق، تعالى بيجي بيعملوا حالهم مدينين، ناس بتاع ربنا كدابين ساكت. عشان كده ربنا قال الويل لكم، لانه ما كل زول جاي يقول يا رب يا رب يمشي ملكوت السماوات، والحمد لله يسوع قال كلامنا. لكن احنا قدنا ما هنتكلم عن المسيح هنا، ده ما بايبل تيتشنج، لكن بدنا نقول حاجه واحد، انه ناس زي ده انت بتعرف زي ما قال قبالك ده منو قال من ثمارهم تعرفونهم. I think my ده كان brother Moses قال، and I think we always believe in that من ثمارهم تعرفونهم. وانا بشكرك كثير انكل لادو for your inputs all that. وحقيقه الناس اللي عندهم وعي من استوائيه يفهموا بيستمعوا. احنا هنا هدفنا نجيف، يعني الثوره هو شنو قال، يعني انا كان قاعد نديكم دائما في واحد my favorite quotation، زي ما انا بس بقول عشان ندي فرصه ل keep it low. thank you keep it low for being patient with us. انا هديك فرصه تتكلم بعدي. في كلمه بيقول شنو، آم يعني قال يعني سر الحرية، أنا قاعد نترجم بعربي. سر الحرية بيبدأ بشنو؟ بتوعية الشعب. ولكن السر بتاع التخينة أو العبودية بيبدأ بشنو؟ بعدم توعية الشعب. يعني لما ما توعي الشعب بخليهم في جهل وظلام، انت بتكون كده دمرتهم. وانت كان لاحظت اعداء بتاع استوائية بيستخدموا عدم التوعية بطريقة بتاع شنو؟ تشويش افكارهم. يعني ايماجن انكل لادو، ممكن تيجي بعدين تيجي تتعلق في الكلام ده. يعني تخيل احنا موضوعنا في احتلال في ارض بتاع استوائية، لكن انا بسمع من يونيونيست كتير ما بيقولوا بقرة 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 بقرة. لا دي صباح، لما انا بقى قاعد نفكر بقرة ده بقى اسم بتاع زول تاني. بقرة 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 من صباح لين يا في استواء بقرة في انا باشياء كمان بقول دينكا كله، بقول دينكا بور دينكا كده دينكا كده يعني بيقولوا دينكا بس ما بيقول دينكا. امين بيقولوا دينكا بور، سوري ما بيقولوا دينكا. يلا حاجة اللي بيخليني استغرب من شخصيات دي انه they will not be honest. يعني من كان سياسيين تانيين القبليين ديل لما نيجي يتكلموا، قال يا اخي ما تعمم الدينكا كله، ده بس ناس معينين. طيب يا جماعه، الناس اللي جايين بمواشي بتاعهم، الناس اللي جايين يحتلوا اراضي اللي كان ده سلفاكير براو، ولا ده اهل بتاعه يا قاعد يمشي ورا حاجه؟ وهل سلفاكير ده هو دينكا بور، ولا هو دينكا المهم من جاي من منطقه ديفرنت مختلف؟ وهل الدينكا ده في حاجه بيختلف عنه من هم يمشوا في جنوب السودان هناك تلقاه كان بس قال دينكاو كل زول بيديه احترام، لكن كانوا قال استوى بيذلوك اذلال نما انت عامل. يا جماعه في ناس مشوا هناك نما شافوا الحاجات ده. انت كم تعرف ترتل روتان دينكا انت كويس، لكن انت كم ما بترتل روتان دينكا انت في خطر. وبخاصه احنا استوائيين ما عندنا كثيرين مننا بيعرفوا روتان دينكا. فانا ما ذكرت ندي فرصه لكيبت لو كيبت لو ويلكم. انا بس عاوز كده تعرفني عن nationalist. وانت I don't know, you said you're from بحر الغزال, right? If you're from بحر الغزال, كده وريني what is your understanding of nationalism. وهل انت what is your understanding about nationalism انتوا في بحر الغزال. How do you define nationalism? Let me start from that space. How do you identify nationalism on your side? And welcome. I hope you're there. Brother, keep it low. Are you there? Unmute yourself. انتوا قاعدين تسمعوني كويس صح؟
Oh yeah, not
I think keep
making.
it low. ما عندهم يا بكونوا مشغول ولا شنو؟ لأنه أنا شايف ميكروفون بتاعه is off. Keep it low. If you can hear us, unmute yourself and tell us that you're there. If you're busy, blink your mic so we can know you're busy, and then we can wait for you when you're not busy. Then we can actually start. I can restart my question to you again. Blink your mic if you're busy, because I don't know if you have a bad signal or what. Mim, كان هو لسه عنده مشاكل في السيجنال. Then let's move on to the next. Mr. CJ, please go ahead. طبعا انت قبالك كان قاعد تسأل أسئلة كتير لجي جي، فأنت شنو من قبلك انت متابع معانا في بداية الحلقة بتاع التوبيك who are the nationalists and who are the unionists in South Sudan. أنا قبلك عدت تشبيه بقصة بتاع اسمه شنو ده إيرلنديين، وانت بتعرف كتير عن إيرلنديين. I remember one time you talked about one of your friends from Irlanda in one of our live discussion. That was years ago, maybe 3 years ago, about Ireland. كيف هم they fought. إنما واحد من إيرلنديين قال مشكلتكم is typical to Equatorian, like typical to what the people at that time South Sudan like look like, because it's about identity, about self-determination, about the republic and all that. So and we will have a episode actually جاي نعمل episode خاص نتكلم فوقه تجربة إيرلندا مقارنة يعني السيميلاريتي بتاعه مع استوائية بالأخص. لأن الاستوائي عنده هوية واضح مقارنة مع النيل. للأسف أهلنا الاستوائيين ضموا قضيتهم مع أخواننا اللي في على النيل. أنا بقول أخواننا في ناحية because هم أفارقة زينا وهم أبناء حام، لكن في نفس الوقت العقلية اللي عندهم عقلية بيختلف مننا شديد، عقلية قبلي، عقلية يعني تركيبة بتاعه قبلية شديد. عشان هم ينتصروا على القبلية لازم هم يتوحدوا في وسطهم مع بعض، ويتوحدوا وحدة حقيقية، مش وحدة بتاع وحدة اليوم بيكون في يوم اوكي هنا عسل زي بيقولوا شنو شنو كده عسل، في مثل عربي بيقول شنو كده وعسل يلا بقى يرجعوا تاني يشاكلوا. this is not what it is. احنا عاوزين وحدة حقيقية بيخليهم هم يشوفوا، لأنه بعدين العقلية بتاع أنا أغلبية وأقلية دي كان هم عندهم العقلية ده مستحيل هم يتوحدوا. الناس دي يتوعوا على الفكرة بتاع الوحدة، لأنه لما نستوعين كانوا يتوحدوا مع بعض. عشان أديك فرصة سي جي، قبل أنا ذكرت قلت الناس دي لما بدوا أجدادنا ونشكرهم، يعني ده الأبطال اليوم بقى يشيلوا جثث بتاعهم من أرضنا عشان يقدر يودروا تاريخنا. يعني ماجن بقى في إهانة لأجدادنا في مقابر اللي هم مرتاحين، اللي مفترض مكان تام راحة الأبدية. يعني الناس دي لما وحدوا بعض، وحدوا استوائية، ما فكروا على منو أغلبية وأقلية ضد الاتجاه الأوروبي والاتجاه الفرنسي والتركي العثماني. هم رفضوا الفكرة بتاع إن هم يشوفوا بعضهم أغلبية، مع إننا بنعرف يا قبيلة عنده عدد كبير من population wise، يعني نسبة عدد السكان، لكن السلاطين بتاعنا أو الملوك اللي عندنا كان طبعا سلاطين ده باللغة التركية، ده اللغة التركية أصلا. سلطان ده اللغة التركية، يعني ملك بمعنى تاني. اوكي، فما في زول يقول لنا قال احنا ما عندنا ملوك، كلنا كان ابناء، احنا جايين من يعني اهلنا كان ملوك، لكن بتاعنا كان ديفرنت السيستم بتاعنا، لان السيستم بتاعنا ممكن يتشابه مع العصور بتاع الرومان في ناحيه، لان الرومانيين حتى كانوا والجريك رفضوا حاجه اسمه ملك. هم قال الملوكيه ده مجرد ده حاجه جاهلي. عشان كده العالم اليوم اتطورت، حتى كلمه ريبابليك ده لما جاء سقراط من افلاطون سوري كتب كتاب بتاعه قال عن شنو ريبابليك او الجمهوريه، لان ايماجن ده في قبل الميلاد. فاي زول بيجي بيقول لنا ملوك ملوك ده، احنا زمان اجدادنا قدروا يعني بدون ما يقروا افلاطون كتاب بتاع افلاطون عن الفكره الجمهوريه، وقبل ما يعرفوا عن الثوره الفرنسيه بتاع كيف الثوره الفرنسيه قام اطاح بالملك بتاعهم، اهلنا قدروا يفهموا معنى الملوكيه. ملوكيات بتاعنا كان بيختلف، وفي النهايه احنا كاستوينا اليوم الجيل الحسا حنطيح بالفكره بتاع ملوكيات وسلاطين. هنعمل different system. السيستم هيكون جمهوري، لكن هيكون لمصلحه بتاع كل قبيله. ما في قبيله هيلقى حق، هيلقى مين، هيلقى يعني اذلال، او هيلقى فوق مثلا عدم حقوقه. يعني هنبني، لان عندنا اوريدي رؤيه كاستوائيين القوميين على مصلحه الاستوائيه، عندنا رؤيه بعيده المدى. الناس العاديين ما ممكن يفهموها هسه، لكن ان شاء الله لما نلقى الفرصه هندي رؤيتنا، هندي مقتطفات من الرؤيه بتاعنا للناس اللي هيستمعوا لنا، وده الاستوائيين بتاعنا. لكن اهم شيء انا want to say في موضوع بتاعي مستر سي جي، الايرلنديين يعني كان عشان ما نبتعد، الايرلنديين لما بدوا بفكره بتاع الثوره بتاعهم، يعني كان ثورتهم الثوره كان قومي لمصلحه اهلهم. وانا اديت تشبيه كتير بهم قبالك، وانا قلنا هنعمل موضوع عنه بالتفاصيل على اساس كيف ناس زي اللي بيتشابهوا مع استوائية. واستوائية عنده كثير من الأحداث اللي أكد إن الإكواتوريين هم فعلا مجموعات يعني واعيين. حتى ذاته الأوروبيين لما جو هناك هم ذاته استغربوا، قال لو الناس دي كان بيعرفوا بس عندهم أسلحة متطورة زي بتاعهم كان فعلا قدروا عليهم، يعني كان قدروا على الأوروبيين. لكن للأسف نازل كان شوية يعني عندهم بيقولوا شنو they're behind with technology، يعني التكنولوجي بتاعهم بدائي، لكنهم احترموا الاستوائيين. imagine، وده ناس ما عندهم شهادات عليا. ده هسه اليوم احنا بنفتخر الناس في عندهم شهادات عليا. وما ذكرت انت كبيرك سميت كتير من حاجات، انا بخليك بس تكمل. but we have to remember ان Equatorian need to be proud of their history. و also proud إنه عندنا في تشابه كتير مع الدول بتشابه مع استوائية. أنا بس بستغرب من السويين الجايين يخافوا إنه أوه إحنا ما فينا نقدر نقيف ضد قبائل منو. إحنا ما واقفين ضد قبيلة أولا، إحنا واقفين لمصلحتنا. وبعدين قبائل دي لو أعلنوا حرب ضدنا معناته هم البادي أظلم. إحنا لازم نتصدى لكل عدو بيجي من برا، زي ما أجدادنا تصدوا للبريطانيين. حتى البريطانيين في النهاية بيحترمونا، حتى كتبوا عننا وودونا كل التقدير ويتعاملوا معنا في النهاية بالسلم. زول قال لك راجل لما ما يدوق راجل تاني كانوا ما في زول الادب وانت كمان شاكلته وادبته في محله معناته ما بيحترمك. لكن لما تقول والله لا لا نخليه كده هو بيستهتر انت زول جبان. عشان كده كلمه الجبان ده بيقولوا لي فوقنا لانه في ناس عايزين ان احنا نسكت. لازم نقيف. وقوفنا ما معناته كلام، وقوفنا معناته نتحدام هؤلاء الناس اللي عاوزين يستغلونا يصغرونا. انا بقيف هنا بديك فرصه مستر سي جي بليز جو اهيد. ثانك يو. I hope you're there Mr. CJ. تفضل. Mr. CJ. بقى تسمعني يا جماعة؟ الله حاجة تعيد السنة. اوكي يا اتفضل. لا اتكلم، ده دورك يا. بعدين بنرحب بجابرييل. كيبت له انا ما اعرف مشكلته شنو في التليفون بتاعه، لكن كانوا لقى فرصة بعدين يجي يتكلم. اتفضل مستر سي جي بليز جو اهيد.
Debate about the issue of nationalism and group who have come together harmony love respect to each other. This nation means nations where everybody will have the freedom of speech, right to speak, right to organize, and everything. Peace and stability. That people have to go and jump to other areas that are occupying it as occupied. But it shouldn't, of course, in the nations, there shouldn't be what's so-called segregation, any type of segregation.
فيك تقرب صوتك شوية، صوتك كأنه لو كده أنا ما أعرف. أنتوا قاعد تسمعوا صوته كويس يا جماعة؟ أنا صوتك شوية very low.
صوت ضعيف.
صوتك ضعيف، فيك تزيد صوتك شوية.
How about this? Can you hear me now?
أنت كان خدت سماعة، طلع سماعة وكلم بصوت.
All right.
أنا مرات سماعة رقد يبدل. أيوة.
Well, do I have to repeat myself again or should I continue?
لو سمحت أفضل.
How about this? Am I clear?
واضح جدا.
كتير كويس؟
Yes واضح.
شكرا قوي وآسف يعني I'm sorry deeply sorry والله. فزي ما أقول لكم إنه دعني أقول تحياتنا لكم. Our greetings to every one of you guys for taking time to come and join us in Equatorial Nations. عشان نتكلم عن الارticle there. Of course, it's one of the most important articles that we have to talk about it in terms of definitions, تعريف, من حيث التعريف, وتوضيح. I believe it is not something new. Most of us out there, we know about it. We know what does nationalist means. And we know that, how far it's related to what is land. زي ما قلنا لكم انه nationalism is has something to do with the land. ده مهم جدا جدا. Where people have to live in a peace and stability, where everybody will have to have his rights, where people are participants, not masters and slaves. That is what nation is. At the moment, example worldwide, we can see it in countries, the most successful countries in the world, like America, US, where they decide they get engaged in a war. At the end of the day, they came to compromise. They sat down, they say, well, let's leave everything behind. So they are being guided by law and order. The main point is a key toward the stability, toward the peace, irrespective of everything that is going on. So again, nationalism is, of course, the social movement, can be a social movement, and it strives of acquires, also maintains and enhance their status as well. في العالم اللي احنا عايشين فوقه, in our worlds, where there are that is comforted, of course, with oppositions most of the time, or conflicts that can be also in form of nations, or nationalists can face that kind of things. That is always obvious في الزول اللي بيقولوا nationalist. شايف كيف؟ فبنرجع ونقول أنه شنو again, we will go back and say أنه there are many, of course, there are several types of nationalists. You have those who are hegemony kind of nationalist that is there, and you have the particularistic nationalists as also. Those are one of the types, nationalists. And then marginalizations, marginalized nationalists as well, nationalisms, the more common. And you have the nationalism of minority, where minority, it could be for a reason or another. About everyone, those categories have got their reasons. So it is mainly, in all condition, how comes that we decide to define ourselves as nationalists, and I'm not why, the reason why behind that. One strong point I can put it before you guys is that the land. When your land become under existential threat, when you have any power or any decisions, when you can't lead yourself, you can't rule yourself, you can't defend yourself, when you have been marginalized totally, definitely, that's when nationalists will become in play seriously. That doesn't mean that, nationalists are not there. Of course, in all time around, in the world we're living in, there's always nationalists. So there's some kind of principle guidelines that also lead الناس ديل اللي هو وحدة الأرض وحدة التراب والكلمة, the ideas and opinions, وحدة بتاعت العلاقات الاجتماعية, which defends your character, your heritage. Because of all this, that's why the nationalists are always there, wherever you go in every country. What so-called nations today emerge of nationalists, definitely. So when you say nationalists as well, it's an obligation. You can be subject to a sacrifice your life for the least of your brothers. This is obvious in the world we're living in. Today we can say there are many methods. You can see how Europe decide to hold each other as nationalists to defend Europe. You can see them in Ukraine today, where all those people have allied to stand against the Soviet Union aggressions. I mean, Russians' aggressions. So as well, if you could look back to the Africans at the time when the colonials went on and stepped in to Africa to start, dominating Africans and all that, how our people have stood firm to the end, until they gave us our freedoms. Yet some of us went on misusing it, messing with the freedoms that our people, our founding fathers have fought seriously about it. So it's a setback. So that's the kind of nationalisms, it is all today in our country is based on a struggle to have our lands without any excuse, without any negotiations. That if cave in form of South Sudan, there are one ringleader who get engaged with an ally, start taking the country for granted since 2011. Yet they get to a conflict. The conflict was supposed to be addressed politically as a party, as PLA party. Now this party have divided itself into two. Start claiming that and our positions at the same time, we are the government. No, it doesn't work that way. Yet we have been taken by granted and we have been forced to go and say that is the government. Something that we as nationalists or Equatorial civil associations who are representing the people of Equatoria, who are calling for the Equatorial independence. In a similar way, that where we were under Egypt, Malik Farouk, under King Farouk, of Egypt, Sudan decide not, though Egyptians were going, where just their dream was that, they wanted to hold the entire country so that they're one country. Sudanese by the time, they refuse, they say no. Those are the kind of nationalists, of course. Among them, there was Hizb al-Ummah. Ummah party who stand firm and says no. There's no excuse. We wanted to get out of this unity because they know what the consequence was. Somebody is going to dominate them. For that reason, they decide they were given their right. They guarantee their right. Yet again, someone went on messing it. It was the Kalaba. So, and then comes our time today. Something that we wouldn't have expected. Somebody went on taking the power, become a conspirator. By the time when we were fighting, none of us would have known. Some Equatorians used to say they don't know. No, you know it very well. An enemy is an enemy. A bad guy is a bad guy. Once you discover him the first time you come across him, you shouldn't miscalculate. In every step of the way, if you are to do something, you have to be really very careful about this guy. None of us. Well, time took us by chance. All of a sudden, we found ourselves today in this arena where two guys are fighting, like wrestling, and then the others are to be the followers. No, that's not the country we're dreaming about. So that's the total difference between us and the Unionists. When it comes to Unionists, I understand. Family. Where will union, of course, Unionist love? It's another page of nationalist. But yet, when will it be applied? Should it be applied in time of trouble? Or it should have been in time of peace and stability, where there is law and order. That's where you can see union should play its role. It's unfortunate. What we're looking at today, the kind of unionists, some kind of people who are playing that, claiming that they are unionists, when the enemy, when the intruder already in their houses, yet that will be a dream. That will be something that is, that will be a play with the fire. Like when your entire family are being abused, when somebody's already in your house, doing the rubbish, every kind of evil things. So that's why, as nationalists, we're saying we have a total gap between you guys. We're two parallel lines. We're not parallel lines heading to the goal. That's why that's what we are saying clearly. Because in the first place, whatever your struggle is, whatever you decide to go to acquire higher educations, seek for higher education, everything, the first things that comes is your family. Because by the time, when time comes, of course, we believe that we are not here for long. However, when time comes, it's your family who will be to your side. That's why in time of trouble, when your family is in trouble, it is your obligations to get and rescue your family and then look forward. The next time, the next step will be looking upward to the outside wall or whatever it is. So this is something that's why we're urging those nationalists, that unionists, that time is not in our essence. When things have been moving ahead of us, when you could see the international, the regional and international communities, also called NGOs, they start empowering the same elements who are inside the country to hold on to our country against our will. The fact that, that's why the conclusions, our conclusion was simple. Our goal was simple. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. That's why we are determined that Equatoria has to be an independent entity, like as ever before the colonial periods. Remember, when the colonial came in, starting with Turkish, they went on gathering us together. We were kingdoms. We were different kingdoms. There was that Ladu kingdoms and all that, and you have East Africa and all that. So our people, historically, they have fought seriously. Today, the same thing we're saying. Under the basis, and we have a proof on that. You could see today we have no country. We have a failed state. And this failed state didn't come other than intentionally. Let's not dream that, it is something that this guy don't know what they are doing. Those who are holding the government, the Dinka and their allies, the Nuer. I mean, if you can say Mashar and Kir, those people are doing all these things intentionally so that they can mess up with our country, our lands, our nationality and our identity. That is exactly what those people are doing. They love to play in this dirty water. So until they fulfill their dreams or their goal, then they will wake up and say, okay, come on guys, Laduwani, Yadao, Mabari, okay, Mango, Kaza. All right, let's come together, guys. We're brothers. Imagine after all this mess. No, that is something that we can't write. We can't accept that kind of things. So it is an obligation, it's a duty to every one of us. If indeed we're wise enough, we the Equatorians, we should stand firm that Equatoria is everything. Remember that, as we have said repeatedly, Equatoria is not going to go. The land is not going to move from there. We will still remain as neighbors. But what kind of neighbors? That will be determined good neighbors or bad neighbors. It will be determined by the people of Equatoria, by the nationalist Equatorians who will start building everything. So this time around, there's no excuse to say, oh, okay, there's no development, there's no Kaza, there's no schools. Imagine the enemy is working day and night. You wouldn't have expected that. Despite they've been warned by one of their most educated educators, who went on to say that, I know, Dinka, what you're doing, tomorrow you'll be the most hurtful people in what's so-called South Sudan. And indeed, it has come to a play. This is exactly what it is. The guy got kicked out. Remember. So, for those nationalists, unionists, I have no hard feeling against you guys. Just, particularly Equatorians. Our main point, our main appeal is that, please have a courage. And let's come to a table. Because there's more many things that are going on air. So we need to put these things in an orderly way, and settle it once and for all. Have the courage and come up. Let's say we join kind of a discussion where we have to prepare ourselves, see if we can come to unifications within our territory so that we can look to our goals. That would have been a way out. Don't get confused and say, oh, okay, and I'm going to Soma, I'm going to this, I'm going to this, I'm going to ally with this friend of ours. I believe we should have learned. We learned a lot. Those people, those allies of yours, were there last time. When we come up as Equatorian, as one of your colleagues, start crying, saying that, you have a bad element among you guys. Watch out. You wouldn't have listened to us. None of you listened to us, despite many trials that you went through. Yet you turn your eyes down. So for us, as nationalists, Equatoria is a priority. Equatoria is everything in our lives. As says one of our sisters, the history of Sudan, which was written by Darar Saleh Darar, Tarikh Sudan, it was clear. What we learn about it is that, the whole Arab in Sudan. The whole Arab, the entering of Arab to Sudan from 4 ways: Al-Bahr al-Ahmar, Red Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and the desert, Libyan desert, and all that. Today, when those of Bashir, in a similar attitude and minds with Kir, of which Kir is now have just taken it, copied, tortured, when they are really undecided elements who never know where do they belong, other than cattle herders, people who kept more moving left and right. And if we have come to know that they are now begun to say in Sudan, the entering of the people to Sudan, something which is odd, which is incorrect. So that's what's so-called misinformations, and even, trying to abolishing of the history in a way of how ISIS were doing it. Of course, ISIS, the time, you met, most of us have been witnessing and observing ISIS was doing when they start moving in Middle East, destroying people, killing and burning people and all that kind of things. So this is the kind of history that, as says our sister, now Jenge are trying to write it. Should we buy that? That is, it's upon us, the Equatorians. It's upon us, the Equatorian sons and daughters, intellectuals and educators, elders, young and old. It is upon us to stand, because we are not here forever in this world. Our time is short. But the good news is, of course, we are succeeded by generations Today we're scattered all over the world. Do we want it to have the method and the Mosaic Bitat Israel, where they left as yellow people, Nas Alul Anasir yellow, Masalan brown people. And then later now they are whites. They are now white. Is that what we're waiting for? Is that what we're dreaming? After we left this world, is that what we're thinking that, that should be the way to our children's? When our children are scattered all over the world, where they have been influenced by Europeans' type of culture, language, and all that kind of things. Is that what we are waiting for? To call ourselves Unionists? We have, as nationalists, we have tried all these things repeatedly. Kanu al-Wahda, which we did it. If somebody were to claim about unity, we did it during the one Sudan. If it is the kind of federal systems, we did it. If it is confederations, we did it. And Dinka turned it down. Recently, we're supposed to be holding, after the independence, as 3 regions, respectively. When it comes to integration, the integration should have been gradually. It is unfortunate. Those people don't want it the way how it is, because they know your power, you the Equatorians, power of Taina Commissioner. They know who you are. As says one of our colleagues recently, a few minutes ago, one of the Unionists of whom we comfort him, Mr. J. Galano, Equatoria has been spared hate. Yes, well, we have been spared hate. But is it a talk or action? That's the main point. We need to be in action. We need to act collectively, not individually, ladies and gentlemen. That is the most important thing that, we should learn from each other. And we should always be open to each other at that point. So I don't have to prolong, not to hold you all, guys. I'll just say thank you, guys, for the opportunity. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. Anyone who might have the questions from those who are on the podium, to answer any questions that may come up in anyone's mind. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Odysseus, and thanks to everyone. أنا مسطح سايق. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we are with you. I'm listening.
I'm sorry. I got into my head this morning. So I would have been upset, Come on, thank
Yeah, شكرا CJ. طبعا بيكون اتيكا بعيد من التليفون ولا حاجه في الشكل ده. ديدي برضه بيكون بعيد، فالدور بقى بيكون لولد ده اسمه منو. keep it low. Hi, keep it low. Let's hear from you. Yeah, the mic is yours. شوف كده كمان تجينا بياتونو كمان. Thank you.
keep it low جاي بهوا. Hello, keep it low. Can you hear us? Hello? It looks like the gentleman is not there.
I keep it too much هناك. خلاص let me drop him down. لأنه بس دايما شفتها وبيجي بس بيعمل ناس زحمة ساكت. Let's give the mic to Gabriel. Gabriel, the mic.
Okay, thank you, brothers and sisters. And first of all, I greet you all. I greet our people who are listening. I'm not from Equatoria. One mother Bargel Barnamij Batakum, I thought this topic it was for the whole South Sudanese because it says here in South Sudan. But according to my brother CJ, he spoke particularly to Equatorian. So I don't know if that for the whole South Sudanese, I will put my view upon the topic. If it's not, then I will leave the floor for you because you have right to do so.
Remember, brother, I've said, we're going to be neighbors, whatever the reason is. A day will come when we'll be neighbors. Don't worry about it. Jump in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for the chance. أولاً, being a nationalist or someone who want unity among the people, الاثنين ماشيين مع بعض لكن في اختلاف صغيرة. الأول بيتكلم عن denial of self if you are serving the country, being a nationalist. الإنسان القومي ده في عمل بتاعه بيوري شغله بأنه إنسان ما عنده اتجاه وبيشتغل عمل قومي. والدليل على ذلك في العالم الغربي وفي مصر، يعني الناس اللي كانوا في مصر نلقى كل المصريين بيشتغلوا في المحافل القطاع الخاصة والحكومية كمصريين. كويس؟ ده بيخليك انه تتنازل من شخصيتك، الولاية اللي انت جاي منه ولا قبيلتك ولا اي حاجة. طبعا الفساد موجود حتى لو انت انسان قومي. اما اليونيتي او الوحدة بتجي اذا كان حصل مشكلة بين ابناء الوطن الواحد، معناته بيكون في الدعوة للوحدة. ولو شفنا الرسالة الأخيرة للرئيس الأمريكي بعد ما قتلوا الجندي قبل 3 أيام، وهو بيدعو لوحدة الصف لأبناء الوطن. ولو جبنا نفس المثل بتاع الأمريكان، إنه لو حصل أي حاجة بنقول لازم نكون متوحدين. كويس. ممكن تمشي تشاكل زي الناس اللي عملوا مظاهرات بتاع جورج فلويد لما مات. ممكن بتعمل مظاهرات انت برا كإنسان أسود بتدعي لأنه يكون في حقوق السود في الدولة، لكن لما تجي في مكتب بتشتغل كمواطن، فدي الاختلاف بين الوحدة والناشونال. ففي عمل العام انت بتشتغل حسب القانون اللي وضع من أجل العمل العام. في الوحدة بنتكلم إذا حصل مشكلة بين الناس. بالنسبة لموضوع جنوب السودان، أنا بشوف ما في جنوبي ما ناشوناليست، لكن حصل مشكلة في النص هناك، مشكلة ما معروفة، بقينا نتهم بعض. أي زول بيقول أنت وأنت وأنت وأنت، أنت السبب، داق السبب، داق السبب، داق السبب. ففي لحظة زي دي أنا بشوف كان بيكون أحسن كثير أن نكون عندنا غرف rooms عشان to explain معنى الوحدة الحقيقية ومعنى بتاع القومية ذاتها. أنا ما همص عن الكلام الطلع من بعض المتحدثين، لأن أنا كنت قاعد هنا أكثر من 1 hour. لأنه الموضوع التوبيك أنا بحبه. أنا بحب الوحدة، أنا بحب إنه نحن نكون نفكر في معنى الدولة اللي طلعناه. كلنا مدينا يدينا، قدمنا ناسنا، قدمنا كل ثرواتنا، قدمنا عقولنا، قدمنا صلواتنا، قدمنا كلماتنا، قدمنا أي حاجة اللي كان عندنا عشان نصل للدولة اسمها جنوب السودان. إذا كان عندنا نفس الروح في الدولة الجديدة أنا ما هعشر مثلا لأخي لو قالوا ده لادو أنا بشوفه طوال إكواتوريا، لو قالوا ده قرقوز أنا بشوفه طوال ده نويراوي، أوكي؟ ده لو قالوا ده أوكوان أنا ما بشوفه طوال ده لوا، لو قالوا ده أوبج أنا ما بشوفه ده شلكاوي. أنا أفتخر بالأسماء دي كابن الوطن، إنه في دويلات في العالم بيجيبوا ناس من دويلات تانية عشان يكون عندهم multicultural، يعني الناس هسه بتفتش إنه يكون عندهم تنوع في دويلاتهم، ونحن عندنا التنوع في دولاتنا ودايرين نفرتق التنوع دي. أنا لما أشوف، أنا لما كنت في السودان كنت في حي اسمها قماير، عندنا مدينة منطقة اسمها خدير ده فيه ميدان اسمه ميدان لاتوكا. لو في واحد قاعد في درمان، ميدان ده حتى الآن بنسميه ميدان لاتوكا، يعني لو ده توصف زول في خدير قول له ميدان لاتوكا معناته ميديا اللي حيعرف الموقع ده وين. ليه؟ لأنه بالليل إخواننا لاتوكا كانوا بيرقصوا هناك بالليل كل ليلة، الميدان ده بقى فاضي، والناس الحي قدموا المحل ده إنه يكون ميدان تاع لاتوكا. لو هم لاعبين فيه بنجي نرقص بالرقصات بتاعنا أحيانا النوبة كويس. إذا كان إنه عندنا رقصات متنوعة في كل المهم في كل الدولة ودايرين نعمل بريك اب للاشياء دي حاجات ما كل الناس لاقينا، الثقافات اللي عندنا ما كل الناس لاقينا. just 1 minute خلي
عشان برادر جابريل يجي يكملوا كلامه، ممكن عنده شيء في نقاط بسيطة له ذكره، هو كلامه كويس، لكن أنا كنت بتوقع لجابريل أساس كلمة بتاعه قال يا أخي نحن جنوبين ماشيين برجلوا الدايفرسيتي بتاعنا ده في جنوب السودان، ماشيين ننتهي منه، وليه بس ننتهي الدايفرسيتي الكويس؟ السؤال هنا المشكلة بتاعنا جنوبين، لو نحن جايين نتكلم عن السياسة بتاع جنوب السودان نحن بننسى الزول المسبب كله مشاكل في جنوب السودان. لو كان قبل نحن بنقدر نعسر انه ده المسبب، ده خطو جنوب السودان في مأزق، ده الافرو نكاتيبهم عشان يتكلم عن الفكرة ده كان بيكون كويس. لكن نحن بنعمل define the problem, but the cause or the person who caused this problem we don't want to mention. This is a problem. تفضل يا قبر كمل حديثك إذا أنت جاهز.
أنا جاهز. معلش أنا في شغل أحيانا لما نجيني شغل بكون أنا أول wrap it up. فالله داير أقوله إحنا فعلا محتاجين لأنفسنا. بالمناسبة أنا شخصيا لأنه أنا ما عندي حاجة واحدة الناس اللي عارفينها كويس، أنا ما بميل للغلط كويس، وأنا ما بحب إنه يكسروني، بحب أقول الحقيقة في محلها كويس. أول بأول يا جماعة من المفترض نحن نعرف بأنه عندنا ناس الخلونا نبقى الدولة دي، وهم ممكن يكون نفس الناس الخلونا ممكن نحن نفرتق الدولة دي. أنا من ناس فيلم وأنا من دينكا، لكن أنا ما بقدر أقول له في دينكاوي قاعد يقول إنه أنا كل شيء، أنا أقبل عين إحنا كل شيء. لا، إذا في غلط حصل في SPLM ما بقبل إنه أقول هاي ده غلط ونخليه كده، لا. لكن المشكلة أن أنا الليلة ده لو زول قال لي يا أخي أنت الدينكاوي، أنا ما ممكن أخذ نفسي. وأنا قلت مثلا ده في واحد من الروم إنه السبب الرئيسي اللي خلى أوباما ينتصر على اسمه منو هيلاري كلينتون، انه هيلاري بدا يتكلم بكلام ممكن يقسم الناس، انه قالت الدوله دي في ديبيت بتاع مع اوباما انه الدوله دي ما مستعده لمنو ليحكموا انسان اسود. طبعا اوتوماتيكالي الناس عارفين الكلام الثاني من اوباما حيكون الدوله ما مستعده تحكم مرأة. كويس؟ اذا هنا اوباما بقى نظير نفس الفكره بتاع منو؟ بتاع هيلاري كلينتون. اوكي؟ So in that case هو ما يتحدث عن الموضوع ده. كويس؟ ما يتحدث على اساس انه المرأة ما قادرة، لأنه هنا لو قال الكلام ده automatically هيقولوا هو قسم الدولة، لأنه كلام بتاع هيلاري أصلا قسم الدولة، إنه نحن ما عشان هو أسود، حتى لو عارفين إنه إنسان أسود. في زمنه مع جون ماكين قال يا جماعة أنا عملت الكثير من أجل الدولة دي، كمان ده بيعني بانه هو جاي عشان الدوله تعمل له رواد، ما جاي عشان يخدم الدوله. النفرين ديل قويين ما هنا، لكن اللغه في بعض الاحيان بيخليك تطلع من الطور الكويس. نحن يا جماعه بنعرف اي زول بيدو حق بتاعه. انا ما بقدر اقول قريت التاريخ كله، لكن التاريخ الحديث للسودان او لجنوب السودان انا قريت جزء منه، انه بدا من وين لوين، منو عمل شنو ومنو عمل شنو ومتى وكيف وحصل كيف. احيانا في ناس بيقول نكروا حقنا، ما في زول بينكر حق زول، لانه الكتب قاعده هناك. اذا كان مثلا انا قالوا لي انت دينكا وانا اقول لك انت نويراء، ومعناته انا قبلي، انا ما بكون احسن منك، لانه انا بقيت اناقشك على منوال بتاع القبيله. انا بقول لك يا انت نويراوي لكن انت جنوبي، انا بحبك، انا ناشوناليست. فنحن يعني انا دايرين العقلاء والمتعلمين والشباب. الثوره الفرنسيه والثورات العربيه في الستينات حتى السبعينات كانت ثورات ادبيه. الادباء، الشعراء، الفنانين، الكتاب كتبوا عن الوحده. انتوا شايفين عرب هسه يتغير، ما زي عرب الزمان، لانه الثورات لما جو بالرؤساء اللي كانوا قويين في الدول العربيه دي، الكتاب ساهموا كثير، الشعراء ساهموا، الفنانين ساهموا في وحده الصف للدول دي. كويس؟ وخاصه وحده سوريا مع مصر في زمن بتاع جمال عبد الناصر. فنحن دايرين الناس ما تتغير. انت كانسان مثقف عندك عقل الوحده، ما تخلي الانسان القبلي يسوقك وما تسوقه. بس في محل بسيط، بس ما قاعد نتقابل، لكن كلنا في محل واحد، كلنا جنوبيين، كلنا ضد الغلط. كويس؟ لان القبليه دي في كل محل بيحصل. قول مثلا دينكا قاعد يعمل قبليه، ما القبليه دي حتجي اذن داخل دينكا ومش داخل دينكا. قول مثلا القبليه، مثلا الدينكا وولدل كاكثر ناس القبيله ممكن يدخل في اول، لانه في كل محل في اكثريه في اقليه، ما في محل ما في اقليه. كويس؟ يعني في اول هسه في الجونجديد ان كرك دير اكبر عشائر في داخل اول، وفي عشائر صغيره. اذا كان مثلا احنا بنقول ان احنا اكثريه، فيكم كمان اقليه، لانه في انسان حيتاثر بعدين بالاقليه لو نحن دايرين نستخدم الاكثريه ضد الاقليه. مع اذا الدوله بتكون عندها مشكله في كل محل، فنحن دايرين توعيه للشعب بتاعنا على اساس انه اللي بيعمل غلط ده غلط بتاعه. كويس؟ نحن بنقول لك انت طلعت من العمل بتاعك. لو زول مثلا في محفل بتاع الحكومي، انت شغال في مكتب وقاعد تفرض رايك على الناس على اساس انه ده رايك الخاصه برا من الشغل، تقول له كلامك ده ضد قوانين بتاعت الدوله مهما كان منصب بتاعه. ف to make it short، انا with وحده بتاعنا، ولو بقينا متوحدين بنعمل العمل القومي. انت بتكون انسان بتخدم الناس على مستوى واحده، اوكي، حسب القوانين. قانون ده ينطبق لكل زول. يس، ما حاسه ما حاصله، وكلنا مجروحين. عندي قصه انا قلتها بلغه الدينكا، هختم بها الموضوع بتاعي ده. قالوا في فيل عجل بتاعه وقع في حفره. الفيل ده جرد ومشى في فري واي، في هاي واي، وقف في النص. لما نيجي عربيه بيجيب قدام العربيه، لو عربيه وقفت الفيل ده بيجري للغابه. كويس؟ الزول بعض الناس لما يشوف الفيل جرى الغابه وهو بسوق طوال، الفيل بيجي راجع بيجيب في النص ثاني. يجي عربيه يجيب قدام العربيه ويكورك ويكورك ويكورك. المهم واحد من الناس قام وقف وشاف الفيل قاعد يكورك. لو هو مشى الفيل مشى وهو اتحرك، الفيل بيجي راجع، فهو وقف. الزول ده وقف واتصل للبوليس. الفيل واقف في زلط في نص وقاعد يكورك. بوليس جو حاول يخوفه، ضربوا سلاح فوق عشان يخاف عشان يجري. الفيل ما جرى، الفيل واقف في محل بتاعه ده. المهم ما ضربوا فيل، ما دايرين يقتلوه. واحد منهم قال لهم يا جماعه نشوف زول بيطري، ناس عندهم فكره عن علم الحيوانات.
Yeah, can you use brother Gabriel into telephone? جاي له تليفون، ونتمنى انه يجي يكملوا حديثه. مصل هو داري يختم به الكلام. المشكلة في جنوب السودان انه خلينا نجي في وحدة. يعني بالنسبة لي انا، يعني الناس الكرب جنوب السودان معروف، قبيلة معروف، قبيلة دينك كرب جنوب السودان. وانا كنت بتمنى انه الكتاب بتاع مثقفين بتاع قبيلة الدينكا المفروض يكاتب الدينكا البيكري بلد انه انتم السبب اللي انتم قربت البلد. انتم الكتاب بتاع مثقفين بتاع دينكا يكاتب احاول موني او ناشونال سيكريتي، موني او جيش، وموني او بيكري يا رواع البيكري حياة بتاع الناس في جنوب السودان، مون اكثر ناس بيشيلوا حق الناس بقوة. يعني وين المثقفين؟ ما ممكن نمشي في الوحدة في الظل انه القبيله الدينكا ذاته ما بيساعد جنوبين، والدينكاوي بدل يكاتب الدينكا اللي بيعمل كل الفوضى ده، ويجي يكاتب بعد من الجنوبين انه تعال في وحده نحن لازم نتجمع. فضل يا قبرل اذا انتهت من التليفون.
اوكي sorry for that. المهم to make it short، الفيل الزول البيطري بتاع علم الحيوانات قام جه، والفيل بقى يتحرك ماشي للغابه. فقال لهم يا اخي احنا نمشي ورا الفيل ده. مشوا ورا الفيل، لقوا انه عجل بتاع الفيل وقع في الحفره وبقى يكورن. الناس عرفت انه دي كانت المشكله، العجل مجروح في كل محل، لانه هي حاولت اصلا في البدايه انه عشان يطلع العجل ده وما قدرت. كويس؟ الناس جابوا winch طلعوا العجل. المهم من عيونهم معروفه انه كانت مبسوطه وعجل مبسوط، وقاموا مشى. كويس. جنوب السودان فيه العجل الوقع في الحفرة، فيه السواقين الماشيين ما دايرين، ما عندهم قضية فيه الأم اللي هي بتكورك، فيه البوليس، فيه عالم بتاع الحيوانات، في winch. في النهاية محتاجين إنه العجل يطلع والدولة تفرح. The day will come that one day we will be like that. I know زي كلام اللي انتم قلتوا إنه الدينكا هو المشكلة، الدينكا هو في national security، الدينكا والدينكا 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 والدينكا. أنا عندي كلمة واحدة بس من المفترض يقال، كويس؟ وممكن الناس يقولوا نحن قلناه وما في زول سمع. إذا كان إنه ده نحن عملنا identify إنه ده الدينكا، كويس؟ في ناس ممكن يتكلموا على أساس إنه أنتوا تغيروا، وده حق. ده الكلام بتاع nationalist. When you are nationalist, you tell someone what you are doing is wrong and you have to change, okay, for the sake of the unity of the people. All right? If نحن دايرين نعمل break up, we can break up, all of us. انتوا عارفين احنا زي كل الدولات في اوروبا ديل، كويس؟ دينكا ممكن يعمل دولة بتاعه، واي قبيلة تعمل دولتها، والقبائل اللي قبلوا بعض يعني ما كبيرة علينا. لكن نحن سألنا بعض من يوم من الايام ليه شاينا؟ يعني ده اكبر دولة في العالم، يعني سكان بتاعه اكبر من افريقيا، ما داير انه هونغ كونغ يطلع منه، واقليم بتاع تبت يطلع منه، وما داير تايوان يعمل استغلاله، وكمان من هناك دايرين الولايات الصغيرة هناك. ليه؟ لأنه القوة هي الوحدة. لأنه لو داير تبقى قوي لازم، وده السبب أمريكا بيجيب ناس لاهي، أمريكا بيجيب مايجريشن واحد، أمريكا بتساعد دولات 2، أمريكا بيمشي لك 3. ليه؟ لأنه نحن من أجل السكيورتي بتاعك أنت لازم يكون عندك مين باور. فإذا كان المشكلة بقى في، ما شرط إنه المشكلة يكون الانفصال أو مشكلة يكون الحرب. المشكلة نتكلم هناك الناس واعيين. القضية إنه بعض الناس ما بيعرفوا إنه في ناس من دينكا قاعدين يتكلموا ضد الكلام ده. هم بيشملوا الناس دي يرجعون لدينكا. في كم دينكا حتى بيتكلم ضد الحكومة، في كم دينكا قتل. الجيش اللي بتقولوا ده قتل دينكا في وراب. انتوا عارفين كويس اللي حصل في تون، اللي حصل في جوغريال، اللي حصل في رومبيك. ده نفس الدينكا، هم مجروحين زي اي زول زي اي مكان في جنوب السودان. اذن الحكايه ما حكايه دوله معينه او قبيله معينه ضد بعض الناس. الناس ذاتهم مع بعض داخل دينكا في مشاكل. نحن نقول الناس اللي بيعملوا مشكله ديل، الدايرين يعملوا قبليه ديل، نحن ضدهم كلنا، اوكي؟ وبعدين نحن نجيب الناس الدايرينهم. لكن الانفصال ما بطال، لكن كمان صعب علينا، كويس؟ فانا ما عندي مشكله في انه انت تناضل من اجل حق بتاعك اذا كان انه بتشوف انه في حق، لانه احنا طلعنا حق بتاعنا. ما ممكن الليله اجي اقول لك انه حق بتاعك ما من حق بتاعك، كويس؟ فانا ما عندي مشكله انه لو في دينكا يحاسب حسب انهم طلعوا من القانون، لكن ما نشمل كل الدينكا. حتى الناس اللي ماتوا انتوا شايفين في ناس كثيرين ماتوا، في ناس كثيرين سجنوا، كويس؟ دي دينكا. فالمهم دايرين وحده. حتى لو انفصل إكواتوريا مثلا سنظل عندنا حدود، كويس؟ سنظل عندنا حدود زي ما الكلام اللي قاله اخونا قبل. لكن احنا في انه كده نبري الجروح اللي عندنا كويس. نحاول نبري الجروح اللي عندنا. شكرا.
يا برادر جابريل، كلامك تمام. يعني ده وجهة النظر بتاعك السياسي بالنسبة للتوفيق. في نقاط اللي تكلمت يعني الشاينة داير تايوان، وداير تايوان لأنه هو الشاينيز ما مشى قتلوا التايوانيين في الجزيرة بتاعهم ده. لذلك هم بيتمنى من تايوان إنه يكون أخوانا بتاعهم. ما قتلوا، ما شيلوا أراضي بتاع تايوان، لكن تايوان أجوا ينفصلوا بالسياسة. ما قتلوا ولا شيلوا أراضي، إنه خليكم تكون جزء. نحن في جنوب السودان دينك قتلنا، دينك شيلوا أراضينا. الوحدة اللي بيتكلم، والوحدة ده كان قبل كده موجود قبل ما دينك يملكوا السلاح ويعمل انقلاب الجنوبين في 2013. وحدة ده في مشينا بو في قامة، جينا بو ل 2005 مدانا فيه CPA على اساس انه التفرقة بتاع العرب وكله discrimination we need to leave them behind. so لقينا اتفاجأنا ما هيمنة بتاع دولة لدينجا. السؤال هنا بس انا بيسأل كتاب بتاع مثقفين بتاع دينجا ما قدر كده لقبيلة بيعملوا مأزق في جنوب السودان. أجابوا قبلية، أجابوا كورابشن، علموا الجنوبين كله بقى ناس بتفسد. الجنوبين الليلة بيفكروا في يملكوا سلاح عشان يقاتل أنفسهم، لأنه دينجا عنده سلاح وكما بيزودوا. سو الجنوبين هذا بيفكروا إنه دايرين سلاح بقروسهم. ده منو انتروديوسوا حاجة ده حكومة في إيدا بتاع دينجا اسم توصل بكر ما يردي. دينجا نام، دينجا بيكاتولوا، دينجا تابانين. ده باي نيشن، هم مخلوقين كده. قبل حرب 83 هم قاعدين يقتل بعضهم. في كوكورة مكاتب التنسيق، شوف التنسيقات انت قاعد خرطوم، شوف التنسيق بتاع بارغ وصار. to be honest اذا انت مرتكب متعلم وشوف امشي في الوزارة المالية الدنقاوي هو مسؤول فوق. ما في فرق برادة. انا داير اقول لك نحن ايكوتوريين ما ظلمنا الناس بالمناسبة. لو نحن دايرين ننفصلوا من جنوب السودان لانه الجنوبيين كلهم مستحيا. إذن نحن بنقول يا دينجا لو في مثقفين منكم كاتب انفسكم، قول لماتيانيور ورؤاء ما يقتل اخوانهم في مناطق بتاع جريدي كوتوري في بار غزال ولا نيل. ناس زول بيلقوا في سكه بيقتلوا تجي تقول ولا داك درويس. قال ده درويس ده زول ما مكفل ما عنده مخ اللي بيقتلوا ده. لكن انا المثقف ده انا اقول له يا اخي وانت ما بتقدر ترسل رساله. لا، دينجا يفتح الروم على اساس وقفوا الحرب في جنوب السودان، وقفوا قتل الناس، وقفوا شيل اراضي في الناس، ارجع للمناطق بتاعكم عشان على الاقل جروح تبرو، عشان يرجع لنا اليونيتي بتاعنا، الدايفرسيتي بتاعنا. لكن دينجا لا، بيمشي يقول ايكوتوريا ما تنفصلوا، ايكوتوريا تعال في وحده، مارو وحده ده منازو وحده ده سنه كم في شهر كم وياتوا مكان ذاته داير وحده في نفس الوقت. بحر غزال كله ما عنده وحده مع بعض، ما عنده. ما الافرض انت دينجاوي الكربو بلد مستقر اللي انت بتعرف دينجاي يا كربو بلد وانت بترفض انه دينجاي يا كربو بلد لكن يوم الليله انت الافرض واحد ونفسك من بحر غزال كله وانا نيلي واحد وانفسهم في انا نيل زي ايكوتوري واحد ونفوسهم. بعدين تعال لايكوتوريا يا جماعه نحن هنا في وحده في جنوب السودان، انتم الوحده بتاعنا ده عشان نقدر نعمل حاجه في جنوب السودان. لكن ده ما في. ده بمعنى بالنسبه لنا كجريد ايكوتوريا ده الشارع الوكي، ده تمديد بتاع هيمنه بتاع دوله لقبيله نحن فهمناه وجبناه ورثناه من العرب اللي بيطبقوه في جنوب السودان ده تبقى الاصلي الدخول العرب في السودان. نفس حاجه اذا الليله مثقف بتاع دينجا شفناه بيجيب ما حاجه اللي بيمشي في جنوب السودان بمعنى هو ايده الفكره بتاع جلابه القدام، هو جاب الجلابه الجديد. فجاء الجديد أكدوها تمام في جنوب السودان. نحن في جريد إيكواتوريا طالما هو اللي هو القضية، وبعدين ما بيفرق إذا كان فعلا إذا كان زول يعني ملم السياسة بتاع السودان القاعد يمشي في جنوب السودان ده، ما في فرق مجائل القديمة خلانا ننفصل منه، وده بقى أسوأ. ده بيقتل أسوأي بيشيل أراضي ناس. أرى ما قتل أسوأية، أرى ما شيلوا أراضي بتاع جنوب السودان. منطقة لو كان سيترفقوا بس منطقة يمكن منطقة بترين لو كان نعمل بتاع بيزنس الزراعة، وكل أبنائنا بتاع دينجا بتاع بليان دينجا عبيد. أنا شخصيا مشيت في منطقة، قعدت في منطقة ده دينجا بتاع بليان دينجا عبيد بيشتغل في المزارع في أرض بتاعه. مثقفين بتاع دينجا انتم جزء لا يتجزأ الانفولف في مشكله في جنوب السودان، لانه انتم كان رؤوس واعيه مثقفه في جنوب السودان في نص بتاع القبائل بتاعكم عشان تغيروا ابن، تغيروا مسو، تغيروا دينجا، تغيروا جنوب السودان ذاته. انتم دايرين تغيروا دينجا في اسلوب بتاعهم ده. ما ممكن يقتلوا انفسهم، ما ممكن يسرق انفسهم، ما ممكن يكون فساد، ما ممكن حياه بيكون فوضى. قرن 21 ابتوع مدارس، ما بيفرق بين الدنجاي والعقرة والدنجاي ما قرا، ماشي في المدرسه بيتكلم نفس اللغه بتاع زول بلد ده. نحن ابناء جريد ايكواتوريا لو لقينا فرصه بتاع انفصال ده اكيد نحن ما بنفوت باقناعات بتاع اخوه جنوبين انه كلنا، لانه اول فول الحكومه ده حكومه الدنجا كيساني ده حكومه ده يعني لعب القروض بتاعهم كله. الليله هل الدنجاوي هيجي يقنعني انه والله يا انكولاتو انا احترفت، انا عملت غلط، اخطات، عفيني انا، خلينا نمشي في وحده نبني جنوب السودان؟ ده منو بيصدق؟ كون الليله نحن جينا في غابه وتيجي تقول يا اخي انت ما معنا، انا حررت كل القتائب تجريد ايكواتوريا اللي كان ساكن في غابه في تلفزيون ملاك ايون كله ديليتد. انتوا شغالين برامج بتاع دينجا فقط. انت مثقف سابقا نحن اسنا في جنوب السودان ما قبل الحرب بتلوث الرماني بياتو اسلوب انت تيجي تقناني انا يعني الافر الدينجا يكلي بدا من الخروج لزمن الداعي، لكن للاسف شديد الليله حاجه انا بشوف دينجا اللي خروج كله الافرض عشان هما هيجي يدوم للجنوبين يكون في وحده ولا دايفرسيتي عشان نحن نكون في دوله واحده. ليه مفروض ده؟ دينجا الليله ما عنده حاجه عشان يقنع الجنوبي بالذات ايكواتوري تقنعنا كيف؟ كوكورا انتم سبب فوق قبل لير انتروديوس قبليه واصر فيه حتى ايكواتوري انت لما كوكورا في بعد من كبير سياسيين بتاع ايكواتوريين كثير ما دير كوكورا لانه بينتهي من وحده في جنوب السودان، لكن دينجا اصر نفسه دينجا ده سال بكر بيقولوا له عليكم قاعدين تعملوا ده غلط في جنوب السودان، خلي الجنوب ده يكون دوله، نحن عندنا اراضي، نحن عندنا موارد، عدد السكان في جنوب السودان ده في محل تاني بيخلوه فاضي للريزيرف لين نحن بنقدر نقعد ابن في ولايه واحد وناكل في ولايه واحد وولايه واحد يكلف فاضي خبره ولايه خبره. سالبكر ما داري يسمع، دينجاي ما داري يقول لسالبكر، بل بعيده انه والله بس يكتبونا بطريقه ثانيه انه خلينا في يونيتي ولا ده سالبكر ومجموع بتاعه سكايا. معقول؟ ما خلاص اذا ده سالبكر خاطب ديل الحيوانات اللي بيشيلوا ابقار في جريد ايكواتوريا ده قول له ارجع، قول له ما تكتروا اكل بقره في اكل، ما تبرجوا الحياه بتاع ما تقتل مواطن في بلده في منطقه بتاعه. لا ما بيتكلم زي ده. انتم دايرين تفتحوا روم وتقاتب انفسكم انه نحن قلتانين، وكل زول انت كان عندك اخو، عندك ده قبيله بتاعك، ده اسيره بتاعك، قول له ارجع في المنطقه بتاعك، ما تقتل الناس. نحن جنوبيين، ده اخوانا بتاعنا. دوله بيحتاج لنا زي ما انت قلت، بيحتاج لنا في الدفاع، في تنميه، في كل شيء. لغه ده نحن كايكوتوريين عشنا في السودان، ونكون يستعمر علينا كلنا جنوبيين. نحن بنرفض نفس اللغه، نفس الطريقه بتاع هيمنه 66 67 سنه في جنوب السودان، في السودان، عشان يكرروا لنا ايكوتوريين. we are determined. هي بيس كان جاء، هي فرصه، تخيل لقيناه، نحن بنمشي. وكمان لقيناه، كان لقينا بطريقه ثانيه، نحن انا ده في الهوست بتاع جريد ايكوتوريا، وما في زول بدخل فوقه، ونحن بكون سودانيين. فانا بدي فرصه لزول اللازو انترجيك في كلام بتاع جابريل من ايكوال مودريتا. شكرا.
شكرا شكرا brother Lado, brother Lado. انت جاوبت زول، انت قلت كلام كويس. انا افترض زول ما يجي يتكلم انه الو جابريل يجي يتكلم انه لازم نتناجوا مع بعض، نتوحد، ضرب مثال بالرئيس الامريكي وما اعرف ضرب مثال بمنو كده. يلا يا اخوي، انا طبعا بس داير اوصل لك معلومه هنا. انا ما اعرف ليك كم فتره انت دخلت في السوشيال ميديا ده، من 200 ليك كم سنه في السوشيال ميديا؟ بس ده اول سؤال انا بسالك، ليك كم سنه في السوشيال ميديا؟ قبال اسم شنو ده، let me say احنا في كلاب هاوس، في فيسبوك، في تويتر، في انستغرام، في كل السوشيال ميديا التانيين دول. انت جوين سوشيال ميديا 200، انضميت للسوشيال ميديا 200، ليك كم سنه يا جابريل؟
ده يا في السوشيال ميديا ده تقول هنا.
السوشيال ميديا خليك من كلاب هاوس هسه حاليا. انا قصدي فيسبوك،
كتير جدا، long time ago.
long
من
time يعني.
2009 انا خشيت فيسبوك 2009.
اوكي 2009. واو that's good. yeah. انت عارف سبب شنو انا سالتك انت دخلت في السوشيال ميديا لك كم سنه وبين 2009 لغايه ده فعلا فتره طويل؟ وبصراحه كده يعني يا جابريل، احنا الجنوبيين كان بيوصفونا هنا ناس قوميين، وكان عندنا وحده قويه جدا. لو كان ما عندنا كان وحده بيناتنا كجنوبيين، كان في الزمن داك او احنا ما قوميين، كان جنوب السودان ما طلع. اقفل المايك بتاعك، اقفل المايك بتاعك يا جابريل. كان جنوب السودان ما طلع. لكن مين السبب اللي جا خرب القوميه بتاعتنا الجنوبيين والوحده بتاع الجنوبيين؟ منيا خربوا. مين اللي بقى السبب لغايه ما الوحده بتاع الجنوبيين بقى خرب والقوميه بتاعتنا كجنوبيين خرب؟ انت عارف كويس السبب ده قبيله الدنكا. اول فاول يا اخوي جابريل، للاسف انت جيت اتكلمت هنا كانه انت ما بتعرف الحاصل شنو كويس. والبدا كلام ده منه لغايه ما هسه دخل القبليه ودخل الكراهيه ودخل الحاجات الكل البشع اللي قاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان، وكتل والحاجات الكعب الما في طبيعه الجنوبيين ده قاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان. من هي السبب؟ انتوا السبب. دينكا قبيله دينكا يا سبب، قبيله دينكا يا جاب الحاجات دي كله. حتى اغتصاب بتاعت الرجال، اغتصاب بتاعت الشفة والنساوين الأجايز، والاغتصابات اللي في كل أركان قبيلة دينكا جابك بالكلام ده. أنا طبعا داير أوصل لك كلام هنا يا أخ جابريل. في 2017 بالضبط كده، كلام ده كان شهر 6 بين 6 و7، طلعت بنتكم اسمه جوليا أتير قاعدة في كندا، طلعت في السوشيال ميديا. طبعا تعرف السوشيال ميديا ده طبعا أي حاجة sensitive ده بيمشي فايرال. اي حاجه يعني بيلمس الدوله وبيلمس الكوميونتي وبيلمس يعني كده، دايما بيلفت النظر. البنت المرأة اللي اسمها جوليا تيرا طلعت كان عندها مشاكل مع واحدة ما أعرف شنو، وكنا أنا ذاته كنت ما أعرف، أنا شخصيا ما كنت أعرف. أنا كنت الزمن ده لسه بحب جنوب السودان، بفتخر إنه أنا جنوبية ومن جنوب السودان وأنا دي الدولة. كنت بفتخر قبل ما أسمع اللغة ده من المرة دي. تنكوية حر أمنوا أبا هي جات قالت شنو؟ قالت إتو South Sudan is kingdom of Denka. South Sudan is property of Denka. صدقني within 4 hours لما انا عملت ريفاست تاني للفيديو ده، لقيت فيديو ده ماشي viral. Almost 6,000 people South Sudanese share the video. يا ترى في زمن ده وين انت يا جابريل؟ وين دينكا اللي هسه بيقولوا هم intellectuals، هم الناس فاهمين وما عارف قاعدين يتكلموا؟ انتوا وين مالكم؟ ما طلعتوا عملتوا كونديم عشان برضو فيديو حقكم يمشي فايرل، عشان بداك ناس زينا زي ده اللي اسمه شنو ده قلوبهم ما يقلب حبه. شفت شنو ده كده؟ واحد. نمرة اثنين، بناتكم بتاع الدنكا، نساوينكم بتاع الدنكا استلموا السوشيال ميديا اللي هو فيسبوك، شتموا في كوتوريانس. لو جينا في الجد، اول مرة كده طلعت هي كان من ويست بركازال، جات شتمت بسبب انه قتلوا اهلهم في 2012 في واو. أميرة قام طلع بقى ترد. أميرة بقى يشتم إيكوتوريانس، ما خلى في إيكوتوريانس حاجة. إنتوا كوتس، إنتوا النسوان بتاع الدنكا، وجوبا دي جوبا نات دينكا، وما أعرف شنو ده وما أعرف. يعني شتم ليه جدودنا الماتوا، ليه أبوهاتنا الماتوا. يقتلوهم اهلنا البريئين قاعدين يقتلوهم، ده دمهم بس ما يمشي بعيد، يقع في ناس اكواش واميره ولينا بيريك وما اعرف منو جولياتر. لكن جولياتر اصلا شللت طبعا، انا سمعت قال هي شلل بيها قاعد يمشي بويل شير. كويس. ان شاء الله دم اهلنا اللي قاعدين يقتلوهم المساكين ديل دمهم ما يمشي بعيد، دمهم يجي خليه ينتقم من الناس ديل، خليه ينتقم من اميره واكواش ولينا بيريك وغيره. دق 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 بنا الدنكا كان بيهرشوا دنكا انه يمشي يقتلوهم، يمشي يغتصبوهم، يمشي يسوي لهم اقل هراديم ويسوي لهم ده. ان شاء الله دم ما يمشي بعيد. ارواح الناس دي شفتها خليه يرن في راسهم ليل ونهار. كويس. لغايه ما يموتوا، لغايه ما يحصل ايالهم. لانه هسه ما في حاجه اسمها قوميه في جنوب السودان. انتوا دنكا دي هسه انتوا نادوا نفوسكم احنا قوميين، لكن احنا ناشوناليست بتاع ايكوتوريا ما بتاع جنوب السودان. احنا قوميين بتاع ايكوتوريا، لانه اساسا حاليا احنا قاعدين نحارب، قاعدين نجيب هنا ده من اجل اهلنا، من اجل اراضينا، من اجل حقوقنا. كويس. فاذا كان انت زول مثلا زي ده جاي تتكلم هنا، انت كنت في السوشيال ميديا من 2009، ازاي فاتك كل حاجات بناتكم عملوا ده؟ كلمه جولياتير قال ده، وسيبك من ده كله. اهلكم في شبابكم بيجوا بيتكلموا وي ليبريت يو، ليبريت هو؟ هل انا من ايكوتوريا كويس عندي خيلاني، عندي امامي، عندي يلامي وشرشر كانوا في اس بي ال حاربوا، لكن لما يجي الدنكا ولا الدنكاويه يجي يقول قال وي ليبريت يو، ليبريت هو؟ ده المشكله هنا ذاته. وي ار بون تو رول هو؟ يا ريت اديناكم سلطه، عملتوا شنو؟ خربتوا البلد مره واحد، وبلد ده هيتفرتك. الكويس هنا انا سامي يومين ده اشاعات دينكا بيها قاعدين يقول وي ار نيشن، دينكا از ذا نيشن. امشي احكموا نفوسكم، لانه ما في نيشن بيقعد في جوا النيشن. اوكي. او نيشن بيقعد في دوله زي ده. خلاص امشي برا كتله دينكا كده، امشي احكموا نفوسكم اذا كنتوا براود وي ار نيشن. لكن المهم انا يعني بجد انا اقدر اقول لك، انا كنت اقدر اتكلم كتير، كتاب عديل ده اقرا لك كتاب عديل هنا ده، لكن انا بجيب هنا عشان ادي فرصه لاخواني التانيين. ها انت بس امشي اقعد بنفسك، you just go calculate your LCM and find the solution, because you are not gonna convince us like oh let us unite, let us this unite. انا بيونايت مع عدو تاي كيف؟ انا بيونايت مع زول اللي قتل اختي ميت جنازه في الوطن ولسه بيغتصبوا، وده كله شنو؟ وفي واحدين بيجي بيتكلم في السوشيال ميديا هنا في كلاب هاوس واضح. كويس. ايكوتورس لازم يدفع الثمن بتاع كوكورا دي كان في شنو؟ كوكورا دي الدينكا سي كان قاعد يفهم كوكورا دي شنو؟ كوكورا دي لما حصل قسموه قروش لثلاثه ريجونز ديل، كله ناس كباركم تمشي، كله ما اعرف مينيسترز بتاعكم ولا كان ناس منو بتاعكم يمشي ديفلوب ريجون بتاعكم. لكن انتوا ناسكم ديل ابوهاتكم ولا كان ديل جدودكم كان في الزمن ده ولا كان ديل اخوانكم مش اكلوا قروش، مش في خرطوم زوجوا 1000 ناس، اجر 10 نساوين، اجروا عمارات، بيوت، شقق، شنو؟ اكلوا قروشكم بتاع ديفلوبمنت في ابانايل بتاع برغزال. لكن ابوهاتنا في كوتوري عملوا ديفلوبمنت. عشان كده انتوا هسه جيتوا لقيتوا بيوت الكونكريت واقفين وبنى تحتيه وكله ده. خلاص انتوا فاكرين خلاص الجاهز ده بعدين نقلاه، لكن يطول الامر ويقصر. ايكواتور هاريه الايكواتوريانز، ويتو دينكا عارفين كويس ما في دينكا يمثل لي هنا اذانه مقفول ولا اطرش ولا عميان. انتوا عارفين كويس جايين من وين. ارجعوا في مناطقكم، ارجعوا في النيل، ارجعوا في برقزان، بلتي هي احسن. ارجعوا يا اخي، خليك تكون عندك كرامه. لما يقول لك انا ما دايرك في بيتي يا اخي، ما خلاص خليك تكون عندك كرامه واحترام شويه لنفسك. لملم كده اتفقفق وامشي، لان انتوا ذاته ما بتشبهونا. كويس. لما حاجاتكم اللي قاعدين تعملوها الكعب ده قاعدين تعملوا في كوت هنا لاهلنا في كوتوريا ده، لأن لو كنتوا بتشبهونا كان انتوا ما عملتوا حاجات دي، لكن انتوا ما بتشبهونا، والله ما بتشبهونا خالص. عشان كده ارجعوا في محلاتكم، بلا تقولوا لنا تكذبوا لنا ان جرينا هناك عشان السيول، وتانيين يجي يقولوا ما اعرف شنو. لا كلام فارغ.
اوكي ممكن نعلق انا شغال وبرجع لانه الكلام بتاعك وبتاعت نايف. So just conclusion. Thank you. شكرا. اولا
دقيقة أنا ما انتهيت يا دي أدكم كدينكا، مين دكم أوتوكيت، مين دكم أصلو بروتوكول، مين دكم. أنا لسه قاعدة أتكلم طوال تدرت نوت، لأنه كلام ده ظاهر عاداك، كلام ده عاديتا ولا شنو؟ عاديك.
انا ما داير اناقشك يا اختي، انا قصدك انت سكت لانه سكتي. ما
انا ما سكت، انا لسه قاعده اتكلم كويس. قبل لما انت قاعد تسكت انا قاعد ننتظر كويس. لما انت قبل قاعد تسكت ما اعرف مشيت وين، ما اعرف جيت وين، انا خلينا لك فرصه كامل. فعشان كده كلامي له عاديك، بس معلش كويس، لانه دايما انتوا ما دارين الحقيقه. تي بس انا داير اقول لك، انت راضيان ترجع في محلك ولا داير تجبر نفسك تقعد في كوتوريا ده؟ شكرا.
اوكي شكرا. اولا انا ما داير اناقش بين اكون جنوبي بيناقش مع اكواتوري. الداير ينفصل، لانه حتى الان احنا لسه في دوله واحده. انا كنت في موضوع بتاع الروم، وانت طلعت من موضوع بتاع الروم. ده حق من حقوقك، وعندك حق تعمل اي حاجه داير تعمليه او تقول اي حاجه، لكن انا كنت بتكلم في موضوع المكتوب بين الوحده والقوميه. ده اللي خلاني اتكلم، وده الكلام اللي قلت قبل، نشرح معنى الوحده ومعنى القوميه. انت دخلت في القبليه، which is انه انا ما داير اتكلم في قبليه، وانت يعني ذكرت اشياء في ناس كثيرين في السوشيال ميديا، في وحدات.
يا زول انا ما اتكلمت في القبليه، انا ما وريتك، قلت لك ان الجنوبيين كنا قوميين. لو ما كنا قوميين ولا وحدويين كان جنوب السودان ما طلع. والسبب شنو خلى القوميه بتاعتنا ولا وحده بتاعتنا خرب؟ عشان كده جبت لك كلام جولياتر لما قال ساوث سودان كينجدوم اوف دينكا، ساوث سودان بروبرتي اوف دينكا. دي اثر القبليه فين؟ انت قاعد تفهم كيف؟ انت قبل شويه قاعد تتكلم بعربي فصيح انه انت انسان مثقف ومتعلم وكده. انت ما كنت قاعد تفهم عربي حق كده ولا شنو؟ كويس. وجبت لك شتائم بتاعت اميره، كلام فارغ بتاعت بناتكم ديل. قلت لك انت كنت وين؟ كويس. ما كان توقف اهلك ديل عشان القوميه بتاعت الجنوبيين والوحده بتاعت الجنوبيين يفضل في مكانه. والسبب ده ناس منو؟ ما انتوا دينكا. عشان كده ما في قوميه في جنوب السودان حاليا، وما في ذاته هنا وحده في جنوب السودان. فما ده زمن تجي تطالب بوحده هنا وكده. عشان كده احنا اكواتوريا اساسا هننفصل. طول الزمن يقصر اكواتوريا ده هيمشي كويس. لانه بجد كده ده احنا خلاص كويس، مش مرتبين واطه، يعني ما بتخجلوا كويس. بتجي تطالبوا انه انا الدينكا نمولة، انا الدينكا مادي، انا الدينكا فوجلو، انا الدينكا باري، انا ناجوبا. يا اخي بالله انت بتفهم عربي ده كيف؟ انا ما جبت قبليه هنا. لو انا جبت قبليه هنا ده اي زول يكتب في كومنت هنا زول انا اتكلمت قبليه، انا كنت قاعد اوصف له مواصفات. عشان كده انتوا ديل فهمكم متاخر، ما بنقدر نعيش مع ناس زي ديل. لا جبت قبليه كويس.
كلمه دينجا ده ما قبليه يا بنت الناس.
كلمه دينكا ده ما قبليه، ده
ما قبليه كيف؟ دينكا جميله والمكتوب فوق.
ما جبال فخور انه انت دي دينكا. اصل ده تجري وين من كلمه دينكا ده تجري وين؟ كلمه دينكا ده كمان قال قبليه. لا اله الا الله، غاية الحمد لله، استغفر الله العظيم. المهم اي واحد فيكم سي جي.
الروم بتاعك قاعد توقفني عشان انت ده رومك لو قلت.
دقيقه انا اسال مودريتورز جماعتي فوق هنا دارين، ممكن في واحد فيهم دارين تنجك سي جي ولا ديدي انكول ولا اوديسيس، في زول فيكم دارين تنجك؟
يا خلينا نرد في كلام بتاعك نأكد
ما دايرين اتكلم ارد لكم انا بمشي لانه اصلا ده بقى
عباره واحد بس. انت قلت عنه ما نقول دينكا، احنا كيف نعرفك كده؟ ورينا احنا بنقول شنو. عارف كيف؟
والله دي قضيه انا ما
تميز بين الطرفين. عارف كيف عشان تميز بين الناس؟
اوكي ميز
انت لازم
بين
تقول صاحب العلاقه. عارف كيف؟ اللي عمل جريمه بينادى بالاسم. انا ما بعرف انت عاوز يقول لك شنو، نقول جنوبيين يعني زي ما انت عملتنا تلقائيا. انت قلت عنه شنو؟ كل جنوبيين قاعد يشاكلوا في بعضهم وذاك وناس قاعد يعملوا. نو، ما في شكله هنا. القضيه واضحه جدا جدا. في زول واحد هو قاعد يعمل زوبه في البلد كله، وده اللي بيعرف بالدنكا. فانت ما المفروض تغضب بحال الله. المفروض تكون عندك الشهامه والبطوله في انك تتكلم بوضوح على اساس انه فعلا احنا اخطانا. لو في 2 3 4 دينكاوي عمل خطا، بيقول لهم شنو؟ دينكا واحد ولا دينكتين ولا 3 4 بيجمع. عارف كيف؟ لو انت اخذت من الناحيه بتاعت القواعد، لو طلع اكثر من 3 دينكاوي عملوا سرقوا او 2 لصوص مثلا عملوا شيء، بيطلق عليهم الاسم، بيعرف. انا ما ممكن اقول كل الجنوبيين وناس ابرياء في الوقت لانه الدنكاوي هو اللي بينوط بيعمل الفحشاء والمنكر. يعني اسوء ما شيء خلاصه الموضوع انا اقدر اقوله عشان ادي للاخ يجري وانا لسه
اوكي انتوا ما دايرين اتكلم عشان انا بطلع اذا لا لو ما دايرين ارد قول لي ما ترد عشان انا اطلع.
لا خلاص يا اخي طول بالك
انت قاعد تهددنا ولا شنو؟ انت بتقدر تطلع عادي، اطلع ما بنفسك، ما في زول ماسكك من كراك ولا من يدك.
معلش انا ما داير اخش في
انا بطلع كده بلا شتت. ما ممكن تهدد.
ما داير اتكلم زيك يا بنت الناس. انا لو داير اتكلم زيك كنت اتكلم.
لا ده المساله يا اخي.
يعني خلي سي جي يكمل، ممكن ادوك فرصه بعد سي جي. في شنو يعني؟ لو قدرت امشي يلا طير.
يعود واحد من العادات يعني شفت يا جبريل، يعني أسوأ ما في الوضع اللي قاعد نشوف في جنوب السودان الاخلاقيات، انما الامم الاخلاق. يعني الانسان وعنده الاخلاقيات هو احسن منه ما في.
في جي صوتك بعيد، سي صوتك بعيد يا اخوي.
سوري. Hello, can you hear me now؟ تسمعني؟
كده كويس.
انا قصدي انه شنو؟ انه الامم والاخلاق. عارف كيف؟ الانسان الاخلاق هو اللي يقودك. انت زول يعني حسيت في شغلك ده، وانت ما عملت قواعد الاخلاق بتاعك ده بيكبوك برا، صح؟ طلعوك برا تلقائيا. فتريس يعني تعرف كيف؟ ما تختنق. حتى لو كلام بقى سخن كيف، انت حاول تريس، املك الصبر وانتظر. هنا انت جبت عبارات، فاحنا بنخاطبك على لسانك ما اكثر من كده. كيف؟ ده اللي احنا بنقوله. فانا عاوزك تديني اجابه للكلام بتاعي باختصار عشان نلجا للاخ لادو. بعد انت ممكن تاخذ الفرصه. الا وهو انا بناديك شنو يا اخي؟ انا بناديك شنو؟ الشخص ده مثلا عملت الخراب، تقلع ارض الناس وتعمل كانما احنا بس الاستغلال اللي لما جينا من هناك قلنا الاستغلال اللي تراه كان في نوايا سيئه. يعني عندك كان نوايا سيئه، يعني اخوان الدين كان عنده نوايا سيئه واحنا افتقدناهم وقلنا لهم انه ده ناس عناصر كويسين. للاسف الشديد احنا وصلنا لهذه مرحله حسي. فده زي ما قالوا شنو؟ انه المويه لما بتكفي الارض ثاني مره ما ممكن تشيل المويه من الارض ثاني مره، خلاص سفكت الدماء. ده دم بيننا وبيني، يعني انا بيننا وبينكم دم. احنا لو مشينا معاكم قعدنا في جلسه واحده بقينا شيء واحد، ده بيعتبر كاس بالنسبه لنا، لعنه. وده اخطر شيء في حياتنا. احنا عندنا مجموعات. هنا إكواتوريا طبعا هو مؤلف من مجموعات، لكن منسقه مع بعضهم وتحاب. على العكس لو انت نظرت اللي على النيل وبحر الغزال، الناس دي لعانوا منكم يا اخي. بمجرد ما انتوا وصلتوا لمحل اسمه جنوب السودان ده اللي هو ارض وادي النيل الوسطى ده، الناس عانوا معاناه شديد. عارف كيف؟ فده الواقع. فاديني اجابه بس، انا بعدين ندري الادوب انا بجيك لو بتحب. احنا بنقول لك شنو؟ نقول لك دنكاوي ولا نقول ده اشولي ولا مادي ولا زول تاني براو ولا برياوي ولا كذا؟ بنقول لك شنو؟ لانه في ناس ابرياء يا اخي. بتقتل وبتزني. زول ده لما يقتل يزني حتى في المحكمه، لما يجيبوك في المحكمه بلاد اسمك منو؟ يسالوك، ده اول عباره بيسالوك عنه، انت اسمك منو؟ ليه انت ما بتحتاج في المحاكم لما تقدموا الناس في المحاكم يقول انه دنكاوي عمل او كذا عمل كذا وعمل كذا؟ فعرفنا ورينا، عشان يعني طبعا بصفتك انت قاعد تقول عندك الوعي الكامل وما بيدل انه وقائع دي، فورينا احنا بنقول شنو هسه هنا، بس عباره بسيطه جدا جدا. ما انتوا بقيتوا هنا زي الفلسطينيين، ما اكثر من كده. بين الصراع الفلسطيني والاسرائيلي ده هسه هنا بيجي ده هذا الشبح اللي لسه عاوزين توصلونا فوق. ثانك يو. تفضل يا اخي.
اوكي
اديني
ثانك
اجابه
يو.
ونمشي للاخلاق.
ما انت لسه فاتح لنا عشان كده كويس. اولا انا كنت قاعد اتكلم في موضوع بتاع التوبيك، والتوبيك كان للساوث السودان. لما نتكلم هنا انا بتكلم مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان. لما نتكلم مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان واوصف بانه انا من دينكا وما كنت داير انه انا اكون هنا، لان انا ما بدافع عن دينكا وما في دينكا رسلني عشان اجي اتكلم نيابه عنهم، وانا ما طلعت فوق هنا لانه دينكا ما مكتوب في توبيك. أنا طلعت كإنسان جنوبي وإحنا نحلل المكتوب بين القومية والوحدة، وأنا فصلت قبل إنه أنت تكون قومي إزاي وتكون وحدوي إزاي. كويس؟ أنا قلت كلمتي إنه أنا دينكاوي يس، لكن أنا ما داير إنه أتكلم نيابة عن دينكا. حتى الشتائم اللي أنت قلتيه مثلا، في شتائم بتاع نساوين إكواتوريان شتموا دينكا بكثير. كل يوم نسمع، انا قاعد اقعد في روم بتاعكم ده كل يوم اسمع، حتى ده اعتديت علي وبقيت اتكلم في شخصيتي روم ما نعرف بعض.
دقيقة، الناس الشتموا دينكا ده أنا اللي قدامك ده، الشتموا دينكا ده أنا، لأنه لكل فعل له رد فعل. دينكا نساوين دينكا البدو، نساوينكم بدو، عشان كده لكل فعل له رد فعل. عشان كده أنا طلعت شتمت دينكا. لكن لو جينا في جد يا نيكير انت، كويس؟ انت نيكير، نساوينكم قاعد يشتموا هنا، انا بحاسبهم هنا في كلاب هاوس قاعد يشتموا، لكن ما هسي يومنا شتمناهم، ما هسي يومنا شتمنا الدينكا. وانت كان داير انا بالذات ممكن بفتح روم يوم كامل كده بس بقى بشتم دينكا، كويس؟ عشان اوريم لكم قلوبكم فشفشكم، اوريم لكم فشفشكم يا دينكا كانت داير. لكن انا ما عندنا زمن لحاجات ده، كويس؟ نساوينكم هنا قاعد يشتموا، كويس؟ يهودي اللولو
انت قاطعتني عشان روم بتاعك ولا قاطعتني يعني؟
قفل انا لسه ما انتهيت، كويس؟ نساوينكم هنا في كلاب هاوس يا قاعد يشتم. انت قاعد تحلم ولا شنو؟ يا دوب قمت من النوم جاي تقول نساوين كوتورة قاعد يشتموا اسم شنو؟ دينكا. قلنا لكل فعل له رد فعل، دايما نساوينكم يا قاعد يبداوا، كويس؟ بيبداوا عشان كده لما نردوا حقنا ظاهر سخن حر عديل كده، كويس؟ قاعد يغلبكم الهيلة، عشان كده ما بتقدروا الا تقلبوها حبة انه كوتورين قاعد يشتموا. بعدين انت قبل قلت انت دينكا وانت براود، انت قلت انت كنت فخور تتكلم انت دينكا. في كلام انت قلتها ده اللي خلاني ردت لك. انت قلت يا اخي في دينكا انتلكتشوالز ودينكا المتعلمين المثقفين ده قاعد يتكلموا مع حالهم، لكن كلماتكم انتوا بس تقولوا دينكا 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 دينكا. عشان كده قاعد يخلينا ناسنا المتعلمين المثقفين قاعد يتكلموا مع دينكا دل بيقوموا بيرجعوا لدينكا تاني. and so what؟ ما يدموا كده ويتلموا كده يلا غر اطلعوا برا من ايكواتوريا. انت ذات اصلا قاعد تتكلم كده ده من هنا طير كده امشي اتكلم مع اهلك ده حسي ده، امشي اتكلم معهم، امشي اغنام خليه يطلعوا من اراضينا. خلي يطلعوا من هنا من جريت إيكواتوريا، خلي يطلعوا من أراضي الجدودية يا أخي. كرهتونا كويس. أنا كوميديتي كنا ماسكينكم قاعدين في أراضينا بتاكلوا وتشربوا من أراضينا، لكن لسه
الفرصة حقتي يا ستي. أنت هتتكلم ولا
قفل. I'm still talking. سيدك لسه قاعد يتكلم، ستك هنا لسه قاعد يتكلم كويس. ستك لما يتكلم أنت أقفل خشمك.
أنت ما ستي يا ست الناس.
أنا ستك، أنا ستك وست أهلك كله كويس. لا
احترمي نفسك، احترمي نفسك.
جبريل بليز اسمعني انا.
الكوتورة ده حقي، الكوتورة ده أراضي كويس. أمشي أراضي جدودك كويس. الكوتورة ده أرضي أنا كويس. عشان كده أنا ستك، لما ستك يتكلم أقفل خشمك. طب عندك أي حق تناقشني؟ قفل.
أنا طلعت من غرفة بتاعي.
قفل يا دنقاوي.
اسمع دقيقة، انت موجود جنجي فوقيني في كلام تا سيبريشن ماله،
بس أنا أجيبه عشان دارين نلخبط راسه واسمع قدرقوها خليه يطير. كلام فارغ.
انت سيتي متاني مرة كانت سيتي مو كلو اسمع كويس سيتي ماده
لا ما في مشكلة تشارلز.
انا كنت هدفي انه عاوز اعرف انه الزول ده كان بيقول شنو، نقول له شنو. انت عملت جوط، عملت كل شيء، عاوزين نعرفك. انت عاوز ورينا يا اخي الكلام اللي بقول لك نصيبك بشنو.
وما هيقول اي حاجه، وما هيقول هيقعد يترايق زي بوبو. في كسب كده قلت ان نجنا دي قال بوبو ده، بوبو ده لا ولا لا ياغا بتاعت بوبو فوتو قدره وباميه ذاته. يا ده حركات بتاع الجنجه. احنا سيادهم يا اخي. دايما انا قاعد اقول لإيكواتوريا زي اللي انتوا لما تكونوا عندكم روم خلوه شفتا السليف تاعنا ده كده جن انتهت هناك. انا سيادهم، انا سوبيريور، انا يا سوبيريور لهم. قاعدين في إيكواتوريا ياكلوا من تراب إيكواتوريا، يشربوا من مويه إيكواتوريا، قاعدين في شجره إيكواتوريا، وكله لسه خشمهم قوي. يا اخي بالله خليت لموا كده يتفقفقوا يمشوا يرجعوا. ثانك يو. جو اهيد.
Ladu, go ahead, Ladu. Who do you have? It's your turn.
عشان ندي فرصة سيفي يعني حاجة على درب الديفو لكلام. شكرا بقولها يعني. شكرا سي جي. يعني نحن ما عندنا طريقة. نحن فتشنا طرق كتير خلال السنين دي كله عشان نقنع قبيلة الدينجا. في بعض مننا عندهم مرونة في كلام سياسي، انه بيفتش طريقة كيف تقنع زول ده عشان راسه يتغير يكون راس انسان بقدر يفهم موضوع اللي هم قاعدين يعمل في جنوب السودان. لكن كله قفلوا راسه. انسان زي ده لو قفلوا راسه انت تقدر تكفي راسك عشان يكون سوا. نحن كلمة واحدة. أنا كنت داير نقول له يا جابريل، أنتم كدينجا لو في انتلكسس ناس متعلمين، والحمد لله عنده ناس متعلمين فيه شهادات، لكن شهادة بتاع دينجا ما في فرق ما زول ما عنده شهادة في بلد، لأنه البيشرك في جوبا ده اللي شغال في مغرب جزء منه متعلمين، جزء منه دكاترة. إبن بقرة هسه قاعد يقتلونا يقتل الناس. بقرة ده بتاع بيمشي يسرق في جوبا هنا. ناس عنده شهادة بيسرق أموال العام. في بلد هناك بيسرقوا بقرة بتاعكم، بيسرقوا بقرة السلطان. هلا أنت بكتوا الشهادة ده وين؟ وكنا دايرين، أنا كنت داير كده لجبريل على أساس المشكلة دي ما مشكلة بتاع 63 قبيلة ولا بتاع إيكواتوريا. أنتم دينجا سببتوا مشكلة. أنتم دايرين المثقفين منكم لو شهادة شيء أخذتوها بطريقة إنه منعوا لكم من جامعات ولا من معاهد الأولية ولا من هاي سكول. الشهادة دي لازم تخليه يشتغل كاتب أنفسكم. الغلطة دي في جنوب السودان أنتم عملتوها. لكن إذا أنتم بتعملوا نفوسهم على أساس أنتم ده تمرروا أجندة بتاع احتلال، بتاع هيمنة بتاع الدولة بتاع جنوب السودان. نحن جريد إيكواتوريا نحن كان جزء ولا يتجزأ من هذا الدولة وكنا في السودان. فالسياسة بتاع 56 بتاع العرب نحن فهمناها بالعصافير. فما في زول اليوم دير يستخدم نفس السياسة اللي لنا جريد إيكواتوريا. إيكواتوريين ديل أنتم قاعد تسمع لسان بتاعهم معوج ما بيجيبوا كلام تمام ده إيكواتوريين ده جبانين. وفي في جزء منه أجر، في جزء منه ناس انتهازيين يعني بس داري يكون في النص هنا بدون لون بدون قرار عشان كان درى من جاي قالوا فيه. لكن شوف نحن جريد إيكواتوريا ديل الجبانين وانتهازيين ده ما نحن عايشين معهم في السوشيال ميديا. ما هنمشي وين بكره؟ اكيد ما بيمشي يقعد في على نيل وبحر غزال. هيجي يقعد معنا في جريد إيكواتوريا. believe me نحن في جريد إيكواتوريا ما يتعرف الزول انتم القاعدين ده القاعدين يرونوا في السوشيال ميديا إيكواتوريين ده جزء كبير منكم لو ربنا ودوهم معايا هيكون مسؤولين في دولة جريد إيكواتوريا او يكونوا مسؤولين في ولاية جريد إيكواتوريا. كده انترناشونال يجيبوا حل من الاحوال. هل نحن نشارك دينغاي وإيكواتوريا اليابان اللي لسه بيكور في يونيتي بتاع جنوب السودان؟ لأي أساس؟ زول بيقتل أمك، بيقتل أختك، بيقتل جنات، بيشيلوا أراضي بتاعكم، بيشيلوا أموال بتاعكم، بيستخدموا لكم سلاح. كيف بتاع إيكواتوري لغاية يوم الليل تجيب ما زول؟ بكرة تيجي تقول والله نحن حولنا الأفراد نحن أغنانا جماعة ما قاعد يفهم عشان يكونوا يهدوين. معقول انت تقدر تديك كم سنه عشان تقنع جماعه لما يكونوا يدوين من جريد إيكواتوريا؟ ده انتهازيه بالنسبه لجريد إيكواتوريا. ده حاجه اجرام السياسي. وده الناس اللي بيساهموا كتير في القتل في جريد إيكواتوريا. ونحن عيوننا معهم على اساس انت إيكواتوري ذاته اللي تبدا بوده ده انتهازي ومعرض. ده اخوك ده ذاته ده تبدا بوده عشان إيكواتوريا تمشي عديل. ده نخلص ده. فوكس إيكواتوريين انظروا ما تفوكس لدينجا بس برا، فوكس انفسكم ذاته الانتهازيين منكم والجبانين منكم والناس ما عنده الوان. فوكس دوما all together. لانه لو نحن دايرين نسيلوا جريد إيكواتوريا في سلام، دوله بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا ما بيبناهم مجرمين، ما بيبناهم كذب ولا انتهازيين. دوله ده بيبناهم عشان كل سنه حاجه جديد بيظهر في جريد إيكواتوريا. Then now we need to eliminate them out from Great Equatoria. Believe me. شكرا. ندي فرصة للناس.
أجري CPA brother CPA. Yeah, the mic is yours. تعال بومبات يا جيك. قلت لك أننا شغالين شيلينج صح. يلا ديدي إتيكا تنقلوا نوم ولا شنو؟
أنا شغل أنا جنوم كلا زان جي سي بتاعهم يا
جماعة. أوكي.
يا
شكرا بعد
يا شكرا لكم. كده واصلوا.
تصبح على خير.
الحرب اللي انتم من أهله يا جماعة.
لا أنا جيت درايف سلامتك ولا دو كيف؟
والله ما بطل يا ديدي. ما سمي صوتك الليلة انت بتكون شغال ولا فين؟ ما
بدأ في بداية هناك أنه ونسوي يلا أنا كمان جت لما مشغول فيها.
أهلا فيكم يا جيش تجريد.
شكرا. بابولا كيف؟ CPI
تمام سيستا أنا كويس
الحمد لله. أنا بس جيت درايف يا جماعة صورة عشان كده أنا طالع مشغول فيها عشان كده أنا أصلا.
أوكي ما في مشكلة. يا CPI تشارلز بيرسون إتاهيلي تشارلز ما في ولا شنو؟ anyway
أجري كبرت سيستا أجري باتريشا كلنا ساعدوا جيسم سويا أنا طالع من شغل أسده and then I will join you in a few minutes.
أوكي ما في مشكلة. أوكي
واتساب جنرال. انا اقول اسمع جنرال كيف انت؟
انا كويس يا سي جي. سلامتك كومراديدي ان وديتك. انا كلا اعمل حاجه شويه and then انا بجا.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
والله يا اخوانا قاعد يقولوا شنو العباره، قاعد يقول شنو بالعربي، قالوا شنو الاعتراف بالذنب بفضيله. نازل ما عندهم اي نوع من الفضيله اطلاقا. انت بتعمل الخطا. عشان كده الدور اللي فات كان سلطان الدريا الله يرحمه يجري كان بيعرف يخد جمال في محله، ما في لعب وكده. في بيكا هناك كان الناس بيكوري حليل الرجال بيكوري. طب مشيت عملت غلط في هلا يعني.
ما انت عارف يا سيدي في كلام بتاع كده جاء منه جهاز الكوكورة ده zaman jamari jaba adab to marasa bagarat gi jibu fi kotoria bagarat gi doru sambal jibu bagarat mo jibu bagarat to mo defi joju bera bagarat gi li pacha fisika katori na tijakin sakator bagarat la di fi rujal ma fi la di tal fi ajiri di fi konyo ni bagarat adika la fin sambala sultan andari ata la garat gal kere kutu gufa fi jabata ajiri kere go full jabata ta bagarat be gufa kalau de Andrea fela ni actor le dinka del. Gali kere kutu gufa fi jabata ta bagar lan bagara de ga karasambala. Itano kalam de gwaje dinka lada sere. Itano bazder kaman kalam ta kilman na kike ngal kokora de taban umo shilu beteriga tane. Itano yele tano jamarel yani ana atmanna zaman alkan kan kawajat yeshilu slave fi Africa enak de dinka de nofut minida ta kawajat de kef lanu itano slave alkulu biu bara le kawajat de nasal kaslani ze dinka de wala ana kader shita gabila dinka de chat kar kere bibu bara le ajire le esu shinde le kawajat del kawajat ana mar mukanja min wen za shabibi slave fi Sudan de dinka de nafat le
ما هذه شالوا كثير. إنت في ناس شالوا كثير من درمان. شفت في بيوت اللي هناك الطين ده كان ما أعرف كان كسروها هسه ما في بيوت كان طين ترى البحر ده جماعة نقلوهم من هناك، نقلوا ناس كتار جالوا شغلوا.
لكن أنا كان بتخلي في واحد كده قال لنا أكتر حاجة كان شيلونا سنوبا ديل ودين كدل طبعا أنا ما أعرف جماعة النفط كيف يعني أنا والله سكان مرات أنا قعدت كده أنا براي بتكلم بنفسي بقول والله يا ريت زمان تسليف
محل منفذ محل ملكال ده قالوا من قاعدين في غرب هناك عشان كده من مش يحكموا هناك. قال محل ده كان قاهل ما كان في زول قاعد يسكن فوقه. محل ده كان جابوك فوقه معناه ده منفذ يعني انت تدوق هناك انت في منفذ خلاص ناس استغنوا عنك خلاص كان بيجيبوا ناس بخطوه هناك. بالنسبه للمهدي كان بيعمل شنو؟ تعمل خطا طوال يقول لك تمشي تحارب الانجليز. كان انت ما هربت كان انت حظك كعب بيقتلك طوال بيقتلوك. كان ما في بسوق جلابيه امشي انت درويش امشي شاكل هناك. انت ما شاكلت بس انت بتموت خلاص انت ميت هناك. فقالوا لك يعني لما في الوقت ذاك الانجليز لما جاء كوتشنر لما مسك البلد ذاك ده قال فكان في واحد من الجلابه ديل طبعا كان قاعد يعذبوا ناس كمان من الزبير ومجموعاته. في واحد من الجلابه ديل قال لي كان قاعد يجروه في ميدان واو يلا الوطنيين ده قاعد يمشي وراهم والله قاعد يطوف فوق بزاق يكبوا فوق حاجات لانه الجماعه دي كان قاعد يعذبوا الناس دي. يعني الناس دي عذبوا ناس مهديه دي مهديه تاجر في الناس. الا لما جاء عبد الله الفعاشي اللي هو زول ذاك وعرج كده زول عرج كده
كان فوق اجر تجار ناس تجار الرقيق ديل
يتعنوا فورال دي او يعذب جماعه يعذب جلابه دي ذاته تمام وادبهم تمام. فجلابه دي كان ما كثيرين ذات 2 3 طبعا لكن شنو عنده حريم يعني تلقى واحد بس يعني نفس طبيعه الناس اللي بيجي زي واحد
ما يا ده كلامي
بيكون عنده 50 مره نساوين بتاع عنده حاجه اسمه حريم. في واحد قسيس كده كان قاعد يحكي القصه ده قسيس كان دخلوه في السجن قالوا لك حتى السيسترات اللي كانوا موجودين هناك جماعه دي يا اخي شالوا الجراويش دي لما هم انهزموا خلصهم لما هم قتلوا غردون يا اخي السيسترات دي ودروا يا ايطاليات عارف كيف بيض من ودروا ما جماعه كله ففي معاملات بشعه السودان دي معاملات بشعه بشعه جدا.
والله انت عارف، والله انا مرات كان قاعد اتذكر كلام ده زي قال لك انت عارف دينكا ده كان مش الدوسو ظاهر في تجاه النيل هناك، مش الدوسو في
أيوة.
عشان كده مش اتكونوا هناك وواحدين ما عرفوا مش الدوسو وين عشان قال من بقى النيشن. ناس كدابين جبنا سكت. والله شفتها كان قال زمن بيرجعوا
ليش ده بيكون وين؟ ليش ده بيكون وين؟ يا محل سي
ما دي كلاميني
في ملكال هم عندهم جزء بسيط هناك في بحر الغزال. هم اخذوا اراضي دي بقوه السلاح. هسه عيال اللي هناك دي شباب دول كان قاموا في يوم من الايام. هسه ايام ده خلاص الناس هسه عينهم فتح في كل مكان عينهم فتح. ما انت لما تضرب الانسان
إيكوتورنس بيجا ذاته نقعد كمان نرفع لهم سلاح نطردهم لو ما نفع بلغة الفم بس بعدك لغة السلاح يا بنفع يطردهم بس.
مصيرهم صعب مصيرهم صعب. قالوا اللي انت بتعمله انت بتجنيه.
انت
بتجنيه بكره انت بتطلعه. لانه الوجه الكويس حرام. شنو بخليك عشان تجي تتآمر على الناس زي وناس زي ساعدوك يعني او زي ايكوتوريان ده. اكل ده كله اعانات ده كان كله تحت يد بتاع ايكوتوريان. بيدقوا النساء وبيشيلوا ارض قروشهم. يعني ما معقول يا اخي فوق ده كله انت ما عندك اي مروءه ما عندك اي احساس انساني عشان تدي الناس زي حقهم. حرام.
انت عارف هسه بس انا بس داير حاجه واحد. لانه هسي من قاعد يلعبوا جيم كبير جدا مدارين كول داون من داري. لكن شفت بدك صوتهم المو قاعد يقصوا يهبشوا ديل يهبشوا ديل يهبشوا ديل. بس انا داير يوم كريمون هبشوا من داري بس كده. بس كريمون هبشوا من داري عشان بدك مبين الويل وسهر الليل. يتعانوا هسه ده بس قبيل الواحد من ما قدروا لهم. لكن يتعانوا ما شغل بلاد بتاعه ما شغل اطرش بتام ده ما شغل من بتام ده. مو برا هبشوا من داري مو برا كينغا كنا جيري بوديل. لكن دي بكون نهاياتهم. لا حول الله ولا الناس دي خشمتهم كمان كويس سي. كده شوف ده اصل جاي يتكلم هنا ده جاي يتكلم يتفخر اول انا الدهنكاوي. يلا بدا قاعد يتكلم بعربي كده خلاص انا قلت ده زول فاهم زول مثقف. بس شويه مع نهايه كده قام قال انتوا ذاته لما تقولوا دينكا 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 المتعلمين المثقفين قاعد يتكلموا ديل بيرجعوا يندموا مع الديلاك. اي سوت انتوا ما اساسا مخهم مبكر. والله يا جماعه احنا في مشكله كبير جدا جدا. عرفتها؟
اتوقعنا طلعنا من مصيبه وقعنا في مصيبه ثانيه. زي ما كنا طلعنا من السودان كان في حرب. مشينا دخلنا في بلد كمان فوق حرب في يوم من الايام. فالناس قالوا انت جنيت يا جي انت جاي من حرب لحرب كمان. يا ولد الحاله اللي احنا عايشين فوق حرام.
مشكله هو
ما
ده
صدقنا
مشكله.
حالنا ما صدقنا حالنا ربنا ادانا ارض عشان نكون احرار. على الاقل نازل جاء اساءوا ظننا. ويعني حرام يا حرام يا حرام العالم ده كله. يا هسه ناس بيتفرجوا علينا. ناس بيتفرجوا علينا نقتل بعض. هسه قاعد يقول انه شنو؟ دي الناس كله قاعد يشاكل ديت يا صنعت كلام ده. هم يا خططوا حاجات ديت. الناس كله يشاكل وبكره بعد بكره عشان يعملوا زي المعركه اللي حصل في شمال السودان. 2 مليون مات ولا حسبوا زول. خلاص بقى جزات لنا يا ولد قالنا اخذنا الاستقلال جت علينا كيس بالنسبه لنا.
والله جنوب السودان ده والله في تعرف في جنوبيين كانوا انهم حاسه السادسه زي ما بيقولوا. والله جنوبيين كانوا انهم حاسه السادسه ده كلامهم جا حقيقه. في جنوبيين كثير كانوا ما دارين كلام انفصال ده. والترابي حسن الترابي ده شوف ترابي قال شنو؟ كلمه ترابي قالوا ده ما هندا قاعد يحصل. بعدين ترابي ده مش ده قال ودوا خطهم ولا شنو؟ شوف ترابي ده لخبط شمال السودان ده كيف كتل رسل
خطير.
زمن الجهاد. انت بتذكر زمن الجهاد لما كان قاعدين يقبضوا الشباب في خرطوم بيرسلوهم قالوا ده جهاد ما اعرف شنو تحرير للوطن وشنو ما اعرف شنو. مش كان اجر الناس الدفاع الشعبي. لما خلصوا عرف انه عيال الشماليين ده ماتوا ودرقوها. بدل جا قال شنو؟ مش كان قاعد يقول قال اي زول بيموت في الحرب بيمشي في الجنه. كان كلمه توني انا ما عرفت كان بيذكر. شفت شنو ده المجاهدين
وما في سبيل الله.
في سبيل الله يموت في سبيل الله. وما اعرف ده مجاهدين وما اعرف شنو وداك. مش كان ترابي قاعد يشجع شنو شباب ده الزراعة، كان قاعد يلقطوا شباب نمر قاعد يقبضوا اولاد في محطات الماشيين المدارس بيقبضوهم وكده يسفرون بس. يلا خلاص لما نعرف انه خلاص شمالين ديل قتلوه جد وكده، في نهايه ترابي جا قال شنو؟ قال في منو بيموت في حرب وقال بيمشي في الجنه. قال ما في جنه ذات اصلا يا كلام. داك يوم داك خرطوم ده طلع احمر اديك
واو
زمن ده خلاص بقى ما في. يا خرطوم ده طلع احمر اديك زرا. انت عارف يعني شوف ترابي بعد ما خلاص يعني ترابي ده ما ود خطب والدنكاويه. ها ابو ترابي ده ما
زول ده
عرب
خطير، زول خطير جدا
عرب
جدا. كان
ها
بنكتب مناشير، كنا بنواجههم بمناشير. زول ده ذاته زول ده ما كويس، شخصية
زول
ده
ما كويس.
ما تشوف
انت
عبارة بتاعه
عارف
ده. هو رسم السياسات ده كله في بلده يعني
انت
حتى
عارف
نميري جا
اها
غيروا. كان عاوز يعملوا إمام، عارف كيف يعني؟ لما نميري جا طبق الشريعة الإسلامية، ما هو لما جاء هناك ترابي كان يقعد يلعب لعبات ده، كانوا وزير العدل، عارف كيف؟ فبيلعب لعبات ده كله يعني
لا
شخصية
ترابي ده بنتكلم. انت عارف ترابي ده ابوه اساسا عربي اتدخل في السودان. مش كان في تاريخها كانوا في السودان في تاريخ السودان اللي بيدرسوا
والله
في
قال أسمع، قال دي غرباوي، قال دي غرباوي فلاتة. قال ناس قالوا يقولوا فلاتة كمان، واحدين
لا
بيقولوا ده
ما
من الشرق.
فلاته دخول العرب في السودان يا زول. هي ده درسونا يا زول في سنه ثالثه ثانوي العالي. عارفين دخول العرب دخلوا كيف في السودان وكده، لكن جا قلبوه طبعا قال دخول الناس. ما ابو ترابي ده من ناس عرب اتدخلوا في السودان. يلا جا لقى حبوبته الدنكاويه دي يا جا ولده. يلا تعرف ناس دينكا ديل بالمناسبه ناس ديل كان قال كده فحصوا الدم تنزل نازل انهم دم كده دم بطال خالص. يعني شفت الدم الاحمر الصاف بيجري في الشرايين حقنا ده. بالمناسبه ده الدم بصراحه دم نظيف. لكن انت ناس دي الدم ده مش شفت قاعد يعمل له مونوخوليا. اذا ما بيلقوا دين تاني براحه. دينكا دير قتلوا، دينكا دير سرقوا، دينكا دير عملوا، دينكا دير شكلا، دينكا دير عملوا داك، دينكا دير عملوا داك. ها والله الناس ديل هاي. لكن انا سليم متزوج بنات اكواتوريا، بنات ويست بركزال، وين لخبط ما اجري ما قبل تانيين ديل شويه ممكن دم ده شويه يتغير. لكن سيبوا مباراه دينكا زي الناس ديل. يا اخي تعرف دينكاوي كان ولدوا سالا لا دم تو ملاك بيت بيلقوا انا تو احمر طول بس انا تقتلوا انا تا violent انا تا حسادة بس. anyway اتيكا انت فينا ديدي CPI wata usibu kirana ya wonu sini barao kaman nas kulu numo le shino. يا CJ
Yes ma'am. المهم في الأمر أنه شنو اللي احنا قاعد نقوله، أنه الحقائق وضحت، كل شيء وضحت أمام شعب بلادنا، عارف كيف؟ فإحنا المفروض نسعى في هذه الأيام في سبيل أنه نسعى للهدف بتاعنا الأساسي، ألا وهو أنه شنو نكون دولة مستقلة. يعني زي ما حصل، زي ما قلت لك، زي ما حصل في مصر بين مصر والسودان، وحصل بين جنوب السودان وغيره، ليه ما يحصل بين إكواتوريا وما يسمى بجنوب السودان؟ ده حاجة عادية جدا جدا، كل زول يمشي في مطرحه في النهاية، عارف كيف؟ لأنه شنو، أنت لو ما بتحترم حالك، الحياة في الدنيا احترام، يعني بدون احترام
انت
ما
عارف
بتعيش.
حقيقة انت عارف واحد كاتب كومنت اني قال فيني دينكا قال المهدي ده ملقب ما دينكا. تبقى انت عارف المهدي ده كان كاتب قوم المهدي قال لي دينكا ده كان ناس وسخانين جسمهم كله مليان قمل. يلا قال لي قمل التدينكا ده ما جي قتلوه بايده، بس قمل ليه حشرة صغير كده. لكن تدينكا ده مهدي قال كده قتلوه ببندقية، يضربوا سلبة الدينكا ببندقية عشان يقتلوا القمل. So you are saying here like dinka mulakbat ma المهدي يا mulakbat ma dinka يا إيتا. جدع.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
المهدي قتلوا دينكا بكلام قومل يا كلام ده فضل كأننا ما لتوكو أهل تنا رجع قونا قالي مهدي قتلوا قومل تدينكا ببندقية لأنه دينكا كان عنده قومل طبعا ده من شدة الناس دوسوا بعدون عشان كلمة ما أعرف شيلوا من بيهم برا جبال دوسوا نفسه في كركور حمام ما في شنو ما في يلا قومل ولدوا تب في جسم تدينكا ياو المهدي جاي نزل قال شفت نزل انه حشره كده ياو قومل ده قال قومل الدينكا بيقتلوا ببندقيه يدقوا بس تر بس يدقوا زرين تدل مش تقول قال المهدي ملقبط مع الدينكا مهدي ولا ملقبط مع الدينكا المهدي فيه عرب ابوه جا دخل في السودان يعني الدخول العرب
وخليط زول ده خليط زول ده خليط ابوه الاصلي ده ابوه الاصلي مات
Keisha, I'm sorry, I missed that part of the talk.
اي 2 3 ما كلهم.
الو انت قاعد تسمعني؟
يا
انا ما اعرف شنو صار لي.
المهدي كان عارف انا عاوز اقول المهدي كان لما جاء الاصلي فالراجل اللي قام مات هناك عارف كيف ولده او قام في جزيره ابا او قام بحركه ده لما قام الراجل ده خليط وطبعا هو امه من السودانيين دي يعني سوداء عارف كيف فمهدي لما قام هناك لكن كان زول شرس لما هو مشى هناك اول ما عمل نفوذ لما خلاص بقى قائد كبير في الجيش بقى يقود الناس بتاعه جرى طبعا للفور هناك محل ابوه كان قاعد يدرس هو ده ومشى هناك وقام الفور لملم الفور قام وقفوا معه قالوا يا اخي انجليز لانه طبعا كان في حملات للانجليز اول حمله بتاع انه لما الانجليز جو عمل لهم امبوش وقتلوا جماعه ديل بعده بيجري كان من محل لمحل بيجري لما زول ده عمل كريد خلاص ياو فالراجل بيقولوا انه العكس يعني عنده نساء حريم كثير من مختلف الجنسيات يعني من مختلف قبائل جنوب السودان بعد السودان ده قبائل كثير جدا جدا يعني انا بذكر قالوا المره بتاعه في لحظه من اللحظات كان عنده خطبه كده جاي يعمله الراجل بيدلكوه هناك وبيقعد يعني بياخد مده طويل وقال كانوا طلع كده بس التراب بتاعه ده بيشيله جماعه ده بيشيله طوالي طبعا هو ادعى انه المهدي المنتظر درس الدين الاسلامي الدين الاسلامي بيقول انه محمد وصى انه في زول حيجي وراه خليفه بالنسبه له اسمه المهدي فالراجل لما اخذ كل المكانات بتاعت الثوره دي طبعا وتحرك بالثوره بتاعه ده والفور وقفوا معه الوطنيين ده كله وقفوا معه جاءوا طوالي وادعى عنه شنو وقال انا هو المهدي المنتظر المحمد قالوا ده فالنازل طبعا صدقوا كلام ده وبدا يعمل نشرات مناشير رسل اوراق لمصر قال انا جايكم وحتى للسعوديه ومناطق دي كله قال يعني خلاص صار بقى مهدد للمنطقه كله المنطقه بتاعت المنطقه دي كله بصفه عامه فتاريخه كان البطال انه شنو يعني لما جو في وقت بتاعت مهدي اللي هو دور اللي عمله جوردن مشى عليه وجوردن كان عاوز يخش معاه في مساومه هو رفض خالص وخلى جوردن يقتله كان المفروض يحافظ على جوردن بعد ما مسك المنطقه وقالوا انه المصريين
جوردن باشا
يعني مصريين كانوا قاعدين في مدرمان تعرف كيف؟ قال دي ناس كسلانين وكهيانين سيسي هم قاعدين بأسلحة هناك بيضحكوا بس قاعدين يعني متآمرين يعني ناس كان ممكن يخلوا يقيفوا مع جوردن وكان لحد ما يجي الحمله بتاعت كورشنر ده لسه زول كان بيكون قاعد
يا ما قالوا رسلوا حمله ده حمله كيتشنر ده سن كده جاء انجز جوردون باشا جا لقوا خلاص جوردون باشا قتلوا
I know exactly
انا عندي كتاب تاريخ القديم ده ما لاجد ابو حافظه من زمان لو جو ودي لنا الكتاب ده كان شفت انا من لون تاع الورقه ذاته قلب اصفر
انت جبته معك
في لا ما جبته معي هنا في بيتنا هنا قاعد في الشنطه انا قاعد نكلم اخواتي قاعد نقول لهم انتوا حافظوا الكتاب ده
لا عنوانه شنو لكن عنوانه شنو
التاريخ ده كله فوقه
لا كاتبينه شنو تاريخ السودان كاتبينه تاريخ السودان ولا تاريخ
يا تاريخ السودان فيه جزئين، في تاريخ السودان وتاريخ العالم.
والكاتب منو تاريخ السودان ده؟ والكاتب منو؟
التاريخ ده انا ما شفته، الكفر بتاعه اللي ببرا ده طلع لكن ابوي طلع كتاب ده، قال كتاب انا ما نودره ولا نقطة منه ولا ده ولا ده، بس نقرا لامتحان الجاي، امتحان الشهادة السودانية. يعني كتاب قديم 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 لغاية ما لونه ذاته قلب اصفر. يلا كتاب ده فيه انا عملت خلفته تمام كده بالبلاستيك ده، كان اسمه شنو ده، خلفته تمام وصله. وكلمت اخواتي قلت لهم شفتها، ما في الزول يخشكم عن التاريخ ده، يعني التاريخ الحقيقة هنا. بابا قال الكتاب ده من زمان، من ما اعرف من زمان.
كاتبينه بانجليزي ولا عربي؟ كاتبينه بانجليزي ولا عربي؟
بانجليزي.
طيب الاثر بتاع من الاثر الكاتب بتاع كده، اسال جمادل قول له الكتاب عنوانه والاثر بتاعه.
انا بسأل وانا بوريك، يا الكتاب ده بقى ما في. حتى انا سالت في كومبوني، في ولد خالتي كده قاعد يمتحن الشهاده السودانيه، قال يا اخي التاريخ بتاعه ده غيره، قال هسه قاعد يدرسوه دخول الناس. قلت له لا 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 لا، ما في دخول الناس، دخول العرب في السودان.
Yeah. Atika, yeah, yeah. Auditions, you can get, take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
احنا حولنا الموضوع كمان. All right. It's good to talk about it. No, you're good. You're good.
I passed out because I just want to say I apologize. طبعا الموضوع زي ما
We may decide to leave you guys, Excuse me for that,
yeah,
okay?
I know it's late for you.
Allow me to leave you, Let me say hello to every one of you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, أنا ما أعرف في بيتكلم ولا
Si قالوا جاب قال يا دوب وصل من شغل. No, it will take a while.
يتكلم ولا ما يتكلم كويس.
Not yet.
ديدي اتكلمت، أنا ذاته ما أعرف ديدي ده Are you there ديدي؟ ديدي اتكلمت، هل هي اتكلم معكم؟ لأن أنا really was out for a minute. I mean,
Not yet. ما كلام لسه.
well,
وقال هو قال drive, she's driving,
I did not know. It took me an hour or 2 hours. I don't know. أحداث مغامرات حاجات حصلت كده طبعا. That's good. إذا كانت exhausted the topic we can close. لكن طبعا في أيام ما أتكلم فكنا عاوز أسمع يعني. I apologize again. Hello.
في رأيي طيب افتكرناه انه هو هيواصل للنهايه، لكن طلع دينكاوي كمان في النهايه. قلنا انه كان بيكون راجل قوي، لكن للاسف يعني فلس. المهم برتك جبتها، فكان في دردشه عشناه كثير. كان ما تقول لنا دينكا دينكا، ما تقول دينكا دينكا. فسالناه انه يا اخي طيب اقول لك شنو يا اخي، ما كان لو في 10 ناس واقفين على سبيل المثال وفي واحد عمل خطا وزول اللي كان عنده اسم، هنا بنقول له شنو؟ بنقول نازل كله ولا بنقول اسم زول؟ So he wouldn't answer it. He started diverting it and all that. Thank you. So like I've said, excuse me.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave. It's time to leave you guys.
Yeah.
النصر لإكواتوريا بإذن الله. النصر لإكواتوريا ولأهلنا هنا إن شاء الله. إحنا بقدر ما المستطاع بنساهم في سبيل أن نخرج هؤلاء الناس.
فرصة للسي بي اي يجيبوا قال لي بس 5 دقيقة كده.
Yes, I want to give them a chance. I will play music at this time then until I'll wait for him. لكن بس عاوز أقول إنه العنوان طبعا زي ما تبارك لأنه بدينا كان هو who are the nationalists, who are the unionists. As I said earlier, هدف تاعنا في الكلام ده كله عاوزين تصحيح some Equatorian who claim to be nationalists when they are unionists من ناحية بتاع القضايا بتاع إكواتوريا. يعني بتلقاهم هم بيركزوا لجنوب السودان أكثر ما بيركزوا لإكواتوريا. أنا قلت إكواتوريا بكيانه يعني لما تأسست أجدادنا أسسوها بطريقة وحدة استوائيين، كانوا يعني عندهم القومية they build the identity بتاع national، لأن nationalism عشان يحصل لازم يكون في بداية له. لكن في جنوب السودان ما في بداية، حتى ذات لما تكوننا كدولة ال 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 يعني أنت لاحظت العنوان في الجنوبيين ما كان واضح. الحركة الشعبية بالعكس قسم الجنوبيين ذات من بداية الخطابة. بدأ يعمل تحركات قبلية، اغتيالات، حساسيات، اللي أسس أدى حركة شعبية مكانها. مع إنه طبعا في الخارج أو للشماليين كان بيدعي إنه هم حركة وطنية سودانية. you know أنت لاحظت عنوانه كان السودان الجديد. فمفترض إحنا كاستوائيين اللي قوميين اليوم إحنا بنجيف، يعني إحنا أصلا فاهمين الوضع. nationalists we are very much aware، درسنا الوضع ده بوضوح كاستوائيين. لاحظنا من كل الجهات، مع إنه إحنا ما يوم دعمنا حركة شعبية. إحنا شايفين حركة شعبية كان أخطر عدو أو أخطر كيان كان للكيان الاستوائي. يعني هم كان السلاح بتاعهم كان متوجه للاستوائيين. حتى الاستوائيين ذاته في وقتها لما التانيين مشوا بأنفسهم، زي القادة أنا قاعد نتكلم، القيادات كان اليوم هسه بنعتبرهم قيادات معروفة مشهورة. ديل دخلوا يعني تلقاء نفسهم بدون أي استشارة على الشعب، بدون ما يقعدوا تحت يفكروا هل الحركة الشعبية ده بيفيدنا ولا بيدينا قدام ولا إحنا حنلقى نفسنا في ورطة. فنفس زي أنت كان لاحظت نفس التحركات إيكاتوريا لما في أحداث على النيل لما يعملوا مشاكل، إحنا بنيجي طوالي بندخل طفيليين فبي put us in danger. يا هو دراسة كده قلنا this thing is not right. فلكن الناس التانيين زمان ديل دخلوا مع حركة شعبية رغم عارفين حركة شعبية كان ضد كوكورا وضد إيكاتوريان، وفي نفس الوقت بيدعي إنه هو ضد الحركة قانون سبتمبر أو الشريعة اللي كانت كونت في وقت بتاع ناس الترابي. فحركة شعبية ما أسس كيان قومي، بالعكس أسس كيان قبلي، لأنه الحركة الشعبية كان عنده دافع قبلي أكثر من ما هو دافع قومي أو nationalistic belief. وده أثر في الوضع اللي إحنا عايشينه. فلما نيجي نسمع استوائنا اللي هما يعني بيدفعوا بيقول يا أخي إحنا unionists we want to unite we have to believe in unity. زي قبلك حتى جاي لما يتكلم بوضوح he is unionist. وفي كل حاجات قاعد يقولوا ما عندهم يعني أجندة كده واضح هما كيف بيقدروا يحاولوا ينقذوا أحداث اللي قاعد يحصل في استوائية. يعني واحد من الأجندات هنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه كإيكاتوريان ناشونالست أو القوميين، إنه مشكلة أراضي ومشكلة مواطنين. فطبعا في بداية الحلقة إننا فسرنا كثير حتى التفسير بتاع من هم القوميين. القوميين أو الناشونالست هم ناس بيؤمنوا بمبادئ أولا الأرض والمواطن والتاريخ والحضارات الموجودة. إننا اليونيونست هم بيؤمنوا بانتماء للآخر، مع إنه يعني ما بينتمي لنفسه لكن بينتمي للآخر. مع إنه أجدادنا لما كونوا الوحدة في وسطهم ويكونوا يلا جاء أسسوا الروح القومي أو الفكرة القومية في وسطنا، كان بداء لما هم شافوا في اضطهادات والأوروبيين الأجانب دول منهم يا الأتراك وكده كان جايين بهدف تاع شنو تاع احتلال وهدف بتاع colonialism which is الكولونيال زي ما بيجي بيحتل ويسيطر dominators، يعني احنا الناس الانفيريا. وفتوحاتهم ده كان على هدف بتاع استعمار. وأجدادنا قدروا يتوحدوا وقدروا يبنوا قومية في وسطهم من وحدتهم، مقارنة مع أو لما نقارنوا مع النيل. على النيل ما وحدوا بعضهم، على النيل شردوا من أحداث حصلت عندهم في الشمال لأنه أغلبيتهم بيلتموا إلى الشمال. لما حربوا ما كونوا أساس قومي، ولما جاء عاشوا في على النيل بالعكس هم ركزوا كلهم بقى عندهم صراعات قبلية مع بعض. وده كان تاريخ، يعني ده ما حاجة حصل يلا جت الحاجة دي اتطورت في حركة الشعبية. يعني جاء ظهر في حركة الشعبية استوائيين طبعا ما كان درسوا الناس زي اللي عندهم مشكلة خلفيات قديمة، مع انه هم بيتزوجوا مع بعض وكده لكن كانوا عايشين على تريتيز، يعني على اتفاقيات معينة، اتفاقيات بس بروتوكول يعني في ناحية معينة. وده ما حاجة جديد في العصر القديم، حتى كان في ناس بيصارعوا مع بعض. يعني كان رجعنا البابليين مع يعني كان قلنا مثلا في قبائل انا نسيت اسمهم في الشرق الاوسط كانوا بيعملوا تحالف، يعني بيقولوا شنو تريتي، يعني على اساس انه من هم بيحاربوا هم بيجيبوا حرب على اساس هم بيعملوا بقى في I forgot they call it treaty يعني مهم بعربي انا ما بعرف، لكن بيقوم بيتعاونوا بمشي البدي بيقول انا بدي بنات تاعي كده وكده، يعني ما على اساس انه السلام واخوه، بس على اساس اهداف معينه، فهم بيرجعوا مرات تانيين بدوا عبيد بتاعهم، بيقول انا عندي عبيد انا برسل لك، التريتي بتاعهم خلاهم يجيبوا يعني ينجبوا ناس من نفس القبائل بتاعهم مشتركه، يعني بيتزاوجوا مع بعض، او في تاني
في
بدوا
معاهدة.
معاهدات لكن اني تايم بيقدر يتكسر. يب. وفي نفس الوقت كمان هم كان مرات بيجي بيسرقوا عيال اطفالهم، اطفال العدو بتاعهم خصمهم ده، يعني هو انت قاعد تشوف حتى لما هم قريبات ده كان بيتكلموا معي، دينجا كان بيشيل من كده ومن وين بيشيل من كده، يعني ده حاجات كان عادي لهم، يعني حياتهم كله صراعات اكتر من ما هم يفكروا يوحدوا حالهم مقارنه مع استوائيه وحد حالهم واسسوا نفسهم وقدروا يواجهوا المستعمرين، وده ادى الى شنو؟ الى الاوروبيين بريطانيا بالاخص اخذ قرار انه لازم يقسم استوائيين الى دويليات عشان يضعفهم ويركزهم في مناطق معينه، وفعلا ده حاجه اللي خلى استواء بقى مجبور يجي جابوه مع السودان. يعني عندنا تاريخ بيوري انه احنا فعلا قوه، يعني اساس عندنا هويه، يعني اجدادنا كونوا هويه، مع انه تخيل نازل ما عندهم شهادات عليا او متعلمين، لكن نازل قدروا يبرهنوا حالهم في وقت الصعوبات، مقارنه مع اليوم اللي استوينا اليوم اللي بيقولوا مثقفين بتاعنا، بالعكس هم قاعدين بيونا بقى لشنو؟ لفكره وحده على حاجه ما موجود، على اساس احنا نكون شنو؟ نجد يعني على السير بتاع يدمرونا، يعني بيقول لنا وحده مقابل شنو؟ تدمير بتاع استوائيه، بدل هم يقدروا يقوموا مجهود عشان يقدروا يوقفوا الاجتياحات اللي هسه جاي من على النيل بالاخص ابناء الدنكا على اساس يدمروا استوائيه، لان هسه هم هدفهم شنو في ابناء الدنكا ده؟ كان حصل قال يا اخي قسم اكواتوريا الى قبائل او خليهم يفكروا على ولايات اللي هم فوق، وده حاجه خطا، لان استوائيه ما يوم فكروا في انفسهم انه انا ايست ويست وسنترال، ولا فكروا يوم انه هم قبيله، لكن اليوم بقى في نوع بتاع الشخصيات ده بقى بيلعب دور جوا، ولكن شنو في رغم ده احنا كاستوائيين القوميين نرفض، وعشان كده واقفين وقوف ثابت انه ما بنخلي الفكره دي يجي في وسطنا. طبعا المتخلفين اللي هم بيقولوا هم واعيين ده